Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 12 of What If I Was Reborn into the Pokemon world and became a legendary Pokemon adventurer. Let the tale begin. Chapter 311, Continental Semifinals. Next. Eric Cribb was the Fire-type specialist representing Kanto and the Searing Fire Academy of Amber City. He had shown a mid, Silver Stage Rapidash, a high, Silver Stage Charizard, and a high, Silver Stage Arcanine so far. I wasn't sure it should call him unlucky or not, since he would have had a much easier time facing my opponent. Hans's Steel-type Pokemon would have been at a major disadvantage against Eric, but then again he could have been forced to fight against me instead, like poor Hans, which was why I was not sure if I should call him unlucky or not. At least he had a good shot at winning against his current opponent, even if he had the type disadvantage. Yes, he had to fight against Brian Stone, the ground-type specialist from Hoenn. Brian was the only one among the current semi-finalists to show more than 3 Pokemon, which together with his surname had me label him as someone with a lot of backing, but I was only realizing right now that I must have given a much worse picture to the others due to the Pokemon I had shown off so far, which were not only rare but also super strong. I was pretty sure that I would have been labeled as a young master if not for the fact that my poor background was well known, due to my fame as an aspiring researcher. Well, having ex-senior, now expert class, parents was not really what I would call a poor background. In fact, that was already a pretty great one, but it was far from enough to qualify as a young master background. I was not counting the George family here, since they had nothing to do with our family even if we were related. Still, this made me think that I should find a way to disassociate myself from the young master image as much as possible. Releasing some tips regarding raising certain Pokemon might help with that, while also hinting at the reason why I had so many rare and strong Pokemon that were following me. Besides, it would bring me some goodwill, and it might help raise the opinion of certain people that were considering the development of the next generation as important, which would be good for me. Cough oh cough. Anyway, the Pokemon Brian showed so far were a mid, Silver Stage Quagsire, a mid, Silver Stage Claydol, a high, Silver Stage Flygon, and a high, Silver Stage Excadrill. I'd say the stakes were a bit in Brian's favor, but Eric had a good chance at winning if he did well enough. Still, no matter which one won, I would be unable to use Stan/Gyarados in the finals if I kept adhering to their teacher's request. Oh, well, the fights would not be challenging enough for him with a type advantage anyway. The introduction ended while I was thinking about the 2 potential finalists, and both released their first Pokemon after the referee gave the starting signal. Surprisingly, it became another Dragon duel due to both trainers wanting to start out strong. Charizard appeared on Eric's side, while Flygon appeared on Brian's side, and both moves turned out to be weather moves. However, unlike how most weather moves canceled each other, these two showed no conflict, so both Sandstorm, as well as Sunny Day, succeeded. I had theorized that this might have been possible while working on Manami/Lapras' Freezing Rain, so I was not surprised despite not having tested it out at the time. Still, seeing the brief surprise on the face of both contestants, and the astonishment showcased by the crowd, I belonged to the minority. Still, I was not alone, since I saw that the referee showed 0 surprises. Not only him, but even the host seemed to have seen this before since he began explaining that the 2 moves were the only ones with synergy among the weather moves. He even involved us by saying that unlike with Freezing Rain, no mastery was necessary to have Sandstorm and Sunny Day work together instead of interfering with one another. Neither of the 2 sides remained idle while the host was talking. Charizard went up in the air, outside of the Sandstorm's reach, while Flygon began pulling out /condensing rocks using Rock Tomb. It was probably preparing ammo for Rock Slide, or just to throw it in general. Still, some of those rocks were as high as 7 or 8 meters. Maybe it wanted to restrict Charizard's mobility instead. Yet, it looked like Charizard had no plans to give Flygon a chance to use them, instead it stayed in the air and fired a flamethrower into the Sandstorm. It kept it up as long as it could, and it quickly became apparent that it wanted to overheat the sand, turning the area into an oven. The effect of Sunny Day helped its endeavor. Even the sand began turning to glass, which would bypass Flygon's immunity to Sandstorm's damaging effect. Flygon noticed this and rushed upwards, releasing a boom burst as soon as it left the sandstorm. The attack forced Charizard to stop breathing fire, and it managed to escape most of the damage. Still, Charizard dodging boom burst allowed Flygon to close the distance between them, and it slammed into Charizard with a Dragon Rush. What followed was a close-up fight between two dragons. Charizard's preferred moves were Dragon Claw and Dragon Breath, with a side dish of Steel Wing since those were the most effective moves it had against Flygon. Meanwhile, Flygon was using Dragon Claw and Dragon Pulse to retaliate, while occasionally trying to nail it with a Rock Slide. Not only that, during their exchange, the two were not only attacking each other but also trying to force the fight in a certain direction. Flygon was trying to force Charizard into the sandstorm that had returned to normal without Charizard to heat it. Meanwhile, Charizard kept the fight above the sandstorm, probably waiting for it to subside. In the end, Flygon failed to force Charizard down despite having to reapply Sandstorm once and got taken out by a final Dragon Claw instead, making it fall to the ground, while Charizard was panting for breath, visibly tired after fighting toe-to-toe with Flygon for around 10 minutes. Brian kept a perfectly calm face while he recalled his Flygon, and his next Pokemon confused a lot of people including me until I remembered Sand Rush. Excadrill made an appearance on the field, and as soon as the referee gave the starting signal, it moved at an extremely fast speed toward the stone pillars Flygon had created. It ran on them and jumped off of them straight at a surprised Charizard who failed to dodge the horn drill Excadrill used, knocking it out at one shot right at the start of their confrontation. Abilities such as Sand Rush and Chlorophyll really made some Pokemon species more viable than before, but I had kind of disregarded them before since they were bound by a condition, unlike Huge Power which was pseudo-permanent. Looking around, I was seeing a lot of faces showing realization. Meanwhile, someone sitting in front of us said, "Ah, so that's why Flygon made those pillars," verbalizing what many people were thinking at the moment. While that was happening, Eric was looking at his Charizard in disbelief at how fast it had been knocked out. The referee declaring Excadrill the winner snapped him out of it, after which he recalled it. His next Pokemon was a Camerupt, which he was showing for the first time during the competition. As soon as the referee gave the signal, Excadrill used an Earthquake to attack Camerupt, who blocked it with an Earthquake of its own. The first exchange between the two showed that it was at the high silver stage as well, which made me believe that he had been keeping it back as a trump card. After that, Excadrill decided to forego attacking from a distance and decided to make use of its speed to attack from close range instead. However, that led to Camerupt showing why exactly Eric chose Camerupt to face Excadrill. Right as Excadrill's claws were about to slam into Camerupt, it blew up in an eruption. Excadrill felt the full force of eruption at point blank and landed a few meters from Camerupt, groaning from having been hit by what was practically a volcano blowing up on one's face. Still, Camerupt was not done by a long shot and followed eruption up with what I recognized as Fissure. Just as everyone thought that it would be taken out by a surprise combo, since dodging seemed impossible, Brian gave a command that showed that he decided to go with the age-old eye for an eye. He ordered Excadrill to ignore everything and focus on hitting Camerupt with an overpowered Fissure as well. Excadrill followed the command as much as it could and slammed both its claws into the ground, setting off its Fissure just a moment before it was hit by one itself. I think it might have been hard-pressed to continue anyway after its latest stunt, but still, its endeavor was successful, since Camerupt followed into unconsciousness just a few moments after it did, resulting in what was effectively a double knockout. This meant both trainers only had a last Pokemon remaining. Eric still had his mid, Silver Stage Rapidash, and high, Silver Stage Arcanine, but I was sure he would use his Arcanine, as long as he did not have another surprise reveal that he wanted to make. The same was true for Brian, who only had his mid, Silver Stage Quagsire, and mid, Silver Stage Claydol if no surprise reveals happened. Quagsire would have been a good choice if not for its relatively much lower speed compared to both of Eric's Pokemon, along with the possibility of them knowing Solar Beam. That with Sunny Day would spell a disaster for Quagsire, so Claydol was the much safer option in my opinion. The referee's signal ended with me confirming my speculations. Still, Claydol's first action upon receiving the starting signal reveals a little detail I could not have reasonably predicted. Apparently, it had advanced to the high, silver stage sometime before this fight, since that was what the fluctuations it released while setting off a sandstorm despite rising into the air showed. It seemed it wanted to passively consume Arcanine's vitality while staying out of its range. A smart if not a slightly dirty tactic, which I definitely approved of. What followed was Claydol staying in the air, peppering Arcanine with rock slides and rock throws. It also fired the occasional Psybeam, no Psychic though, since it could not get a hold of Arcanine. Meanwhile, Arcanine was firing back with Flamethrower and Heat Wave, along with the occasional Solar Beam. Their back and forth went on for more than 10 minutes, and both Pokémon had suffered some damage, with most of the damage Arcanine suffered coming from the sandstorm that Claydol had to reapply once during their fight. Both Pokémon were visibly tired, and the height at which Claydol was levitating had visibly reduced. Arcanine decided to make use of that and used extreme speed to run along the rock pillars Brian's Flygon had created to come closer to Claydol. Arcanine was obviously using Flare Blitz, but his mouth was also channeling dark energy, presumably Crunch, so everyone was a bit surprised at its prowess. Yet, just as it was about to reach Claydol, its two cannon-like arms appeared in front of it and released two hyper beams, one from each cannon/arm, showing that they had been luring in Arcanine from the very start. The hyper beams slammed Arcanine into the ground and caused an explosion, but Claydol did not plan to game, so it directly followed after it to release an earth power while it was down. The dust cloud lifted and one could see that Arcanine was knocked out. Being hit head first by two hyper beams after fighting for more than 10 minutes proved to be too much, not to mention that Claydol double-tapped it. Arcanine was declared unable to battle, and Claydol was deemed the winner. With this, Brian had advanced to the finals and he would be the one I would be facing next. Not that it mattered much whom I ended up facing, since the chances of me losing to anyone in this competition was close to zero. I was not talking in absolute, since a miracle or disaster for me might happen. There was no need to have a flag or to provoke Murphy. Chapter 312, Continental Semifinals 2. Well, now that Brian had won, it was my turn, so I once again made my way to the field under the well wishes of my parents and friends. There were still close to 5 minutes until the scheduled time, so I made it there with time to spare. Hans also arrived a minute after I did, and seeing that the two of us were already in position, the host began our introduction in advance. Hans Rust's intro was as usual, with the host mentioning him representing Hoenn and the Stainless Steel Academy in Rustboro City. The host praised his performance so far before he moved on to my introduction. He prolonged the intro a bit since he had more time, and mentioned things like me being an aspiring researcher and so on, but thankfully he had to stop when the referee began his usual spiel. Still, ultimately, the starting signal came and the two of us released our first, and in my case most likely only Pokémon. On Hans's side, his Skarmory materialized, while on mine the majestic, the fantastic, the in this case literally intimidating, the amazing, the one and only Stan/Gyarados appeared. Heh, I loved how his name managed to ruin even the greatest intros by its sheer dullness. Was that the right word? Well, it seemed to fit well enough. However, no matter how unimpressive his name seemed, his appearance and the intimidating aura he gave off, in part due to his intimidatability, elected awe and respect from everyone who saw him. So, it did not come as a surprise that the crowd became still at his appearance before breaking out in cheers despite having seen him before. Skarmory on the other hand got to feel the full effect of Intimidate and flinched, suffering from its effects, which even managed to distract it from performing its opening move. Stan on the other hand did not have such a problem and immediately set off a rain dance. That would make it easier to hit Skarmory with Thunderbolts and Thunders while boosting his water moves. Still, Intimidate or not, as soon as Hans gave the command for Skarmory to open up the distance some more, it followed suit without hesitation. Unfortunately for them, but good for me, was that Skarmory were mostly geared towards close combat, so the probability of it having more than one or two long-range moves, if any at all, was pretty low. Still, seemingly aware that he would be forced to confront Stan head-on, Hans commanded his Skarmory to use Automatize as often as possible. Well, my boy's next action proved that Skarmory would need all the speed it could get, cause Stan set off a veritable thunderstorm. He began rapid-firing Thunderbolts at Skarmory, who did its best to dodge them all. It had no time to think about much else besides dodging the next lightning strike and trying to increase its speed to help its dodging efforts. What nearly no one noticed, including my opponent, was that some of the thunderbolts only looked like they were aimed at Skarmory, while they were in truth being aimed at the rain clouds above it. That was the case for roughly every third or fourth thunderbolt. Stan aimed to turn the clouds into real thunder clouds by charging them up with electric energy. Skarmory, being close to them, on top of being of the steel type, would then automatically attract the lightning strikes, and it would be forced to dodge attacks from two sides at once. Yeah, it was easy to imagine how that would end up. It took Stan close to 4 minutes to set that up, and he gave Skarmory no time to attack him during that time, forcing it to focus on dealing with his onslaught instead. Once the stage was set, he aimed a final thunderbolt at Skarmory, which it dodged thanks to its boosted speed, but it couldn't dodge the artificial natural lightning that struck it from above. Stan used that to follow up with a thunder of his own, and that got followed by another lightning strike from above. I was unsure if Skarmory was paralyzed or too hurt to move, but it began plummeting toward the ground, and it got struck by a final lightning strike on the way down, which used up the electric energy in the cloud. Still, once it came closer to the ground, I could make out that it was knocked out, and the camera zoomed in on the falling Skarmory as well, showing everyone that it was out cold, so Hans recalled it before it could crash into the ground. I saw Moxie doing its thing, boosting Stan's strength. The whole fight took 5 minutes, but the effect was enormous. The crowd stood up and went wild. They were cheering, and all of them were chanting praises for my Gyarados or simply clapping to show how impressed they were with the show/strategy Stan, and in turn, I had displayed. The referee officially declared Stan the winner and told Hans to call out his next Pokemon, who chose his Magnezone. I instantly knew what he wanted to do. The little shit was planning to copy our strategy and use it against Stan. Well, that was obviously a pipe dream. There was no way I was going to let that happen, so I decided to give out my first command. Cancel Rain Dance, I ordered Stan, who immediately used his water energy manipulation to disperse the rain clouds formed by his water energy. This way Magnezone would be unable to use them against us. Besides, Stan was going to roast Magnezone, so the rain would have only gotten in the way anyway, so Rain Dance would have stopped one way or another at some point in the fight. Maybe I should have had him switch to Sunny Day instead. Well, whatever, it was not like he needed the boost from Sunny Day to roast Magnezone, so it was fine. While Stan was dispersing, Hans did not stay idle. Seeing as I had seen through his plan, he simply forewent it and went on the offensive instead while Stan was busy. Magnezone directly fired a discharge at Stan, who had no time to dodge. However, I was not worried since we had devised a strategy against electric moves that helped reduce the damage to close to zero. Gyarados immediately, or dare I say instinctively thanks to Thor/Raichu, used the moves Iron Head and Iron Tail to cover his entire body in steel energy, while burrowing his tail into the ground, effectively grounding the discharge. While effectively using the two moves at once was not possible without mastering them first, we only used them to cover Stan's body, not to attack with them, which was much easier to accomplish, even if it took him quite some time before he was able to cover his whole body. Yet, all that effort had been worth it since he could now do the steel cover in a second. Anyway, thanks to Iron Conduit as we called it, Stan dealt with discharge while suffering nearly no damage, and he immediately retaliated with a flamethrower, forcing Magnezone to dodge. Stan kept up the flamethrower for a bit and shifted his head trying to hit Magnezone with it. Meanwhile, Magnezone used Euro Ball but kept moving. Instead of using it offensively, it managed to use the force its spinning generated to disperse the flames that managed to reach it before it could move away. I was not sure how it managed to do the next part, but I was assuming that Magnezone had the analytic ability and that its ability allowed it to successfully use a lock-on on Stan. Otherwise, I saw no way for Magnezone to nail Stan with a zap cannon while it was running, dodging Stan's offensive. Still, it was a fact that it did manage to hit Stan with a zap cannon, and it even managed to hurt Stan a decent bit with that. Stan punctuated that fact with a scream of pain as well as anger, and unfortunately for them, that was not a reason for them to celebrate. On the contrary, I could feel Stan becoming absolutely serious over our bond, and I could feel that he was not planning to hold back at all with what he was going to do next. One moment he was where he used to be, and the next he was fast approaching Magnezone at full speed. Magnezone had barely any time to react, so when Stan flipped, slamming his tail coated in rock smash at it from above, it barely managed to erect a Protect in time. Still, barely or not, Protect did its job and successfully blocked Stan's rock smash before it broke. However, that proved to be irrelevant since Stan already moved on to the next part of his plan. As soon as he landed back on the ground after slapping Magnezone downward, he set off an earthquake at the now grounded Pokémon. Magnezone was usually safe from earthbound ground moves because it was usually levitating above the ground, but thanks to Stan's earlier tail smash, it got to experience the full might of the earthquake. Still, Stan did not seem to think that was enough and bathed Magnezone in a flamethrower that he kept up for roughly 10 seconds. Only then was he satisfied and stopped, revealing the clearly knocked out Pokémon that was glowing in a slight red for everyone to see. Honestly, I had not expected him to go that hard and seriously at Magnezone. That just went to show how strong that Zap Cannon had to have been for it to have hurt Stan so much that he became this serious. Stan was being periodically subjected to Thor's electrotherapy, after all, so he was not unfamiliar with the effect or pain released by electric moves. Anyway, faster than expected victory or not, Stan got his second Moxie boost while the referee declared him the winner and asked Hans to call out his last Pokémon. Well, normally only his Scizor should have been left, but I was not sure if that was really the case or not. Hans might have had an ace in his sleeve that he could still reveal, so when he called out his last Pokémon everyone held their breath in anticipation. Yet, what appeared was still his Scizor. Nonetheless, this did not necessarily mean that Hans did not have another Pokémon. He could have deemed it useless to call it out now, so instead of revealing it, he chose to go with Scizor. On the other hand, it was also possible that Scizor was really his only other Pokémon. Regardless of which one it was, Scizor was the one that appeared, but I did not believe that he would remain on the field for long. He had to face a twice-boosted Stan who had no plans to hold back after all. Well, the fight did not go as I expected it to go. Instead of roasting it like I expected him to, Stan went in personally and clashed with Scizor directly, which was actually its strong point. Yet, no matter how good Scizor were strength-wise, it could not keep up with a boosted Stan and made intimate contact with the ground. Stan followed that up with an iron head against the steel type, and only after that did he release a flamethrower, ending the pretty one-sided and kinda underwhelming battle by bathing Scizor in flames until it was out cold. I guess he still had to work out some frustration, which was why he went up personal first. Anyway, the referee declared Scizor unable to battle, and Hans recalled it. I was then declared the winner and officially advanced to the finals, which made the crowd cheer. I recalled Stan under their cheers and had my usual exchange with Hans before making my way back to my seat. While I made my way there I was thinking about Stan. To be honest, the fights had been less challenging than I had thought they would be, with only the first one against Skarmory being a decent challenge, so I was not sure if they had been enough to stimulate his parameters as I had hoped they would. I guess I would have to wait and see if it helped or not, but I would definitely not be using Stan during the finals since I did not think that he would be challenged at all, seeing how he would have the type advantage. Chapter 313, Continental Semifinals 3. I made it to our seats and Mom immediately began crushing me with a hug while praising me. Dad and the others laughed at my predicament, and Misty decided to tease me a bit. Should Big Sis Misty hug you like that as well? I just smiled harmlessly at her before firing back. If you can't stop yourself from wanting to hug me, I don't mind you doing so. I know I'm great, so I don't blame you, I returned before chuckling a bit. Our exchange caused the others to laugh as well, and Mom gave Misty a smile only a mother on the hunt could give, which made her blush much more than my quip had any chance of doing. Misty pressed the abort mission button and chose to stay quiet and not continue the banter, and I chose to distract Mom. Mom, I'm a bit thirsty, do you have some sparkling water or some juice? That was enough to have her switch focus, and she directly pulled out some cold juice for me to drink. I could hear some snickers from the boys but ignored them. Instead, I finally took my seat with a drink in my hand and watched as the staff finished repairing the battlefield. The personal combat semifinals would start as soon as they were done, and thankfully my fight was the second one. The first one would be between Li Quan, the air elementalist representing Jado, as well as the Sky Academy in Cyanwood City, and Haru Saru, the fire elementalist representing Jado, as well as the Pyre Fire Academy in Maroon City. Both contestants were Tier 2 first-class elementalists, so they were equal, at least prowess-wise. Still, I had to say that Li had really drawn the short stick with his opponent, since fire elementalists had a not insignificant advantage over air elementalists. I was also wondering if the two Jado semi-finalists facing each other was a coincidence or not, since the assignments were supposed to be random. While I was musing, the staff do complete all repairs and the field was back to pristine condition. Both Li, as well as Haru, were in position and the host began their introduction. After that came the referee's part, and once he was done their fight began. Li did his best, but his air simply fueled Haru's fire, and he could not deal with him using only his martial art prowess, since Haru was good enough at defending himself in close combat that he always managed to force Li to retreat. Li tried different ways to manipulate the air to attack Haru, but Haru maintained a thin film of fire around himself that stopped most of his plans. A vacuum would have been able to help him, but that was outside Li's abilities for now. If he had enough time to prepare or concentrate, Li would probably have been able to create attacks capable of breaking through Haru's fire, but Haru knew that, so he kept Li on his feet. Haru gave Li no time for any loaded attacks, always sending streaks of flames at him or briefly engaging him in close combat before forcing Li to retreat once more. Still, Li did not give up and tried multiple different approaches for 20 minutes in hopes of taking Haru out. Yet, Haru managed to deal with all of them, and by the end of the 20 minutes, Li had run out of juice. Everyone could see that, but Haru did not underestimate him and went for the safe approach. He surrounded Li with a wall of fire and forced him to give up without approaching him in case he still had a final card to play. His prudence was rewarded and Li gave up after being unable to escape the firewall that followed him, slowly shrinking towards him. With his surrender, Haru was declared the winner and became the first finalist in the personal combat category. The crowd cheered and both fighters left the field under their cheers. My fight was next, so I went towards the field under the well wishes of my parents and friends. My opponent was Aaron Herb, who was a Tier 2 first-class grass/plant elementalist. Aaron was representing both Hoenn and the Vines Academy in Tree City. He was a predominantly long-range fighter with good mid-range capabilities. From the few instances where he was forced into a close-up fight, his abilities there were geared towards forcing his opponent to retreat or to help him to retreat. Anyway, enough musing, I had made it to my spot, and Aaron was already in his place as well. The host was doing our introduction, and the referee began his usual spiel shortly after. I had long decided that I would be revealing something else during this fight. So as soon as the referee gave the starting signal, I pulled out the two short swords I had hidden behind my back. The crowd cheered seeing me doing something new, and the host confirmed that this was the first time I pulled out any weapons besides my senbons during any part of the ongoing competitions. Aaron also looked much more serious now that I had pulled out bladed weapons. Before this, he had looked supremely confident, but now that had given way for a look of full concentration instead. Good, easily taking him out because he was too overconfident would have been disappointing. I began flooding my body with my aura to boost the overall performance of my body, and the current boost was double the performance. I could keep that up for hours, so I used it as a basis. Increasing the boost was easier and faster than applying one each time, so I was planning to keep the boost up for the whole fight. While I did that, Aaron actually pulled out some seeds and sprinkled them around himself, before using his energy manipulation to accelerate their growth. The area around Aaron quickly turned into a vineyard, and the vines began to move according to his will. Both because of his manipulation but also because they were grown through his energy. Aaron's next move probably took everyone by surprise, including me, since it was something he had not shown so far, and no one had expected him to do something like this. He moved a small part of the vines towards himself and had them wrap around his body. They writhed a bit before he formed something like a vine armor. His height rose by at least 5 centimeters and he became bulkier because of the vines. If not for his head that remained the same, I would have thought he was some kind of wood spirit or a vine treant or something like that, and just as I was thinking that, the vines began covering his face as well, only leaving a visible opening where his eyes were, completing the vine spirit/being look. He actually resembled Groot a bit, just shorter and more viney instead of woody. As a final touch, a vine whip grew out of each of his/its arms/hands. The whole transformation took close to 20 seconds, which was not that long in general, but usually too long in a fight like this. Still, I had been surprised and curious about what he was doing, so I allowed him to complete the process without interfering or attacking him, which might seem dumb to others, but I was confident in winning, so I let my curiosity get the best of me. I would not recommend actions like this to anyone else because they would most likely lead to an unnecessary increase in difficulty and an increased likelihood of losing. Well, that was the case for others, but as soon as I saw what he was doing, I knew that I could still easily beat him, which was why I had no problems letting my curiosity win. If it had been dangerous to me, I would have stopped him, curiosity or not. I was not going to risk losing because of it. Anyway, once he was done with his transformation, he nodded toward me and spoke in a deep, slightly distorted voice. "Thank you for waiting for me to finish. Still, you should have stopped me since you can't beat me like this, and I won't hold back," he said, and I smirked at his self-assuredness. "I'll take you down all the same," I retorted before I began to finally head towards him. He did not wait for me to arrive in front of him and propagated the growth of his vine field further while I was approaching. It took me less than 5 seconds to arrive within 20 meters of Aaron, and as soon as I did, the whole vine field came to life and surged towards me in a vine tsunami. Now, I could have effortlessly dodged it by heading up using some aura platforms, but instead, I increased the aura I sent towards my legs and arms, increasing the bonus there to 4 times instead of twice, while also channeling aura towards both my swords to increase their durability and sharpness. I had to admit I could not have done all that without the parallel thinking ability I gained as a psychic, but that was more a passive ability than an active one, and it could not be checked, so whatever. I turned into a veritable whirlwind of swords and moved headlong into the vines. I cut a swath into the tsunami, and I kept my risky sword dance against the vines up for nearly 20 seconds before I felt satisfied. Once that happened, I did a twister movement that created a momentary clear area around me by cutting all vines around me. I used that opening to jump up and did a double jump using an aura platform, escaping the reach of the vines for now. I took stock of the situation once I was up in the air. I could see Aaron in the position he had been before I ran headlong into the vine tsunami. He was totally still, probably fully focusing on the vine's field. His feet were connected to the field, so he was in direct contact with it. The vines below me were squirming, and I could see the field retracting. The field became denser, and its reach upwards no doubt increased. Aaron was preparing to grab me out of the sky, but I did not plan to wait for him to finish this time around. Instead, I confirmed his position and calculated everything for my next action. Then I created a platform behind me at an angle that would allow me to shoot toward Aaron. Then I proceeded to boost my legs, my back, my neck, my shoulders, and arms, as well as wrists with as much aura as they could endure and I could manage. Afterward, I coated my blades in aura, and all of this took nearly all my concentration, which would have been risky if not for the opportune situation. Once I was ready, I pushed myself off the aura platform behind me in a mega jump at Aaron, propelling myself at him in a corkscrew fashion with my sword stretched out, turning myself into a drill. I was falling/soaring at Aaron at an extremely fast speed, and destroyed all the vines that were in the way. The destruction of the vines alerted Aaron, but his attempts at stopping me failed because of my speed and the cutting power of my swords. Just a moment before I managed to reach Aaron, I got stopped, but not by anything Aaron did. No, I could feel the telekinesis being applied to me. The organizers had interfered at the last moment because they had deemed the situation too risky for Aaron's life. The referee declared me the winner, and Aaron plopped on his behind while the vines began to fall off his body, starting from his head. I could see his pale face, and I saw him release a sigh of relief. He proceeded to wipe the sweat off his face before throwing me a wry smile. "That was a pretty scary move you did there," he said with a terse laugh. "I thought I would get shorn right there for a moment," he finished with a sigh. I had full confidence in the staff interfering if it became genuinely dangerous. I assured Aaron, and it was the truth as well. We had not signed any liability waivers, and our fights were being broadcasted, so I doubted that they would let us die or get maimed live on TV. Anyway, with my victory, I was now in the finals of both categories, and after thanking Aaron for the fight, I made my way back to our seats since I still had around 20 minutes until the Pokemon Battle Finals thanks to the speed at which I finished the fight just now. Chapter 314, Continental Champion. Getting crushed by Mom in a hug had become a routine by now, as had ignoring the snickering of the others. I simply let Mom hug me until she was satisfied while answering the questions from my friends. So, are you going to use Stan or any of your other water types, or are you going to keep abiding by the conditions set by your academy? That one came predictably from Misty. Nope, using any of my water types would be bullying Brian a bit too much. I began with a light laugh before finishing with I'm going to use 3 Pokemon this time around, specifically Hera, Nyx, and Mars, in that order. What happened about using only a single Pokemon per battle? It seemed that you've been trying to keep that one up as much as possible, Aaron said jokingly, and before I could answer Kenji spoke up. They probably asked him to let them fight because they felt bored, he said with mirth, and I had to nod in agreement because that was actually what happened. The 3 had asked to fight before, and since I chose to not use Stan/Gyarados, I decided to fulfill their request. He's right, you know, I verbally confirmed Kenji's claim. The 3 bugged me until I gave in, I jokingly finished, eliciting the laughter of everyone. Mom also chose that moment to let me leave her embrace, allowing me to move to my seat before I resumed taking part in the conversation. Well, Pokemon aside, that was quite the interesting sword technique you used there, Takashi, the only serious sword user among our group of friends, commented. A bit over the top and too many wasted moves, but powerful nonetheless, he could not help add. I know, I acknowledged his point. I wouldn't have used it if I was not sure that Aaron could not take advantage of its faults, I assured him, and he nodded with a satisfied smile, seeing that I had not been reckless. We kept talking about the competition so far, and the rewards for the top 8 of each category came up. Unlike the regional competition, which only rewarded the participants with academy points, the continental competition had tangible rewards for the top 8 participants. Well, I honestly have no idea if the reward for a dual champion is different, but I know that the champion of each category is allowed to choose 3 B-class materials of his choice from a ready list of options. Depending on the chosen materials, these rewards can reach a value of up to 5 million poke or more. Second place is allowed to choose 1 B-class material from that list, so around 1 million as well. The 2 that lost the semifinals are allowed to choose 3 C-class materials from a prepared list, while the 4 that lost the quarterfinals are allowed to choose 1 C-class material from the same list. Those are pretty generous rewards, especially for the finalists, Dad shared, and everyone nodded. Those prizes are as good if not better than the ones of the regional senior tournament, Takashi clamored, being surprised by the generous rewards. I saw Mom and Kenji nodding, but Misty and Aaron were calm. The 2 had gone to academies themselves, so it was not surprising that they knew what kind of rewards were handed out. Being able to choose 6 B-class materials is already good enough, even if they don't prepare a special reward after I become the dual champion, I said serenely, and I meant it as well. I would choose the 6 rarest among the available materials, and in the future when Utopia was able to replicate B-class materials, I would have my own supply of those rare materials. It would be interesting if they offered you some rare Pokemon, Aaron said, and Misty agreed with him. The others gave their agreement as well. While we were talking, my 20 minutes ran out, and I had to make my way back to the field that was back to pristine condition. I went down under everyone's well wishes and made it to my position right on time. Brian was already in position when I arrived. The host immediately began our introductions. On one side, we have Brian Stone, a young ground-type specialist hailing from Rustboro City in Hoenn. He is representing his home region and the Dry Earth Academy in Fall Arbor City. He and his ground-type Pokemon have performed remarkably so far and definitely earned him his place in the finals. Let's see how he and his Pokemon perform in face of his latest opponent, he finished before moving on to my introduction. On the other side, we have Mikhail Geo, a young Aura user originally hailing from Hope Town in Kanto, who moved to Rhoda for his studies. He is currently representing Rhoda and the Errant Aura Academy in Rhoda City. I'm sure may have heard about him for different reasons, but we are focusing on his Pokemon. Young Mikhail has shown the most versatile team so far, and he seems to be following the path of a generalist. According to the news I have received, he seems to be a crowd favorite, and seeing the performance of his Pokemon so far I can understand why the host finished my introduction as well. In my opinion, the last part sounded a bit biased toward me, but maybe I was a bit oversensitive. As soon as the host was done, the referee took over and began his usual spiel. Once he was done going over the rules as well as regulations of the battle, he gave the signal to start the Pokemon battle, and the two of us released our first Pokemon. On my side, Hera/Pidgeot appeared as I had planned, and on Brian's side, his Excadrill appeared. As soon as Hera appeared, she went high up and used Sunny Day to blind any Pokemon, or foe in general, that tried to look up to spot her. Even if it did not blind them, it made it harder to spot her, so it was a bonus. Besides, it boosted her heat wave, so that was a plus as well. While she was doing that, Excadrill performed his opening move as well, which was setting off a sandstorm. That activated his Sand Rush ability, doubling his speed inside the sandstorm. Not that I thought that it would help it against Hera at all. Hera began her next move, which was Heat Wave. She was planning to do the same thing Eric's Charizard tried against Brian's Flygon, but unlike Flygon, Excadrill could not fly into the air to confront Hera. She turned the sandstorm into a furnace, which forced Excadrill underground to escape the glass storm and the heat as well as fire that was going around on top of the field. Hera did not stop at overtaking her opponent's sandstorm like that and began a hurricane that fused into the sandstorm and began to take control of its movement in the absence of Excadrill's control. It turned into a flaming sand/glass tornado/hurricane, so there was naturally an eye in the middle that was sand and glass free, even if it was still quite hot there. While Hera was doing all that, Excadrill chose to remain underground, and I was not sure in what area of the field it was hiding under. Still, Hera was observing the field with her keen eyes, and I was sure that she would find Excadrill as long as it gave any visible indication of its position. It may have taken Hera nearly 3 minutes of keeping control of the burning Sandnado while she was on the lookout, but it seemed she managed to spot something since she moved the burning tornado to a certain point, where she compressed its size as much as she could before firing a hyper beam into its core, causing a massive explosion of fire, sand, glass, and dust. Hera did not wait for more than the 4 seconds it took her to regain mobility after that powerful hyper beam. Since the big dust cloud did not settle by itself by that point, she flapped her wings to disperse it. That turned out a wise decision since everyone got to see a badly hurt Excadrill aiming its own hyper beam at Hera, and it fired it off right as it became visible. Thanks to having seen the attack, Hera managed to pull off a Protect before the hyper beam hit her, and it clashed with Protect instead. She naturally did not idle either and used the protection Protect provided her to escape from its immediate area, just as the shield created by Protect broke. Yet, Hera did not care about that as she dived toward the immobilized Excadrill. She clapped its head with a steel wing on each of her wings, and that proved enough to knock out the already considerably hurt Pokemon. The whole fight took less than 6 minutes, and Brian recalled his unconscious Pokemon while the referee declared Hera the winner. I recalled her as well, just like I had planned, and upon receiving his signal the two of us released their second Pokemon. As I had previously decided, my second Pokemon was Nyx/Umbreon, and her opponent turned out to be Brian's Claydol. That was a rather unfortunate matchup for Claydol, with Nyx being immune to Psychic-type moves or Psychic Energy in general. As soon as the referee gave the starting signal, Nyx shot Claydol a mean look, briefly immobilizing it. She immediately followed up her mean look with a Dark Pulse, hitting Claydol head-on. The dark energy caused the psionic energy inside Claydol to get disrupted, which interrupted its levitation, causing it to crash into the ground. Nyx directly fired a Dark Pulse at her crashing spot, before heading there using Quick Attack to arrive there as fast as possible. She then used Crunch to attack the struggling Claydol. The dark energy in her Crunch kept Claydol from using its psionic energy, which stopped it from levitating, which considering its build, made it a struggle to move around. Claydol tried to use other moves to get rid of Nyx, but she stubbornly kept a hold of it, only releasing her crunch to hit Claydol with a point-blank dark pulse that seemed to finally take it down. At least that's what I thought before Claydol suddenly lit up in an explosion. Nyx had no time to react and was hit by the force of the explosion, which flung her away from Claydol. After the dust cloud settled, we could see the definitely out-cold Claydol laying in a little crater at the place it exploded at. Meanwhile, Nyx was standing on her 4 feet, but she looked visibly hurt by the explosion she experienced. Not that Brian could be happy about even that much for long, since she began to use moonlight to heal herself a bit before the referee even had a chance to declare her the winner. Still, self-healing or not, I recalled her regardless, just like I had planned since the beginning. Brian obviously recalled his knocked-out Claydol as well, and upon receiving the signal from the referee, we released our third, and in Brian's case, his last Pokémon. On my side of the field, Mars/Ursaring appeared in all his glory, just as I had decided before the Pokémon battle. On Brian's side, on the other hand, his Flygon appeared. While that was what I had actually expected, I won't lie and say that there had not been a niggling thought that Brian might have a trump card that he would reveal to try to stage a comeback for the sake of the champion title. However, facts had proven me wrong, and Mars had to face Brian's Flygon instead of some mystery Pokémon. As soon as Mars had taken out the dragon, I would be the Northern Continental Champion in the Pokémon Battle category, which would only leave me to win the Personal Combat category as well before I was a Dual Continental Champion. Chapter 315, Continental Champion 2. As soon as the starting signal was given, both Pokémon used their opening moves. Flygon's move had the biggest visual impact since it used Sandstorm. Meanwhile, Mars/Ursaring used Bulk Up and Work Up once each, to boost himself, while making a scary face at Flygon. What nearly everyone most likely missed was that Mars also released a Sweet Scent, which would involuntarily loosen up Flygon a bit, reducing his combat state and with it its evasion rate. Scary Face and even the Sandstorm helped cover the use of Sweet Scent, so neither Brian nor Flygon noticed it for now. Still, while Mars was finishing up his first set of moves, Flygon followed up his Sandstorm with a Supersonic aimed at Mars. Mars barely managed to finish his opening set but had no time left to dodge Supersonic, so he went for a block instead. He used Hyper Voice to counter the sound waves of Supersonic, and his Hyper Voice not only blocked Flygon's move, but it also continued heading toward Flygon after destroying Supersonic. Flygon was forced to block Hyper Voice with a move of its own and used Bug Buzz to successfully deal with Mars' counter. Flygon did not leave it at that and immediately counterattacked. It flew towards the ground and slapped its tail on the ground, causing an earthquake. Yet, Mars's reaction was not slow either, and he slammed his right foot on the ground, causing an earthquake of his own to counter Flygon's earthquake. He managed to do so successfully, but I was probably the only one that knew that Mars had to infuse quite some extra energy into the move to match Flygon's higher move mastery and matching type bonus. Mars was not one to leave the initiative to his opponent, so he used Hyper Voice to attack Flygon. He only had 3 long-range moves, not counting Earthquake, so it was either that one or Swift, since he would not pull out Hyper Beam this soon. Well, Flygon had a much wider range of moves to choose from, and it chose Boom Burst to counter Hyper Voice. Its Boom Burst began to overpower Hyper Voice, and Mars, who had no way to dodge the move, was forced to block it with Protect. Normally, he could have tried to dodge Underground with Dig, but using that tactic against Flygon, who had a plethora of ground moves, including Earthquake, was suicide, so using Protect was his only choice. Well, in fact, he had another way to block the move, but I had asked him to keep it back if he could. We had copied the basic principle of Ash's counter shield and made a variation to Swift, where the stars began to densely circle the user as a shield, blocking any incoming attacks, instead of tracking down the target. The strength of the star shield, as we called it, depended on the number of stars, which translated into the amount of energy invested into the Swift used to create the shield and the mastery of the move itself. The advantage of this shield compared to the counter shield was that Mars did not have to keep it up to maintain his defense. Once used, the shield would remain until it got destroyed, or currently until 4 minutes were up. Anyway, secret shield variation aside, I focused back on the field, where Mars seemed to have decided his next while hiding behind Protect. He fired 3 volleys of Swift at Flygon, forcing it to dodge and block the stars with moves of its own. Mars used the cover of the stars to run towards Flygon, who was actually flying around while dealing with all stars. It took Flygon less than 30 seconds to deal with all 3 volleys of Swift, but that was enough time for Mars to arrive below Flygon. As soon as he was in position, he fired the hyper beam he had been charging at Flygon. Flygon trying to dodge that move was a given, and Mars had actually been expecting that, so he considered it while aiming. His aim was slightly tilted to the left, which was the direction Mars was expecting Flygon to swerve to, so when Flygon really did shift in that direction, part of its body remained in the range of Mars's hyper beam. Flygon got grazed at the back and its wings, so it could not maintain its flight due to the pain. It tried to remain in the air but lost height, and in the meantime, Mars recovered his mobility after about 5 seconds of near immobilization. He gauged Flygon's current height, which had reduced to around 8 to 9 meters, and analyzed if he could effectively reach it if he jumped with all his might. Coming to the decision that he could in fact jump that high while trying to hit Flygon, he immediately crouched down before jumping up with all his might. Halfway up, his right fist gained a blue hue, and a slight fog began building up there, which was the telltale sign for Ice Punch. Flygon did not wait to be hit, so once it saw that it was too late to dodge, it used Dragon Claw to block Ice Punch, and with it, a big part of the damage as well. Still, Mars did not plan to let go of the opportunity, and grabbed onto Flygon, turning the situation into a mid-air brawl, which resulted in them falling toward the ground, where they resumed their brawl. Their confrontation turned into a close-range one, with Mars making use of his arsenal, which was geared towards that, while Flygon was using all kinds of moves to attack Mars. Bug Buzz, Dragon Claw, Dragon Pulse, Earthquake, Dragon Breath, Earth Power, Dragon Rush. Flygon used all kinds of moves, and even Outrage made an appearance. It was a captivating fight between Bear and Dragon that everyone watched with full attention. Still, in the end, Mars managed to knock Flygon down with a final Ice Punch on the back, right between its wings. Flygon did not stand back up after that and was declared unable to battle. Directly afterward, Mars was declared the winner, which made me the champion of the Continental competition. Well, Continental champion in the Pokemon battle category among secondary students, but a Continental champion nonetheless. I recalled Mars after praising him, and Brian did the same with his Flygon. After that, I did my usual thing and thanked him for the fight before stepping off the battlefield. However, there were only 5 minutes left until I had to participate in the personal combat final, so going back to our seats made no sense, which was why I was waiting on the side, while the competition staff returned the battlefield to pristine condition for the upcoming fight. Haru also arrived while the staff was finishing up their work, and we took our position as soon as the staff gave the go-ahead. The host did his thing, introducing Haru as a fire elementalist and me as an aura user proficient with Senbons and swords. The referee followed with his part, and then came the signal starting the final battle. As soon as the signal was given, Haru created a fire whip in each hand, giving me the impression that he was planning to keep me at a distance. Still, a fire whip seemed to be counterproductive if that was the case, since he could simply send out streams of flames if he wanted to attack at a range. I received my answer when the whips straightened out and acted like hoses, spewing out flames from their tips. Haru had no problems manipulating the flame whips since they were made out of his energy. Being made out of energy, the whips did not have much weight to speak of. I easily dodged the 2 fire streams, then I pulled out some Senbons before I clad them in aura and threw them at Haru. He interrupted his attack and directed his flames at the Senbons instead, trying to stop them, but he quickly noticed that he only managed to burn the Senbons with concentrated fire since the aura protected the metal from the fire to a certain extent. This meant that he only managed to block/stop a few of the Senbons I threw his way, so he was suddenly forced to dodge the rest, which led to some awkward contractions. Still, he managed to dodge them all, so kudos to him for that. He was more flexible than I had thought. As a reward, I threw even more aura-clad Senbons at him while he was off balance. He was forced to roll and jump around on the ground to dodge them all, which made him look a bit pitiful. I got a bit into it and let him dance around like that for close to 3 minutes before I gave him some breathing room. It was definitely not because I ran out of Senbons or anything like that. I saw Haru releasing a sigh of relief while standing up from the ground, visibly panting from the ground acrobatics I forced him into. He glared a bit at me before his breathing returned to a calm state. I gave him a smile in return and acted as if I was going to pull out another Senbon, which caused him to flinch involuntarily. Still, I stopped it at that since I did not want to go too far. There was no need to traumatize the poor boy. Instead, I pulled out my 2 short swords from my back and clad them in aura, before boosting my body as well. Haru did the smart thing and channeled his anger to fuel his flames instead of acting on them. He sent a veritable wave of fire at me, but I ran towards it after increasing the amount of aura flooding my body. I then cut a passage into the fire wave while swiftly running through the passage I opened up. Still, Haru seemed to have anticipated that his wave would not stop me since I came face to face with a fire whip that was about to strike my head. I blocked it with my right sword but was forced to dodge to the side when the second fire whip followed a second or two behind the first one. It seemed like Haru was determined to force me to dance to his tune this time around since another fire strike followed after the second one. I dodged that one as well, and I saw how he was alternately swinging his fire whips as me, so one whip strike after the other came at me at 1 or 2 second intervals. There was obviously no way I was going to put on a dance show, so took a deep breath, boosted my legs, and threw one of my blades at him. That forced Haru to dodge, and while he did that, I jumped up, created a platform, performed a double jump by pushing off from it, and landed behind Haru who had just recovered from dodging my sword. He noticed my arrival behind him and released a gout of fire at his backside while rolling forward. I clad my body in aura to protect myself from the worst of the fire and forced my way through using my blade. I threw my last blade at him as well in such a way that he was forced to duck, leaving him in an awkward position since he was about to stand up. I capitalized on that and arrived in front of him, put him in a headlock, and put an aura spike at his throat, officially ending the battle due to the referee declaring me the winner as soon as I did that. I released Haru from my grip and helped him up. Then I thanked him for the fight, before listening to the referee declare me the Continental Champion of the Personal Combat category. With this victory, I was now officially the Continental Duel Champion. The referee told us we could make our way to our seats since the award ceremony would start in 20 minutes. The venue had to be prepared first, so we both left the battlefield under the applause and cheers of the audience. Chapter 316, Continental Competition Conclusion. As soon as I made it to our seats I heard of my baby before I was struck by a mom missile which led to me being crushed by an explosive expression of love, also known as an overenthusiastic hug. A moment later Dad actually joined in, and they both congratulate me on my dual championship. Once they stopped, Misty came up for a hug as well. She congratulated me before stopping the hug since she was not the only one that came forward to hug me. Eren, Kinji, and Takeshi followed her example and were waiting for their turn for a bro hug. Once everyone had their turn, and we took our seats, we began going over the possible rewards, now that I was the dual champion. We also kept an eye on the construction of the stage that was happening on the battlefield since I would have to go there once the process was done. During our discussions, everyone seems to be certain that I would receive the offer to choose a Pokemon among my possible rewards, but none was certain what kind of species it would be. We concluded that the regional royal Pokemon of the northern continent were the most likely candidates. Misty, in her Misty fashion, strongly recommended I chose a Squirtle or Mudkip if that was really the case. I'd have to disappoint her if that actually happened since I already had an idea which regional royal Pokemon I would choose. However, all this was only an assumption on our part, and we had no way of knowing if it was true before the actual reward ceremony began, so we moved on to another topic. We began talking about the final part of the personal combat competition, and we concluded that if not for me, then more than half of those that made it to the quarterfinals could have become the champion if their matchups were lucky enough to not have them face someone that hard-countered them. Their personal abilities were over-specialized for nearly all of them at this point, so unlike the Pokemon battle category where type coverage was a thing even among type specialists, some might have lost simply due to an extremely unfortunate matchup. Anyway, while we were discussing that luck was also an important factor in life and that everyone had to learn to suck it up when experiencing bad luck, the staff finally completed their work. One of the staff members came up to me to invite me to the field for the reward/closing ceremony. I followed him, and he led me backstage, where the others that made it to the top 16 in either category were convening. While we were waiting backstage, the host initiated the closing ceremony and invited the representative of the Continental government for a speech. She turned out to be the Minister of Education, and unsurprisingly her speech resembled the speech I heard at the end of the regional competition. I might have decided to only listen with an ear to her speech due to that, but thankfully less than 10 minutes after she began, she finished her speech. After that, the reward ceremony followed, but this one was a bit different from the regional one. Here they did not separate the categories and simply called out the participants according to their placement. First, the 16 participants that lost during the round of 16 in their respective categories were called onto the stage, 8 from each category, and received a certificate as well as some congratulations for making it to the global competition. That was it, they got nothing else, not counting the rewards they were going to receive from their academies, and were asked to stand by the side. Afterward, those that lost during the quarterfinals were called onto the stage. These 8 also received a certificate along with some congratulations for making it to the global competition. However, they also received a voucher that allowed them to choose one thing from a list of C-class materials. The 4 participants that lost the semifinals followed, and they got nearly the same rewards, just that their voucher allowed them to choose 3 C-class materials instead of 1, and instead of a certificate, all of them got a bronze medal. After them, the 2 that lost their respective finals made their way onto the stage and received their reward. Each one of them got a silver medal, some congratulations for making it to the global tournament, and a voucher that allowed them to choose one thing from a list of B-class materials. Then it was finally the turn for the champions of each category to appear, and this time it was only me that walked onto the stage under the looks of everyone that went onto the stage before me. While I was walking toward the minister to accept my prize, the applause of the enthusiastic audience drowned the stadium. The minister placed the 2 gold medals on my neck before she congratulated me for not only qualifying for the global competition but doing so while winning in not one but both categories. This makes you the first dual champion our northern continent. Witnesses after more than 1,000 years, she said, which led to another round of wild cheering by the audience. Now, this brings us to your final reward. As a dual champion, you are given a choice by our continental government. You can either accept the regular rewards as the champion of a category, which is a voucher that lets you choose 3 items from a list with B-class materials. In your case, you would receive 2 vouchers, one for each championship, entitling you to a total of 6 B-class materials. Your other option, expressly provided because of your dual championship, is to receive a voucher that allows you to choose 2 items from the B-class list. On top of that, in place of the other 4 B-class items, you'll be allowed to visit the top breeding centers of any of the regional royal Pokémon of our northern continent to select one egg of your choice. When she said that, the crowd, and students on the stage, broke out into discussions. Being able to visit those breeding centers was an honor since they were some of the most protected sites in any region, and any egg from there was highly likely to hatch into a top-of-the-line member of their respective species. Well, it looks like our little group turned out to be right with our previous discussion. Honestly, I doubted that many people would hesitate before choosing the second option, but unlike them, I had Utopia which could replicate/reproduce materials as long as it had an exemplar. It might be unable to do so for B-class materials right now, but preparing 6 rare materials in advance was a pretty great option in my opinion. Still, in the end, I decided to go with the second option. So, which one option do you want to choose? The minister asked after waiting for a moment to give the audience to calm down, taking me out of my musing. I choose the second one, I returned, and she smiled at me, before handing me 2 vouchers. Afterward, they asked the others to move to my side and we took some photos. One with everyone, one with only the participants of each category, as well as one with only the semi-finalists and above. Following that short photo shoot, the continental competition came to an end, and we left the stage. While we were leaving the stage, the minister approached me and told me that the staff had temporarily prepared a storeroom in the Alliance building beside the Pomelo Grand Stadium for the materials on the reward list, so I could have Mr. Cameron lead me there to check them out if I wanted to. She also told me that I had until the end of the week to choose which species I wanted to select the egg from. I thanked her for informing me, before excusing myself and moving toward Mr. Cameron, who seemed to be waiting for me. "Congratulations, my boy," he began with a smile. "I did not doubt that you would win both categories, and you did just that," he finished happily. "I don't want to keep you for too long from your family and friends, so I'll just ask you if you want to return to Rhoda with me within the next hour, or if you want to do so later on with your group. If you want to return with me, I can bring along your group as well. However, if you want to return with your group, then I have to ask that you meet me in front of the Academy Gate at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow for our trip to the global competition venue." He followed up and waited for my answer. "Thank you for the offer to bring us back to Rhoda, Mr. Cameron, but I'll return with my parents later at night. We want to eat dinner on Pomelo Island. You could join us if you want to," I offered in the end, but he shook his head in denial. "I can't, I have to make the necessary preparations for our trip tomorrow, but enjoy your meal." He expressed why he couldn't join us for dinner, even though he didn't have to, and I nodded in acceptance. "Mr. Cameron, I was just told that I could take a look at the materials on the reward list, and I'd like to do that," I began, and he, guessing what I was wanting to ask, replied before I could complete my sentence. "No problem, I'll lead you there, but I can't stay if you plan to take too long to choose your two materials. I'll have to leave early," he clarified, and I thanked him. After that, he told me that he would be waiting for me in front of the stadium entrance in 15 minutes, giving me enough time to meet my group before we left for the storeroom. I thanked him for his consideration and made my way to our seats. I saw my parents and friends waiting for me at the entrance to the stands/seats, and I got crushed by Mom in another hug. That started the congratulations of the rest as well, and after the excitement settled down a bit, I told them that I had to meet up with Mr. Cameron in 5 minutes to receive part of my rewards. We agreed for them to go to the restaurant we settled on ahead of me, and I would go there in an hour or so once I was done choosing my reward. I also sent a quick reply to everyone congratulating me over the phone before I met up with Mr. Cameron. He led me to the storeroom in the Alliance building beside the stadium, where he handed me over to the staff member responsible for the safety of the materials there and departed after reminding me to meet him in front of the Academy Gate at 8:30 a.m. The staff asked if I wanted a staff member to explain what the respective items were, but I told him that I was fine with exploring the storeroom on my own. He looked skeptical but still chose to let me roam the room on my own. However, I was warned that there were cameras around the room to ensure the safety of the materials before I was allowed to head in, and I gave him a nod of acknowledgement before I began checking out all materials. There were a total of 150 B-class materials in the room, and after checking them all I managed to limit my options down to 6. 3 of them belonged to the same kind, and the other 3 were different from one another. The 3 that were the same kind were crystal core fragments of different types. Name: Fire Energy Crystal Core Fragment. Type: Fire. Class: B. Uses: a fragment from Fire Energy Crystal Core. As a fragment from one of nature's purest sources of fire energy, the Fire Energy Crystal Core fragments can be used for various situations that require pure fire energy. Unfortunately, due to being a mere fragment, the purity and density of the fire energy are incomparable to a real crystal core, but it still manages to qualify as a really high-class ingredient/resource. The fragment is unable to trigger evolutions. This was the smallest of the 3 fragments and belonged to the fire type. It also had the lowest rating of the 3, but I was not sure if that was solely due to its size or not. Name: Fairy Energy Crystal Core Fragment. Type: Fairy. Class: B. Uses: a fragment from Fairy Energy Crystal Core. As a fragment from one of nature's purest sources of fairy energy, the Fairy Energy Crystal Core fragment can be used for various situations that require pure fairy energy. Unfortunately, due to being a mere fragment, the purity and density of the fairy energy are incomparable to a real crystal core, but it still manages to qualify as a really high-class ingredient/resource. The fragment is unable to trigger evolutions. The fairy fragment was a bit bigger, and its rating was higher than the fire fragment. Other than that, the description was virtually the same. Still, the reason I was unsure if the size was the reason for the rating difference was the final fragment. Name, Water Energy Crystal Core Fragment. Type, Water. Class, B+. Uses. A fragment from Water Energy Crystal Core. As a fragment from one of nature's purest sources of water energy, the Water Energy Crystal Core fragment can be used for various situations that require pure water energy. Unfortunately, due to being a mere fragment, the purity and density of the water energy are incomparable to a real crystal core, but it still manages to qualify as a really high-class ingredient/resource. The fragment is unable to trigger evolutions. The size of this fragment was visibly the same as that of the fairy fragment, but its rating was higher for some reason. I guess that microcracks within the fragment could be responsible for the difference in their rating, but I was not sure if that was the case. I tried reading up the description of the fragment to see if I was right, but the expanded text was so long that I gave up checking it since it would take too long to read through the whole thing. Aside from those 3 fragments, there was also the Evergem. Name, Evergem. Type, Normal. Class, B. Uses. A superior version of the Everstone. Its evolution preventing energy had been further compressed, and the increase in energy density had led to a change in quality. As long as a Pokemon can maintain contact with the Evergem and allowed its energy to irradiate it, it could ensure that evolution is impossible for some time. The length of the period depended on the period the Pokemon spent in touch with the Evergem. The maximum period this gem can block evolution at once is 117 days. This was something really useful for me since all my Pokemon had to keep back their evolution at some point, and the Evergem made it impossible to evolve during its effective period, meaning they could go all out without having to worry about accidentally evolving. It would also allow certain Pokemon to absorb the energy of evolutionary stones without actually triggering the evolution, which would be beneficial for them. Not only that, it was not a single-use item, and everyone could use it as long as they spent time touching it. Anyway, aside from the Evergem, there was also the Gravity Stone. Name, Gravity Stone. Type, Rock. Class, B. Uses. A stone that, following a chain of lucky circumstances, managed to gain the ability to increase its gravity. Things in immediate contact with the stone are affected by this increase in gravity as well. The increase in gravity and the duration of the effect are dependent on the energy injected into the stone. The maximum duration depends on the amount of injected energy, while the increase in gravity depends on the quality/density of the injected energy. The maximum uninterrupted period this stone can increase gravity is 28 days. The maximum gravity increase this stone can cause is 15 times. This one was really useful as well. I could use it as a training aid for my Pokemon, but unlike the Evergem, this one seemed to be only usable by one Pokemon at a time. This meant that it would only become truly useful once Utopia was able to replicate B-class items. Finally, there was the Dawn Crystal. Name, Dawn Crystal. Type, Irregular, outside the standard 18 types. Class, B. Uses. The Dawn Crystal is a superior version of the Dawn Stone. The particular energy it carries can be used for a multitude of purposes, among which the most well-known is triggering the evolution of certain species. A less-known use is that in combination with a Sun Crystal, the Dawn Crystal can be used to simulate all aspects of sunlight in an artificial environment. This one was pretty interesting as well. I could use it for Ollie/Curlia's evolution to Galade, which was great in itself, but not the most interesting part. No, the really interesting part for me was that it could be used to create an artificial day. Sure, an additional Sun Crystal was needed, and there was no mention of how big the affected area was, but it was a highly useful thing nonetheless. Especially if one wanted to create an artificial environment. Moreover, using this information as a basis, one could infer that a Dusk Crystal and a Moon Crystal together would be able to simulate the night, with everything that pertained to it. If one had all four, one could perfectly mimic the day-night cycle, which was something pretty significant as far as artificial environment creation went. Anyway, I now had to decide which 2 materials to choose from these 6. I had already spent close to 50 minutes looking through all 150 items, so I wanted to leave soon since I did not want to make the others wait even longer. Chapter 317, Prelude and Various Conversations 3. The choice was not easy since all 6 materials were tempting, but I ultimately settled on the Gravity Stone and the Evergem. This time I did my choice purely based on logic since I thought all items were interesting. The fragments would have been a great source of energy for my supplements, but before Utopia was able to reproduce them, they would be useless to me since each fragment would be used up through usage. The Dawn Crystal had the same problem, which left me with the Gravity Stone and the Evergem, which I could use right now, even before Utopia was able to produce more of them. Having made my choice, I called out to the staff and told them I had chosen the 2 materials I wanted. Once I informed the man which ones I selected, he went up to them and checked them out, before handing them over to me, after accepting my material voucher. I saw him look at the voucher for a moment before putting it away, while I checked the materials one last time to make sure there was no mishap, before putting them away after everything came up all right. The staff member then escorted me out, and I made my way over to the previously agreed-upon restaurant for dinner. Time, shortly after Mikhail won the Continental competition. Location, Phoenix City, or... Yes! He yelled before turning away from the giant TV he had just been focusing on. I told you that my friend was a super genius and would win the whole thing, but you doubted my evaluation, and yet here we are, he said with glee and a bit of conceit. Time to pay up, you said while motioning with his hands for his friends to pay up. Some good old harmless gambling under friends was practically a tradition in Or, so all they did was groan and moan a bit before all of them pulled out their wallets. Each one of them plucked out 100 poke note that they then handed over to him. You shouldn't have doubted me and most definitely not bet against me, he said in satisfaction while pocketing the money. None of them really cared about losing 100 poke, but they did not like his smug look. The hell with not doubting you, the way you described the kid, he sounded like the second coming of Oak and Sir Aaron, or some kid created straight through the hands of Lord Arceus or Lady Mew. Who would believe that? Sarah complained and the others agreed with her. It is what it is, you said with a shrug. I tried convincing you people. I even told you that he was already stronger than Ace and Weiss, who both made it to the global competition 2 years ago. You then turned towards Ryudo. You fought against her during the global competition, so you should know how strong she was at the time. Mikhail, being quite a bit stronger than her 2 years ago, should have told you that he would ace this whole thing, you let out, and Ryudo simply shrugged. It is because I remember my fight with her that your claim sounded unbelievable. No matter how you look at it, hearing about a kid 2 or 3 years younger than me being considerably stronger than someone that is or was close to my strength sounds unbelievable, especially when one considers that he had to have gotten stronger during the last 2 years, Ryudo grumbled before shaking his head. Well, no matter what you guys and gals say, I know how it is, and Mikhail is a genius that comes only once every 1,000 years or so. Calling him the second coming of Oak and Sir Aaron is not wrong, since I believe that he'll reach that point as well as long as no accident happened. Anyway, if you had believed me enough to bet on him as I did, then you'd all have made a fortune together with me, you gloated before laughing a bit, thinking of the huge fortune he had made by betting all his personal savings. Boo. The others threw empty bottles and fruits at him due to his gloating. Someone even threw a used napkin, which was really nasty by the way, that he saw at the last minute and managed to dodge. He released a chuckle and raised his hands placatingly. Well, I hope you'll follow my example this time and bet on his victory during the global competition. At least, that's what I'm going to do, so don't come crying if you miss the chance. You advised everyone in his little group of friends. So, you're absolutely sure he'll win the final competition as well? In both categories at that? Ryudo asked, still slightly doubtful. Look, Ryudo, you're my friend and I like you as a bro should, but ex-global champion or not, if it comes down to a fight between you and Mikhail right now, I would bet on Mikhail, so yes, I'm absolutely sure that he'll win the Pokemon battle part. As for the personal battle one, I'm sure regarding that one as well. I won't tell you why I think Mikhail will win this since he shared that with me in confidence, so I won't talk about it until he reveals it himself. Just know that unless some freak of nature pops up, Mikhail has that competition in the bag as well, and even if a freak of nature does show up, I would say the result would be in the air with Mikhail having a good chance at winning, you returned with absolute conviction, and he saw wry smiles on all 8 faces around him. Wow, your faith in that guy is making me jealous, Anna joked, causing the others to chuckle, while still nodding in agreement. The way you describe the guy, I want to challenge him to see if he is as incredible as you make him out to be. But I'll put my trust in your trust in Mikhail this time around. I could use that kind of money for my Pokemon, Ryudo confided, and the others shared the sentiment. Following the impulse, they all opened the betting website and bet quite a bit of their savings on Mikhail becoming the dual champion once more. You, being the most confident in Mikhail, bet all his recent winning, hoping to make it big. If he won, and there was no doubt in his heart that he would win, then he would be more than set for his journey. The odds were 17-1 right now, so he was looking at close to 40 million poke, which was more money than many saw in their lives. Ring, ring, ring. They looked around to see whose phone was ringing, but the answer became obvious when Ryudo pulled out his phone and answered it after looking surprised. He actually stood up from his seat before he went a bit to the side for the talk, and they all quietly waited for him to come back. They were curious who had called him for Ryudo to react like that. They did not have to wait for long since Ryudo returned to his seat just a few minutes later, looking curious and perplexed at the same time. Well, it seems that you are not the only one with an interest in Mikhail. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I just had a talk with Professor Crane about your friend, Ryudo said in a slightly disbelieving tone. Why would the professor call you for information on Mikhail? You asked in an unbelieving and confused tone. Yeah, I found that weird as well, but it's mostly due to something really unassuming. During one of my talks with Wes, I mentioned you talking, or rather bragging about your super genius friend Mikhail back in Rhoda, who according to you is more talented than everyone in the current generation and even the previous one. I said it mostly in a joking manner, insinuating that he would go around challenging Wes and all his fellow champions to prove his superiority. As I said, it was mostly a joke, so I forgot about it, but it seems Wes became a bit intrigued, and even mentioned it to the professor, which is why he knows that I know you, who personally knows Mikhail. So, don't be surprised if the good professor calls you in case your little friend wins as you say he will, Ryudo first explained, before giving you a warning/heads up. Not much I can tell him even if he calls, to be honest, but let future you worry about that, you replied, acting nonchalantly. He had known that Ryudo had some relation to Or's champion, but he had not thought that Ryudo would mention him to Wes, especially not while bringing up Mikhail. Nor could he have known that the champion would take interest in a young boy all the way on another continent in Rhoda. That Wes then mentioned him and Mikhail to the regional professor, who actually bothered keeping that in mind, was the cherry on top. How high was the probability of something like that happening? Not high, he would assume, but his luck had struck out once more, and it happened to him. Yet, he was not worried since Mikhail was interested in professors and research in general, so giving the prof Mikhail's mail address would be not a problem. Nonetheless, he would still ask Mikhail for approval to do so since he did not want to give out any contact information without express permission. Date: shortly after Mikhail won the continental competition. Location: Siena City, Kanto. Kevin George, head of the George family, just finished watching how an estranged descendant that he kept an eye on became the first continental dual champion in more than 1,000 years. While it was only a competition at the secondary student level, it showed how vast Mikhail's potential was. Not to mention that these young children were all nearly as strong as veteran senior class trainers, simply having less Pokemon than a genuine one. Well, even in that, Mikhail seemed to be an exception since the boy had more Pokemon in hand than his competitors, and some of the Pokemon he had revealed made even him a bit jealous. As far as his personal abilities were concerned, he had still not shown any indication of his ground affinity, which meant that he still had to be holding back. There was no doubt in his mind that Mikhail had a ground affinity, or Arthur freaking Cameron would not have bothered giving his family a warning in person. George became a bit pensive thinking about Mikhail's potential and what that could mean for their family. After Mikhail had won the regional competition, he had assigned Isaac and Raymond to discreetly and pseudo-anonymously approach the boy to try to establish a friendship. However, he was now thinking of rescinding that order. Having Layla and James approach Mikhail instead seemed better since the two were among the best of their younger generation and their characters were more open as well as friendly, which should at least keep them from turning Mikhail against them. If Layla managed to garner Mikhail's interest down the line, even better. That would mean that Mikhail would be rejoining the family, and if Mikhail actually got a shot at the position of patriarch since Layla was his granddaughter, then he'd say that it was a bonus incentive that was a happy coincidence. Yes, this sounded much better than the previous arrangement, so he pulled out his phone and began making calls to make the appropriate changes as well as arrangements to realize his plans. Layla, dear, what would you say about taking a break from your journey for a year to train all your new and old Pokemon? George asked his sweet granddaughter, after informing Isaac and Raymond that their assignment was cancelled. Yes, I know that you barely started the third year of your journey, honey, but there's nothing wrong with consolidating your strength before the last stretch of your gym challenge, George placated Layla after hearing her disbelief. I'll tell you the details once you're back home, but you know me, I would not recommend it if I did not think that you would benefit from it, he coaxed his granddaughter. Yes, I love you too, he returned before he hung up with a see you soon. He released a sigh after that call, happy that he had managed to get his beloved granddaughter to come back home without an argument. So, only James is left, he spoke to himself. At least, James is much more soft-spoken and mild than his cousin, he mused before calling his grandson. Chapter 318, The Global Competition Begins. I woke up bright and early on Pocket Day. It was 7 a.m., so I had 90 minutes to make it to the academy gate for my meeting with Mr. Cameron. The first thing I did after changing out of my PJs was to check up on the progress of everyone, especially the ones that participated in the competition. I was too busy most of yesterday, and by the time we made it home, I was tired enough to postpone it to today. So, after making sure that the door was locked, I went for a trip to Utopia. I guess checking everyone's status was technically the fourth thing I did, but who cares about technicalities? Still, I did my thing, and while I was sure that many of my Pokemon were about to take a step forward, 4 of them showed visible progress. The first, and for me the most important right now, was Stan/Gyarados, whose endurance rose to SSS. This only left his energy capacity before he was done with his limit breaking, which would allow him to break through to the gold stage. I guess the fights during the competition did end up helping him enough for him to progress. The second one to show visible improvement was Manami/Lapras, whose vitality rose to SSS, being her first parameter to complete the limit break. She only needed 5 more of those, and she could break through to the gold stage as well. Anyway, the final 2 were Mars/Ursaring and Tiamat/Milotic. Both their vitalities rose to SS, taking them a step closer to completion. That was pretty much it, so after being done with the checkup, I handed out the breakfast for everyone before leaving Utopia to eat some breakfast of my own. When I went downstairs, I saw Mom already being busy in the kitchen, so I went up to her. "Mom, do you need a helping hand?" I asked while moving towards the apron rack, but she stopped me from grabbing one for myself. "No need, honey," she denied. "Today, Mom's gonna cook her little champion's breakfast on her own. You go to the living room and watch the news with your dad until breakfast is ready." "I should be done in about 10 minutes, she finished before shooing me out of the kitchen. Well, I did as she said and watched some good old TV with Dad until breakfast was ready. There was nothing important on the news, but Dad was still seriously listening to the newscaster. Me? Not so much. Mom finally called us over and my first bite confirmed that the breakfast tasted awesome like always. "Sweetie, are you sure you want us to only come over on Kai Day?" "We could always come over today," Mom asked while I was eating, and I shook my head at the question. "Mom, we talked about this yesterday. There's no need for you and Dad to come before Kai Day. We can stay there for another day, but coming to what feels like qualifiers to me is over the top. Just watch me dominate this thing from home and come over on Kai Day to see me deliver the finishing touch," I reaffirmed, and she nodded reluctantly, obviously still wanting to come over early to watch the whole thing live. I was done with breakfast shortly after that and made my way out after a crushing goodbye hug from Mom and an encouraging back pat from Dad. I still had around 25 minutes until I had to meet with Mr. Cameron, so I walked to the academy gate at a more sedated pace, while thinking about the global competition. The global competition was happening in Ramsey this year, Fontaine City to be specific, and I would be facing the best graduating secondary students from all 4 continents. I obviously already knew the ones from the northern continent since I was the champion of that one, but the other 3 continents had sent 16 participants for each category as well. There were a total of 64 of us in each category, so we would start straight with the round of 64. This meant there were fewer rounds to fight/win than in the continental competition, and accordingly, our schedule was slightly different as well. Let's start with Pockaday/today. First of all, the opening ceremony began at 9:30 a.m., and once that was over, the round of 64 of the Pokemon Battle category would begin. The battles were simultaneously happening across 8 venues, and the competition was set to begin at 10 a.m. and went until 1 p.m. After that, the round of 64 of the Personal Battle category followed in the same vein, and that part went from 1:30 p.m. until 4:30 p.m. The round of 32 for Pokemon Battles came next and went on until 5:30 p.m., after which the Personal Battles happened. The day finally closed at 6:30 p.m. Seeing how one had to battle only twice during the whole time, most people had more than enough time in between the fights to explore the city for a bit. Or at least, the ones that were not participating in both categories were only fighting 2 battles, while I had to take part in 4, so I had less time to scour the city. On Dial Day, we only had the round of 16 and the quarterfinals, which went from 9 a.m. to 3:30 p.m., with the rest of the day off. I'd have to see if Mr. Cameron was willing to make a trip back to the academy for an hour or 2 that day since our graduation party was that day, and since I was going to win the whole thing, there was no reason for me to return to Rhoda prematurely otherwise. Hopefully, he would agree. If not, well, not much I could do about that. Anyway, finally, on Kaiday, the semifinals and finals took place from 10 a.m. until 3 p.m. Then came the closing/reward ceremony where I would be crowned Global Duel Champion, leaving me to relax the rest of the day in Fontaine City. Regardless, I made it to the academy gate, so I stopped my musing and focused on the present. I arrived some minutes short of 8:30 a.m., but Mr. Cameron was already there. "Good morning, Mr. Cameron," I gave him a simple greeting. "A good morning to you as well, my boy," he returned cheerily before turning a tad serious. "Now, before we begin our little trip to Ramsey, I have to ask you if you have made any decision regarding which regional royal species you want to choose your egg from. It's not a problem if you did not decide anything yet since you have till Gruday before I need an answer, but I thought that you might have come to a decision by now," he inquired with a soft smile, and I gave him a nod before telling him my choice. "Yeah, I already made my choice. I'd like to choose a Charmander egg," I told him, and he chuckled a bit. "I had thought that that might be the one you would choose." "That one or Trico," he responded, and I had to nod since those were my 2 top choices, with Mudkip being a close number 3. Still, I choose the Charmander egg, not only because Charizard were awesome, because that was an undisputed fact, but also because it would help me with Osiris/Marowak's evolution. The egg would help me test whether my idea of raising a Charmander baby besides a Marowak in a familial relationship until it evolves into a Charizard will help the Marowak evolve into Skelebra. I also really wanted a Charmander, so that was what I ended up choosing. Now that I know which one you want, I can start making the necessary preparation for you. The 2 best breeding sites for the Charmander line in our northern continent are the Cherisific Valley Natural Reserve in Johto and the breeding site of regional royal Pokemon under the purview of Professor Oak's lab in Kanto. I'll have to see which one is available at what time and which one is willing to bring out the better eggs for you to choose from. Anyway, leave the boring details to me. I'll make sure to choose the best one for you so that you can get yourself a good Charmander for your not-so-little group, he assured me before calling out his Alakazam. I greeted Alakazam as well, and I received a nod in return. After that, he began our journey, but instead of directly arriving at our destination, we arrived on one of the islands of the Orange Archipelago instead. It turned out that direct teleportation between continents was out of the reach of even Mr. Cameron's Alakazam. Teleporting from Rhoda City to the Orange Archipelago was Alakazam's limit, at least with baggage. In this case, Mr. Cameron and I were the baggage. After a curious inquiry on my part, Alakazam informed me that he could make the trip in 3 teleportations on his own, but that it would take him 5 teleportations to reach Fontaine City with us tagging along. Considering that we were talking about more than 60.000 kilometers, that was still extremely impressive, especially considering how low the time Alakazam needed to rest between teleports was. As Alakazam had said, it took us a total of 5 jumps to arrive at Fontaine City, and only 10 or so minutes had passed since we set off. Alakazam had brought us straight to the entrance of our hotel, and with 45 minutes until the start of the opening ceremony, Mr. Cameron decided to check in first. Both of us got a room of our own, and before handing me the key, Mr. Cameron told me to meet him in the lobby in 30 minutes. I used that time to drink some juice, and check up on all my Pokémon one last time to make sure they were in top shape. Shortly before the 30 minutes were up, I made my way to the lobby and waited for Mr. Cameron to come down, which did not take long since he was just on time. I had seen others I recognized from the continental competition leaving the hotel, and we exchanged either nods, hand waves, or verbal greetings before they left the hotel. Anyway, once Mr. Cameron was there, we made our way to the main venue of the competition as well, the Motochica Grand Stadium. The organizers had set up chairs for the participants and their escort on the field, right in front of the stage they had set up. Mr. Cameron led us straight to the 6th rows since the first 5 rows were apparently assigned to Ransay and the other regions on the southern continent. I did not care, it was close enough that I could see the stage without any problems, and that was enough for me. 3 minutes later, at 9:30 a.m., the opening ceremony began and I half-heartedly began to listen to the host do his thing. At least that was the case for the first 15 minutes, right until the host said he was leaving the word to Ransay's champion hero Shijinko. Under everyone's fervent and curious eyes, the relatively young champion of Ransay really did walk onto the stage and in front of the microphone. He got greeted by thunderous applause as well as cheers from those present, and he thanked everyone for the warm welcome before he began his speech. He mentioned being in our shoes not too long ago and encouraged everyone to do their best. He reminded them that it was not the end if they lost, since he too had failed to win the global competition, but he had learned from his loss and kept training, eventually getting good enough to become the champion of Ransay after beating those that had beaten him before. He said more than that, but that was the most impactful part of his speech in my opinion, at least in the mind of my young co-competitors. Mind you, the rest of the speech was not bad as well, and I especially liked that he finished his speech in less than 6 minutes. Still, somehow I felt as if his gaze had lingered longer on me than it had on the others while he had swept his gaze across the students that were seated on the field. I might have imagined it, but I kinda trusted my senses, and those told me that the champ's gaze had lingered longer on me than it did on the others. Had I aroused the interest of a champion somehow? One from another continent at that. Regardless of whether that was the case or not, with the end of his speech, the global competition had officially begun. Chapter 319, Global Competition Day 1. I chose to stay at the stadium since my first battle was scheduled for 10:45 a.m. I would be having my Pokemon battle right here at the Motochica Grand Stadium, so it made no sense to me to go out in that short time frame. Instead, I decided to use that time to check out the competition website to see who I would be facing. Well, it turned out that my opponent was Carlos Tempest, who was representing the Western continent during the global competition. He was a student at one of the grass academies in Galar, and unsurprisingly his Pokemon followed that type as well. He had revealed 4 Pokemon so far, and all 4 had reached the high silver stage by now if they had not been at that point before the competitions began. The Pokemon he had were Ludicolo, Shiftry, Serena, and Flapple. The last one had me snort a bit. It might seem a bit unfair since its racial value was not low, but in my opinion, Flapple was the second most pathetic dragon in the world, right after its alternate evolution Appleton. Still, no matter what, it was still a dragon, and as I said it was not really weak, despite my bias I had to admit that much. Now, the question was whom I was going to use against Carlos. We were already on the global stage, so there was no need for me to hold back any longer. No need to adhere to any of the conditions, such as avoiding a type advantage or not using any gold stage Pokemon. I was going to tell my Pokemon to go all out since I was not planning to have them battle more than one round per battle, so there was no need to preserve any energy for further battles. Except for Horus/Satu and Mothra/Butterfree, who I was going to keep back until the final day, everyone else was a go, including the Slithering Six. They had complained that Stan/Gyarados was the only one that got some action, so I told them that they would get to fight as well. Alright, I knew who I was going to use for the battle. I would first send out Ignis/Gyarados. Regardless of which one of his Pokemon Carlos sent out, I was sure that my fire variant Gyarados would make quick work of it. My second Pokemon was going to be Clune/Azurade, while my final Pokemon would be Medusa/Gyarados. Honestly, I did not believe that the whole battle would take more than 15 minutes, but who knew, maybe Carlos would surprise me and manage to hold out for 20 minutes. Heh, jokes aside, none of my Pokemon would be holding back. In fact, they were going to go all out, so I was thinking that the battles might end up shorter than the continental battles. Anyway, while I was at it, I also checked the details of my personal battle as well. I found out that the fight was scheduled for 3:45 p.m., which meant that I had more than 4 hours after my Pokemon battle to explore Fontaine City a bit before I had to participate in the personal battle. The battle would be held at one of the other venues, but I was confident that I would make it there on time. I did have a lot of time to find it after all. My opponent was Caroline Moore, representing the Southern Continent. She was actually a local from one of the local ninja academies. From the info on the website, she had a poison affinity and was an expert poison user who integrated poison in her ninja style, so she was more than capable of both long-range and close-range combat. Moving on, while I was browsing the net for information on my opponents, the Pokemon battle here at the Motochika Grand Stadium finally finished. The battle actually took a bit longer than the organizers expected, but after 50 minutes, Auric, the guy representing the Eastern Continent, won. I was called up and had to wait at the side while the battlefield was restored by the staff. I saw Carlos waiting on the opposite side of the field, and once the battlefield was back to pristine condition, both of us stepped into our respective trainer areas. The usual intro from the host as well as the referee happened and the signal to start the battle finally came. As soon as that happened, both Carlos and I released our Pokemon. Carlos's Pokemon was the first to materialize, and he had chosen to start with his Ludicolo. Just a second after Ludicolo emerged, Ignis appeared on my side of the field, and as soon as he did, the excited crowd quietened down at his sight. It was understandable since they were actually seeing a Gyarados that looked quite a bit different from the usual one, but no less intimidating. Especially since his Intimidate ability activated upon his arrival. Ignis's 15 meters length helped as well. The changes could not be overlooked since he was maroon instead of blue, and the white parts were light blue instead. Moreover, he had a 2-pointed crest rather than a 3-pointed one. That they were much longer and somewhat resembled branches was immediately apparent as well. His fins were a golden yellow instead of white, and while he had the basic form of a Gyarados, it was evident to everyone that this was definitely a type variant instead of some shiny Gyarados. So, it was no surprise that the crowd broke out in excited cheers after breaking out of their astonishment. Even Carlos and his Ludicolo were momentarily stupefied, but they broke out of it as soon as Ignis began his opening moveset version 2. He used Sunny Day and followed that up with a Dragon Dance. The first opening set was Rain Dance followed by Dragon Dance, but that would have helped Ludicolo more than it did Ignis, so he went for Sunny Day instead. While Ignis was doing his Dragon Dance, Ludicolo tried to change the weather in its favor with a Rain Dance, but it failed since Ignis had anticipated that and thus overcharged Sunny Day as much as possible using his superior parameters. Ludicolo probably would have to use 2 Rain Dances to break it up and a third to successfully cause a rainfall. Not that they knew that since that was my estimation. Still, while Ludicolo failed his Rain Dance, Ignis finished his Dragon Dance and went on the offensive. He rushed at Ludicolo while using Heat Wave. Ludicolo actually chose to tank the Heat Wave and set off another Rain Dance, successfully breaking up our Sunny Day. This behavior led me to the conclusion that Ludicolo had Rain Dish as its ability, so it was willing to suffer some damage to make it rain. However, before it could finish its final/third Rain Dance, Ignis was upon it and interrupted its dance with a crunch. This forced Ludicolo to abort its dance, and it actually managed to dodge by using Fake Out to dodge beside Ignis. It tried to follow that up with a Zen headbutt, but Ignis dodged it with a bounce, and while he was above Ludicolo he fired a flamethrower at it. Ludicolo countered that with Hydro Pump, but that meant it could not dodge when Ignis came back down from his previous bounce, so Ignis slammed right on top of Ludicolo, who broke up its Hydro Pump at the last moment to try to dodge, or rather roll out of the way, which failed. Then Ignis did something that probably no one expected him to do. He wrapped himself around Ludicolo using the fact that he was on top of it, and as soon as Ludicolo was immobilized he fired a hyper beam at its head at point blank, completely ignoring the fact that he would suffer secondary damage. Ludicolo had frantically tried to free itself but failed since it was wrapped up, and Ignis was ignoring / enduring its Hydro Pump. Still, it failed and got hit by the hyper beam, which caused an explosion after hitting its face, obscuring everyone's view. The only thing visible was Ignis's ongoing hyper beam. Thankfully for everyone present, Ignis did not keep the hyper beam up for as long as he could, since I was unsure if Ludicolo would have survived a hyper beam at the face from him for a prolonged time. Still, the 3 seconds proved to be enough to knock out Ludicolo since it was unconscious when the dust settled, and aside from some burn wounds on its face, it looked mostly unharmed. Well, if we ignored that it was out cold. The referee declared Ignis the winner and Carlos recalled his Ludicolo. I could see a bit of shock and disbelief on his face while he did that. He probably had a hard time wrapping his head around the fact that his Ludicolo got taken out within less than 3 minutes. To be honest, I had not thought that Ignis would finish the fight this fast as well. When I told them that they could go all out, I expected their opponents to last for at least 5 minutes, but Ignis had been a bit overeager with how he overcharged all the moves he used during the fight. While he was not showing it, I could feel him being decently tired despite having only fought for 2 or 3 minutes. This kind of fighting style was obviously not sustainable, but that was not a problem, since I was recalling him anyway. Once both of us had recalled their Pokemon, the referee gave the signal to release our next one. Carlos called out his Serena, while I called out Cohen. His appearance caused another commotion among the audience, even if it was a smaller one than the one caused by Ignis. Azurate were pretty rare Pokemon after all, even if they were not as interesting as a Gyarados-type variant. I was sure the attention I was receiving was increasing with each Pokemon I was revealing, and if not for the support of the Aura Guardians / Academy, as well as my guaranteed spot with a professor, I would have had reason to be worried. However, thanks to my success at garnering support and protection, I had no reason to be afraid, which was why I had no problem with showing off a bit. It would increase my worth in the eyes of my prospective professors, so that was a definitive plus. Anyway, as soon as he appeared on the field, Cohen took off into the air, opening up the distance between himself and Serena, directly limiting her offensive options to long-range moves. She did not let that bother her and directly fired a salvo of Magical Leaf at Cohen, who countered that with Air Cutter. They repeated that a few times to see if they could overwhelm the other's move or not before they stopped. It seemed Cohen decided to follow in Ignis's footsteps, since he directly sent a hurricane at Serena, who tried to block it with a leaf storm, and she was succeeding until Cohen raised the ante by firing a flamethrower at his hurricane, turning it into a flaming tornado that burned her leaf storm into cinders. Serena was trying to withstand the flaming catastrophe by combining triple axle and rapid spin to cool the air around her and reduce the damage caused to her by the burning hurricane. However, Cohen did not plan to sit still or hover around while she was mitigating his offense, and he attacked her with Air Slash while she was spinning away. She got hit, and the inclusion of Air Slash to her spin caused an explosion that sent her flying. Her flight actually propelled her out of the danger area, so that was good for her, but Cohen did not plan to let her enjoy that. He fired an ice beam at her, which forced her to dodge around while still rolling on the ground. She used Vine Whips to achieve that, or it would have been impossible for her to dodge while being flung away. Still, while she was dodging, Cohen boxed her in a bit thanks to the ice that Ice Beam left behind, and when she crashed into a bit of ice while dodging Cohen's latest attack, he used her momentary pause to lock on to her. Once he did that, he fired a hyper beam at her, which flawlessly struck her, and finally resulted in her knockout. Well, at least she managed to last more than 5 minutes, so I could say that she did a good job. The referee declared her unable to battle, and I recalled a visibly tired Quinn while Carlos did the same with his unconscious Serena. This time around Carlos did not look shocked, on the contrary, he gave a satisfied nod while recalling his Serena. Probably because she did a good show of resisting Quinn, unlike Ludicolo who got taken out before it could do much. Regardless, the referee gave the signal and we released our third, and in Carlos's case final Pokemon. Chapter 320, Global Competition Day 1-2. Our Pokemon materialized on the field, and his choice turned out to be Flapple after all, while mine was Medusa/Gyarados. Flapple's appearance alone would have excited the audience since no matter how pathetic I found it, it was still a dragon type, but the appearance of a second Gyarados variant made them go wild. I mean, Medusa definitely looked different from a regular Gyarados. The back part of her scales was purple, while her belly part as well as the row of spots on the back were cobalt blue. Medusa's barbels were a bit shorter than the ones of a regular Gyarados, and while the crest on her head stayed three-pointed, the tips were pointy as well as a bit longer than usual. The white fins on each side and the ones on her back as well as her tail were light/heather purple. All in all, she screamed I'm different, and the fact that she, at 13 meters, was way above average in length, made her extra exceptional. That may have been the case for all my Gyarados, but that did not take away from the fact that it was unusual. The crowd's awe aside, Medusa's appearance triggered her intimidate ability, so Flapple got intimidated, which provoked its dragon pride, making it angry after it overcame the intimidation. Still, while Flapple was busy with that, Medusa made use of it being grounded and released poison gas on the whole field, with Flapple being the main target. It was too distracted by both the effect of Intimidate and its subsequent anger to escape and got poisoned. That snapped Flapple out of its state, but it was too late and it got hit by Medusa's follow-up Venoshock, which caused some good damage. Still, it fought through the pain and took off into the air to escape Medusa's offense. That had to be hurting its dragon pride some more, but this time it did not let that distract it. Flapple tried to bomb her with some grab apples, but Medusa either dodged them or intercepted them with Flamethrower. Seeing that his bombs were not working, Flapple switched to shooting Dragon Pulse at Medusa from above, but she countered those with Hydro Pump. Still, after some back and forth, Medusa had enough and decided to get serious. Instead of waiting until the poison had knocked out Flapple, she decided to knock it out personally. She used the ultimate technique of every Gyarados line member, Splash, and hurled herself in the air. Her splash brought her over 80 meters up, and she even overtook Flapple during her ascension. Flapple dodged to the side when Medusa abruptly rose into the air, and when she passed it, it tried to nail her with a Dragon Pulse, but she blocked it with one of her own. Once Medusa was at the zenith of her rise, somewhere around 100 meters, she released a massive sludge wave that covered a great part of the area below her. She rode the sludge wave on the way down, and thanks to being so high in the air when she released the attack, Flapple had no way to escape the area the wave covered before it got hit, and was dragged down by it as well. While Flapple crashed onto the ground and got covered/submerged by the sludge wave, Medusa rode it till the end and landed back on the ground without suffering any damage. All my Gyarados had found methods on how to return to the ground unharmed after a splash, and honestly, that was absolutely not the highest Medusa could reach with Splash. However, since she only needed to reach that much, she held back while using Splash. Still, Medusa did not plan to wait for Flapple to resurface, so she sent a Venoshock to the place she felt Flapple. 2 seconds later the sludge wave had completely spread out, and Flapple's body became visible. It was still conscious and struggling to stand up. It was giving its all and most people felt the need to root for it. Well, Medusa was not having it. She directly fired a flamethrower at Flapple, not only burning it but also the sludge on its body, which vaporized and partly entered Flapple's body through its respiratory system. Not that it would have made much of a difference since the flamethrower finally proved too much, sending Flapple into unconsciousness. The referee declared Flapple unable to battle and thus Medusa the winner. I was declared the winner after that. While the referee was doing his declaration, Medusa used Purify to heal Flapple from the poison she inflicted on him. After she had done that, Carlos gave us a grateful nod before recalling Flapple, and I did the same with Medusa after thanking/praising her. I then thanked Carlos for the fight, before leaving the field. My fight took less than 15 minutes total, so it was only 11 a.m. right now. That meant that I now had nearly 5 hours until my personal fight at 3:45 p.m., so I was contemplating how to spend that time. I left the stadium and checked out the area around it, speaking with some of the pedestrians that were willing to talk. Many of them recognized me and asked me some questions, which I answered as long as they were not too important or personal, while I politely declined to answer the ones that were too personal/important. I did not forget to ask everyone I talked with about any interesting places or landmarks. I naturally also asked for any good restaurants or stalls, since becoming familiar with the local cuisine was very important. I spent over an hour checking out the area close to the stadium, and I learned quite a bit in that time. I found out where I could find a stall street like the one I had found on Pomelo Island. I also noted the 5 restaurants that came up the most among the recommendations for personal verification. Then there were a few shops that sold good quality materials, and they apparently also received some rare goods on occasion. Finally, there were another 2 shops that received a lot of recommendations. These 2 were selling Pokemon, and according to the locals they were the best stores in the city. Those were all obviously biased views, but there was no harm in looking into it myself, and it was way better than randomly shuffling about the city. My first stop was one of the 2 Pokemon stores. I went into the Izumi's Buddy store first, and I ended up being somewhat surprised. First of all, I learned that Starly, as well as Bidoof, were the most common Pokemon around here, and in the Ransei region in general. So, it was no surprise that they were the most abundant Pokemon available at the store as well. Aside from those 2, and some of their evolutions, the store naturally had other species for sale as well. Among them, the most interesting Pokemon/species they had available were Shinx, Duskull, Snorunt, Aron, Skorupi, and finally Sandile. Unfortunately, their numbers were truly low, and none of them had any noteworthy potential. This was really regrettable, since I would have liked to add any of them into the fold. There were 12 Shinx, with the best one only having light green potential, and they were the most abundant among my chosen species. There were only 2 Duskull and 4 Aron, but none of them had better than yellow potential. The same was true for the 5 Skorupi and 7 Snorunt. The best of both species had deep yellow potential. The only one that also managed to make it into the green shade potential-wise was one of the 5 Sandile, who had light green potential. That yield was truly sad in my opinion, and the only ones I seriously considered buying, even if it was because everyone else was worse and I really liked them, were the light green Sandile as well as the light green Shinx. Nonetheless, I decided to take a look at the other store first before making my decisions, so I left Izumi's Buddy store after thanking the assistant and made my way to Springwater Oasis. Honestly, that sounded more like an onsen than a Pokemon store, but I was not there to judge its name, but the available Pokemon. They had an abundance of Starly and Bidoof as well, but the Pokemon that aroused my interest were different. The store actually had 3 Litwick, 3 Cubchoo, 8 Blitzel, 11 Krogunk, and unbelievably an Axew as well. I'll be honest, if not for the fact that the Axew had only light orange potential and a price that was able to kill the last bit of hesitation in me, I would have definitely bought it. However, its potential was too bad, and unlike Eggy/Salandit, Axew was not a heartfelt gift from my parents. Had it been a pseudo-legendary, I would have bought it without any hesitation regardless of its bad potential, but it wasn't, so it did not get afforded the same privileges. Among the others, only one of the Cubchoo and one of the Krogunk had light green potential. The rest had deep yellow potential at best, which was not good enough. At least it wasn't good enough normally, but the Pokemon with deep yellow potential was one of the Litwick, and I was really tempted to grab it. Still, I decided to wait another day before doing any purchases. The store clerks in both stores had told me that they were going to receive a new batch tomorrow, and I wanted to see if 1 or 2 of the newcomers were better than the ones I saw today. After I made that decision, I paid one of the recommended restaurants a visit since it was already 1 p.m. and it was time for lunch. Well, I learned one thing from that visit, and that was that the only Pokemon that could be offered in restaurants were members of the Magikarp, Bidoof, and Starly line. Any other used Pokemon had to be wild ones hunted by coincidence, so they were considered rare dishes that were only occasionally available. I had no idea why Ransei limited the food breeding to those 3 species if they did it for 3 Pokemon species anyway. Well, they had a lot of cattle, so the people are that for meat mostly. Maybe it was because they had an abundance of cattle. Anyway, I ate a few tasty steaks before visiting the stall street. However, because it was already close to 2 p.m. by the time I made it there, I only got to check out less than half the stalls before I had to make my way to the venue of my personal fight. I made it to the captain's gym with 10 minutes to spare, but chose to wait for them to pass beside the battlefield. I did some stretching exercises during that time, and I saw my opponent arriving as well, 3 minutes before 3:45 p.m. The staff gave us the signal to step onto the field a minute before the start, and the host began our intros while we made it to our respective starting positions. At exactly 3:45 p.m. the referee did his usual thing before he gave the starting signal. The first one to move was actually Caroline, and in a ninja-esque fashion, she created a smokescreen to obscure herself. The only problem was that her cloud had a purple tint, and it was not too hard for me to deduce that her smokescreen was in fact some poison mist. Since I was not all that eager to inhale any poison, I made my way up using aura platforms. Caroline apparently took exception to that and threw a handful of shuriken at me that I intercepted with Senbons. It quickly became evident to me that this was going to be another tricky fight like against Yvonne if I did not do something against the poison mist. My best bet was to take Caroline out as swiftly as possible, since any delay increased the probability of Caroline successfully poisoning me. Chapter 321, Global Competition Day 1-3. Caroline did not let the fact that I successfully intercepted her shuriken discourage her. She simply threw out a second volley and a third directly after that. I naturally blocked them with my Senbons, at least those I couldn't simply dodge. Still, after successfully dodging a few shurikens, I decided that blocking them was the smarter approach, since I noticed a purple sheen on the edges of the shuriken that flew past me. It did not take a genius to guess that the shuriken had been coated in poison, so even a scratch could have disastrous consequences. I could become numb, get paralyzed, or fall asleep. I doubted she would use any fatal poisons, but even those impairing effects could decide the outcome of our fight. I was busy blocking shuriken or dodging them while racking my brain for a way to finish this fight as quickly as possible without revealing I was a psychic. Meanwhile, Caroline decided to change her approach after her 5th volley failed to nick me as well. I saw her pull out small balls, a little smaller than a ping-pong ball, that she then threw at me. I decided to block them all, and as soon as my Senbon came in contact with them, the balls exploded, releasing a colored cloud that probably contained some form of poison. Caroline simply chucked more balls at me and added shuriken into the mix as well. I was unable to block everything since I was apparently worse than her at throwing stuff. That she was a ninja took off the sting of that realization, since that was what they specialized in. Anyway, I was forced to dodge the ones I couldn't block, and thankfully the balls harmlessly flew by as well, as long as I did not touch them. However, my relief came too early, since Caroline, in a show of masterful throwing, nailed 2 of the passing balls close to me with her shuriken, causing them to explode. The smoke they released engulfed me, but thanks to my up reaction speed I managed to hold my breath before that happened. Without losing any time, I threw a handful of Senbons upwards to distract Caroline while I released the aura platforms below me and fell through the smoke cloud. I saw Caroline throwing her shuriken above me towards the Senbons I threw as a decoy, showing that I managed to dodge her trap with my little ploy. My appearance drew her attention, and I greeted her with a shower of Senbons. I was the one showering her for a change, and as much as I would have loved to nail her like that, it was ultimately just a distraction/stall tactic, while I pushed off from the platform, hurling myself at Caroline. I drew my swords in midair, but Caroline showed a remarkable reaction speed and released 2 smoke bombs that she used to escape while being obscured by the smoke. Unfortunately for her, I had locked onto her with my aura, so I took a deep breath and followed after her, hidden by poisonous smoke or not. Still, she was adamant about running away, and she threw shuriken at me while doing so. I naturally blocked them all with my swords, barely losing any speed, but it seemed she was trying to force me to leave/escape upwards after being unable to hold my breath. Well, at least that was what I thought before I noticed that I was feeling a bit numb, which showed that the poison probably also worked through skin contact, even if the effect was most likely slower. Knowing that I had to go all out if I wanted to win this without resorting to Plan P, I gave my body the maximum boost I could while simultaneously boosting my legs as much as possible. At a speed that probably looked like a blur to most of the audience, I sped toward Caroline and prepared to slash my sword at her, fully confident that the staff would be forced to interfere to save her, which would make me the winner. That plan went down the drain when Caroline threw something at me, which unfurled into a big net just before it reached me, or rather I reached it / her. I failed to see where exactly she managed to pull out something like this, but I nonetheless slashed at it, fully prepared to go through it to reach Caroline, who had sprinted away without locking back after dropping some more smoke/poison bombs. To my surprise, my first sword failed to completely cut through the net, and I was forced to slow down a bit, to avoid getting entangled in it, and use my second sword to completely cut through the net. All that was enough for her to open up the distance between us some more, and I knew that I would be unable to catch her with the breath I had left, so I went up into the air to get some sweet fresh air. Still, coming up for air was only a temporary solution that was delaying the problem at most, since I had to enter the smoke to get to Caroline, and each time inside the smoke would increase the numbness I felt. Nonetheless, I took another deep breath and re-entered the fog with all my aura boosts applied. Yet, Caroline managed to escape my clutches once more, by pulling out another net from Giratina nose and mixing flare bombs into the mix. The astonishment from the last one made me draw a breath in surprise, which led to me inhaling some of the poison, which worsened the numbness I felt. I used my aura to reduce the effect of the poison as much as I could, but I knew that it was only a matter of time till I would be completely numb. So, I released a sigh of frustration before I decided to stop holding back. During my next attack/rush, I used my telekinesis to stop her from moving once I was close enough to trigger her usual defensive response. Not having expected any telekinesis, she failed to react in time and was fully immobilized. I then simply finished approaching her and placed the tip of my sword on her throat. As soon as I did that, the referee declared me the winner, and I released Caroline from my telekinetic hold. Well, to think you've managed to force me to reveal my psychic abilities. You're pretty strong, Caroline. I praised her before I decided to add on to that. Strong and resourceful, I finished while motioning towards the destroyed nets, poison fog, and traces of the flash bombs. Thanks, you're not half bad yourself, Caroline returned with a laugh. I didn't expect you to also be a psychic, or I would have prepared for that one as well, she mock-complained before shrugging. Well, being unable to gather enough information shows I have to become better as a ninja, she finished, and I only gave her a wry smile. If she had been able to learn about it in advance, would have worried about a leak, so the problem was not with her intelligence-gathering ability. Still, I chose to remain silent on that topic, and we left the battlefield after saying goodbye to each other. Well, there were still 45 minutes until the round of 32 for the Pokemon battles began, and since I was among the first batch that had to fight, that meant I had 45 minutes to chill before I had to be at my next battle venue. Actually, I had yet to look up where I was fighting, so I quickly remedied that. It turned out that the place was not too far from here according to the map I was perusing. The Aspiring Samurai Hall was just 10 minutes away on foot, so I could make my way there at a relaxed pace. I decided to hit 2 Spearow with 1 rock throw and checked out who my next opponent was while walking towards the venue at an easygoing speed. Oh! It seemed like my next victim, sorry, I meant my next opponent was someone from the Eastern Continent. Bill Barnes was a student at a Ranger Academy in Orr, so I was facing a generalist after a long time of fighting type specialists. Well, if one could call someone with 4 Pokemon a generalist. Actually, now that I thought about it, everyone that was not a type or another form of specialist would count as a generalist, so I guess he was considered one as well. The 4 Pokemon he had shown so far turned out to be Houndoom, Mantine, Rhydon, and Altaria. All 4 had reached the high silver stage at this point, which was lucky for him since his only high silver stage Pokemon at the start of the regional competition seemed to have been his Houndoom. Now, seeing as how I could not know which Pokemon Bill was going to go with, I decided to choose Seb/Nidoking, Abza/Milotic, and Tatsumaki/Kadabra for this battle. Having made that decision, I enjoyed the rest of my relaxed walk, and I made it to the venue with 5 minutes to spare. I directly headed to the battlefield and saw that Bill was already there as well. The introduction began and we took our places in the trainer area. As soon as the introductions were done, the referee's usual rundown of the rules followed, and after that came the starting signal. Bill and I simultaneously released our Pokémon under the expectant eyes of the crowd. On Bill's side, his Mantine appeared, while on mine Seb made his appearance. Mantine took off into the air as soon as it appeared since there was no available body of water. Meanwhile, Seb forewent any real opening moves since none were helpful against Mantine, and directly attacked it with a Thunderbolt. Mantine tried to dodge it but got grazed by it. It retaliated by sending air slashes at Seb, which my guy completely blocked with a single sludge wave. He then froze the wave with Ice Beam before ripping out chunks of that frozen poison and hurling it at full speed at the Mantine in the air. Mantine dodged Seb's projectiles and tried to stop his throws by shooting a Hydro Pump at him. Well, it succeeded since Seb stopped throwing frozen poison at it and shot a Thunderbolt at its Hydro Pump instead. That forced it to stop the Hydro Pump and dodge to the side, which allowed it to barely dodge the Thunderbolt coming at it. However, it failed to dodge the second one that Seb sent directly after the first one. Mantine's flight faltered a bit and Seb tried to hit the iron while it was hot. Unfortunately, Mantine managed to block the third Thunderbolt with a Protect. While Mantine was trying to regain its equilibrium behind its shield, Seb stomped the ground, but not in frustration. He used Earth Power and raised Earth ramps around the field to prepare the area a bit. Most thought he was trying to get closer to Mantine, including our opponent, who fired air slashes at Seb to stop him. He failed and Seb managed to finish his little project. He then released a sludge wave, and only when the Earth Bowl began to be filled with toxic sludge did they notice what he did. Still, many were confused about what that was supposed to do to Mantine, who was up in the air. That question was answered when Seb released a flamethrower. He actually aimed it at the toxic bowl and not Mantine. The fire began to cook the sludge and it began to vaporize. The resulting toxic gas covered the whole airspace of the battlefield, including Mantine, who had no chance to avoid it. After that, it was simply a waiting game for Seb. Mantine became frantic and attacked Seb as fiercely as possible while using Aqua Ring to hold out for as long as possible. However, in the end, its frantic behavior only helped the poison and it became more and more sluggish as well as hurt. Close to 10 minutes into their fight, Seb managed to land a Venoshock that finally gave Mantine the rest, and the referee declared it unable to battle. Bill recalled it and I did the same with Seb. Seeing both Pokemon leaving the field, the referee gave the signal for us to release our second Pokemon, and we let them out at the same time once more. Chapter 322, Global Competition Day 1-4. On Bill's side, his Altaria appeared, while on mine, Tatsumaki/Kadabra made her appearance. I honestly thought that this was a bit too much on my part, but I did not want to deprive Tatsumaki of the chance to battle on the global scene after she asked for a chance to fight as well. As soon as she appeared on the field, she first applied Safeguard before using Future Sight once, after which she followed up with a Calm Mind to boost herself. She did all that by the time her opponent had finished its own opening moveset, which showed just how crazy her masteries and move execution had become. Altaria first used Safeguard upon its arrival and followed that up with Cotton Guard, raising its physical defense quite a bit. Not that it would be that useful since Tatsumaki preferred energy attacks. Still, Altaria tried to put on a concert with Sing, but Tatsumaki was not having it. She first tried to use Disable to hopefully block Sing for the next 15 to 20 minutes, before she used Psychic to clap Altaria's beak shut, forcing its current song to an abrupt end, when Disable did not work due to Safeguard. Altaria tried to struggle out of Tatsumaki's psychic hold and even fired a Moonblast at her to interrupt her. Unfortunately for her, Tatsumaki had mastered Psychic quite some time ago, so she had no problem dodging its attack while keeping up her Psychic. In fact, she finished stretching out her Psychic hold from its beak to its whole body, completely immobilizing Altaria, whose struggle intensified even if it proved to be a futile action. In the end, Tatsumaki immobilized it completely, and she followed up by intensifying her psychic attack, and yet Altaria managed to stubbornly hold onto its consciousness. It was only delaying the inevitable, but it still managed to initiate a sky attack while under great pressure and pain. The energy of sky attack helped it to break out of Tatsumaki's psychic, but the attack that followed was easily dodged with a single teleport. Altaria turned around to face Tatsumaki, who had appeared behind itself, and the moment it did, it got hit by the future sight that materialized. Tatsumaki capitalized on that moment to capture it in another psychic, and this time around she went as far as to plant Altaria head first into the ground. Tatsumaki pulled it back out and checked if Altaria was still conscious or if it had finally been knocked out. Well, it wasn't out. Altaria was clinging to its consciousness and it refused to fall. However, it was obvious that it was already done and only conscious due to sheer will and stubbornness. I felt that Tatsumaki felt admiration and respect for Altaria's grit, so out of respect, she decided to take her out directly. She teleported in front of it and delivered an ice punch that finally put its lights out. The whole fight took less than 5 minutes, closer to 3 actually, and no one present seemed to have expected such a fast conclusion at this stage of the competition, since I could feel and see their shocked reactions. Even Bill seemed to be a bit dazed at how swiftly and easily his dragon was taken out by my Kadabra. He only snapped out of it when the referee declared Altaria unable to battle and Tatsumaki the winner. Bill recalled his dragon and I did the same with Tatsumaki after thanking her. Both of us pulled out our third Pokemon and released them as soon as the referee gave the signal. I expected a Rhydon or Houndoom to appear on Bill's side, but it was neither Pokemon that showed up. Instead, what appeared on the other side was a freaking Rhyperior. It seemed that Bill had somehow managed to have his Rhydon evolve before the global competition, and if not for Abza/Milotic making an appearance on my side, I may have worried, since Rhyperior were absolute tanks. Unfortunately, for Bill, they had a major weakness towards water moves and an average at best defense against energy attacks, both of which happened to be Abza's forte. Even if it had solid rock as its ability, its weakness to water remained in the major category even if it was at the lower spectrum. Anyway, Rhyperior was not playing around at all, and it showed that with its first move. It directly used an earthquake as soon as it appeared, forcing Abza to use Surf simply to get off the ground. He was unable to perform his opening move due to that, and the small fissures that appeared on the group due to earthquake drained the water from the hasty surf completely, keeping Rhyperior mostly safe from it. It simply raised 3 large rocks in front of itself to create a rock wall that blocked the rest of the water from getting to itself. Not only that, it then made use of those big rocks and used them with rock throw, hurling them at my Milotic, who slithered to the right, dodging the first stone. He blocked the second one with a hydro pump, before breaking the third one with an aqua tail, the force of his tail slamming into the rock, breaking it into smaller pieces, of which some got sent back at Rhyperior, who simply ignored them, and it became obvious why when they failed to harm it even a little. Abzu ignored that and let off a rain dance that Rhyperior did nothing to stop. In fact, it seemed to be readying a move of its own while Abzu was making it rain. It became clear what Rhyperior had been doing since it released a big thunder at Abzu as soon as it began to rain. Abzu was forced to use Iron Tail to ground himself to minimize the damage, but he still got a bit hurt in the process. Releasing such a big thunder took a bit out of Rhyperior, so he could not immediately follow up with another electric move. However, it stomped on the ground while Abzu was grounded, releasing an earthquake to attack him. Abzu saw that and used the specialty of the Magikarp line to escape the earthquake. While he was unable to splash as high as my Doritos, Abzu managed to reach close to 40 meters in height, and the moment he reached the peak of his splash, he released the biggest surf he could, creating a water wave large enough to cover the whole field. The moment Rhyperior saw the first hint of the flood heading its way, it created huge rocks out of the ground and created a rock dome around itself for protection. It looked like he either used the help of Rock Tomb or Stone Edge for that, and it worked as well. The surf crashed onto the ground, and the rock dome managed to withstand the initial crash, but we couldn't see the exact status of the dome. The zooming cameras showed some minute cracks on its surface, but that was all. The water had only pooled to 3 meters despite Abza's best effort and the rain, but even that was draining rather quickly, in part because of all the small fissures on and in the ground the previous earthquakes had caused. That meant that waiting for Rhyperior to suffocate inside its own dome was fruitless since the water would drain before that could happen, especially since Pokemon like Rhyperior could survive airless for hours at a time while being able to breathe any air, no matter how stale, so trying to suffocate a rock or ground type was extremely tedious, and sometimes even useless since some did not need to breathe at all. Anyway, while Rhyperior was hiding under its rock dome, Abzu used Water Gun to safely return to the ground, or the shrinking pool on the ground, and instead of trying to stop the water from draining he used the time to apply an Aqua Ring and to coil once. Thanks to the rain, it took nearly 10 seconds for the water level to go below the crown of the dome. That was the moment when Rhyperior seemed to release another earthquake that shook the ground and the water as well. Its plan worked and the draining speed of the water increased. It took less than 5 seconds for the water level to reach half of the rock dome, which was enough time for Abzu to recover a bit. Still, as soon as half of the dome was free, Abzu began to use Ice Beam to freeze it, starting from the crown. He made sure to cover the rock in a nice thick layer of ice. Once all the water had drained, Abzu had turned the rock dome into an igloo, and he was continuing to use Ice Beam to increase the thickness of the ice. Abzu was planning to freeze Rhyperior using the cold atmosphere that was no doubt worsening inside the dome. While that was happening, I was wondering if Rhyperior would use Dig to escape its own dome, but my silent question got answered when the ice-covered rock dome exploded outwards and a huge boulder flew in the direction of Abzu. Rhyperior had obviously gone for the more ferocious method of escape and used Rock Wrecker to break out and attack Abzu. However, I believe that Dig would have been smarter since Abzu managed to dodge the Rock Wrecker that had to first destroy the ice dome, and used Rhyperior's temporary immobilized state to hit it head-on with an Ice Beam. However, he only kept it up for 3 or so seconds before switching to Scald, making use of a natural phenomenon to cause great damage to Rhyperior. Yet, Rhyperior endured all that, and as soon as it could move it released a Thunder at Abzu, who was focused on his attack. Thunder hit Abzu, but my boy showed that Rhyperior was not the only hard-ass on the field, even if it was literally in Rhyperior's case. Abzu endured the thunder and fired a hydro pump at Rhyperior and kept it up until Rhyperior got knocked out, which did not take long due to the damage it suffered beforehand. As soon as Rhyperior slumped on the ground, out cold, the referee declared it unable to battle and Abzu the winner, which made me the winner of the Pokemon battle. Bill recalled his Rhyperior and I did the same with Abzu after praising him. We complimented each other before leaving the field under the applause of the audience, and with this victory, I made it to the round of 16 as well as the second day of the competition, at least in the Pokemon battle category. After my Pokemon battle, I had more than an hour until my battle at 6 p.m., so I decided to go out for an early dinner during that time. I opted for one of the sushi restaurants that had been recommended to me since sushi seemed to be the specialty of Fountain City. The place I went to was called Sushi Paradise, and I had to admit that I thought that it deserved that name. That was the best sushi I had ever eaten, and the assortment was truly wide. Seeking Nijirai was my favorite by far, and even the regular fish sushi was awesome. Well, as great as the taste was, the bill came up a bit high as well, but that was because I managed to snag myself some wild Pokemon/Seeking sushi that was rather expensive. The regular sushi and my drinks came up at around 620 poke, and I had to admit that I ate as well as drank a lot. The expensive bit was the portions of Seeking sushi, which cost 4320 poke on their own. Considering that I only ate 8 Seeking Nijirai, that was a lot of money. Still, I happily paid the bill, feeling completely satisfied by the great taste of the food, and made my way to the venue of my last fight for the day. Once I won that personal fight, I would have made it to the round of 16 in both categories, and to be honest, I doubted that I would lose. Chapter 323, Global Competition Day 1-5. I made it to the venue with 10 minutes to spare, and I used that time to check my opponent once more. I was facing Antonio Bellucci, a Tier 2 first-class Dragoon representing the Eastern Continent. He was a student at a martial academy located in a shared territory between Kalos and Almia. He was a spear user that used Draconic energy to boost his body and to utilize Draconic fire for all ranges of combat. He was the first person I came across during any of the competitions that used Draconic energy. In fact, he was the only one I heard about so far in this competition, which showed how rare they were. I knew for a fact that there were no real regional academies for them since their number was too low for an academy. They learned from one of the clans/factions that volunteered to the Alliance to show the ropes to new blood from their region. From rumors, I heard these guys were set for life since all of them got offers to join the clan/faction. Possibly through the honey trap or by enticing them with resources. Whichever one it was, they could be considered pretty lucky, especially since the Alliance made sure that they could not be forced to join, which meant they could only be tempted not forced. Anyway, with less than 5 minutes left I made my way to the battlefield, and while I was waiting for the fight to begin, I contemplated whether I should use my psychic abilities during this fight or not. I mean, now that I had revealed them, there was no reason to keep it back. Well, except that they may make it too easy to win the fights. I decided to fight without using my psychic abilities first to see how Antonio fared against my aura and weapons before deciding mid-fight whether I would use them or not. While I was thinking about that, I and Antonio got into our positions, the host did our introductions, and the referee did his thing, so we were only waiting for the starting signal, which just came. My first action was to throw a handful of sin bonds at Antonio to test his reaction. He simply twisted his spear like a propeller and blocked any sin bonds that came his way. It was noteworthy that his spear was clad in a film of draconic fire while he did that, probably something he did to counteract the aura I could have potentially used to boost/reinforce the sin bonds. We'd have to see if that had the effect he wanted or not, but not now. Right now, I boosted my legs and my back before I began circling Antonio at high speed while throwing sin bonds at him at random intervals to further test his reaction speed and instinct as well as his visual prowess. I picked it up a notch, further increasing my speed and applying aura on the sin bonds before throwing them at him. He successfully blocked the first few, but one managed to slip through and stabbed his left leg. Once that happened, he slashed his spear down in my direction and sent a crescent-shaped draconic fire slash at me. It kinda resembled the flying sword slashes that came up in various works of fiction, but here instead of being the work of high sword or spear mastery, it was mainly an attack made up of dragon fire. I stopped my sin bond throwing for a bit to dodge that fire crescent, and looking at the gash it caused on the ground, instead of just melting or crushing it, I had to admit that he might have been able to infuse a bit of the essence of the spear into that slash after all. Still, impressive display of spear and draconic mastery aside, that attack was neither fast nor wide-reaching enough to pose any danger to me, so I had no problems dodging the follow-up slash as well. I decided to up the ante a bit and began using aura platforms to add vertical movement to my circling. Now, the sin bonds did not only come from behind or the side but from above as well as from an angle. I kept that up for a minute or two, and Antonio managed to block most of the sin bonds with only a few making it through his flaming spear mill, but he managed to ensure that none of those managed to hit something vital. His occasional counterattacks were all dodged by me, even after he tried directly tossing dragon fireballs at me instead of sending fire slashes with his spear. I smoothly dodged them all. Still, finally having enough of the long-range approach, I pulled my two blades from my back and rushed at Antonio, who stood ready to receive me. He made the first move by sending a dragon fire slash at me that I sidestepped, but that seemed to be part of his plan since he immediately stabbed at me, forcing me to sidestep back to my previous position. Antonio moved his spear down left, before smoothly flowing into a sweep that aimed at my feet. I jumped above the sweep and saw him releasing a gout of dragon fire from his mouth at me in old-school fashion, making his affinity proud with that one. Still, I was not helpless despite being in midair. I created an aura platform above me and pushed myself back down using my hands. Also, instead of landing straight on my feet, I directly went into a forward rolling motion, while making sure I did not accidentally stab myself with my swords, which was a real risk in such a situation. Doing such a move without prior training was extremely risky and likely to result in self-harm, but thankfully I had in fact trained how to roll with a sword in my hands. Yoruchi had been pretty insistent I master that if I wanted to fight with two swords, so I did. I sprung to my feet and swung my left sword upward at Antonio's spear, forcing it skyward through the crash. He managed to hold onto his spear, but in return, his arms were pointing upwards as well and he was wide open. I stabbed my other sword at his unprotected body and I saw his arms bulging from exertion. He managed to brute force his arms down, barely placing his spear in front of my sword, taking multiple steps back from the clash of the two weapons. I followed after him and swung my other sword at him, which he blocked with the butt of his spear. I swiftly switched to slashing with the other sword, which he once more blocked, this time with the blade upper part of the spear. That kept repeating for a bit, but I was quickly overwhelming him since such close-range fighting was not a spear's forte. Seeing the situation, Antonio released another stream of draconic fire from his mouth, but I simply crouched down to dodge it after reflecting his spear to the side. Using my crouch, I did a leg sweep, reminding Antonio that I could do more than just use swords and throw senbons. My leg sweep succeeded and I managed to unbalance him enough to cause him to fall. However, he did something while falling that took me completely by surprise. He managed to hurl his spear at me even while he was falling, and since we were less than 2 meters apart at that moment, I had no time to dodge, and even blocking the first seemed unlikely to succeed. It was undoubtedly lucky and super daring on Antonio's part to fling his spear, hoping that his desperate throw was aimed true, which it was. His fortunate throw forced me to teleport away or actually risk losing. Seeing how I was forced to use one of my psychic abilities, I decided to just use them all. I teleported behind him just as he landed on the ground, and used my telekinesis to freeze him in place. Then I placed one of my swords on his outstretched neck while he was still struggling, trying to break free from my telekinetic grip. He was using his draconic energy in his efforts, and he might have succeeded after a few more seconds. Unfortunately for him, the referee declared me the winner a second after I placed the sword on his neck, deeming that to be enough to theoretically deal a fatal blow due to him failing to break free fast enough. I took my sword away as soon as the referee did that, and placed them both back on my back while releasing Antonio from my psychic hold. I stretched my arm out to him in an offer to help him up, and he took it with a smile. We exchanged pleasantries and I thanked him for the fight before we left the battlefield under the roaring applause of the audience. With this victory, I made it to the round of 16 in both categories, which would be held tomorrow. It was currently 6:23 p.m., my fight having taken close to 20 minutes, and I now had the rest of the day/evening to me. Seeing how I was free to do what I wanted and that I had an early dinner, I decided to pay the 2 Pokemon stores another visit. This time around I was not there to look for new Pokemon, or rather ones I had not seen during my last visit, but to check out the Starly and Bidoof instead. Well, I was not planning to pay too much on a single one of them since I did not really plan to add them to my team, but to the subspace instead, so I directly chose to check the undetermined ones. However, before I visited the shops, I found myself a place to change clothes. I put on a hoodie with the hood up and also put on one of my half-face masks, a Kakashi. I knew that this would not fool the high-ranking trainers/humans if they were tracking me, but it was better than nothing. Besides, it sent the message that I was doing something secret, so they could not talk about it with me without admitting that they have been following me, so I doubted anyone would say anything. Only after that did I move toward the shops. The first store had 63 undetermined Bidoof and 49 undetermined Starly, and since I had nothing better to do, I checked them all out. I found 47 Bidoof with light orange potential and above. 11 of those had a yellow shade, while 3 had a green shade potential, with green being the highest potential among them. On the Starly side, I detected 9 Starly with a yellow shade, 3 with a green shade, and 1 that actually had light blue potential. I chose to buy only the ones with deep orange potential and above. I ended up with 28 Bidoof, as well as 25 Starly, and paid 11 million poke for them in total. The actual price had been 11.85 million poke, but the shop gave me a mass purchase discount of around 7%. I did not mind the price, since the light blue Starly on its own was already worth nearly half that amount, so it was not as if I was making a loss or anything. On the contrary, if I was willing to resell them, I could easily earn quadruple or more than that, but I was going to keep them for myself. Anyway, I moved on to the next shop and did the same there as well. I ended up buying 23 Bidoof and 29 Starly in this one, and I paid 11 million here as well. Coincidentally, the total here ended up being 11.85 million as well, and the shop also gave me a mass purchase discount. Unfortunately, none among this batch had any shade of blue potential, but 2 of the Bidoof and 1 of the Starly had deep green potential, which was pretty lucky as well. Especially since all of them were going to live in the subspace and just produce a new generation of Pokemon for me. By the time I was done with my shopping trip it was close to 9 p.m. and I felt a bit peckish, so I decided to eat a second dinner. Leaving all Pokeballs inside Utopia after making sure that they were all in stasis mode. I would take care of them after the competition, so they could remain in stasis until then. Chapter 324, Global Competition Day 2. The next morning, at 8:15 a.m., I met up with Mr. Cameron at the hotel restaurant for breakfast. After exchanging morning greetings as well as assembling our plates from the breakfast buffet, we found ourselves an empty table and sat down. Once again, good work on reaching the round of 16 in both categories, even if there had been no doubt in my mind that you would do so. Also, don't mind the fact that you revealed your psychic abilities yesterday. We had already prepared for you to reveal it, but most of us had started to think that you might finish the whole thing without using any of your psychic abilities, which might have been a bit of a lost opportunity. You did not hear it from me, but some all elders planned to brag about you to the elders at the Psychic Council, but they could not do so without you coming out with your psychic ability on your own. After you did your reveal, quite a few of our elders did a few gloating phone calls and visits, but let's keep that between us, he said with a wink, and I had to chuckle a bit. It was nice to know that even these old gentlemen and gentlewomen had not lost that spark of life. At least, it was much better than them being cold and pragmatic as well as all calculating. Especially since they were the ones in the order that was all about life and balance. I'll keep it to myself, I promise, I said in jest, before looking at him with a bit of curiosity since I had just thought of something. Say, Mr. Cameron, you wouldn't have been following how the others from our northern continent are faring, would you? I asked curiously. I totally forgot to check that out yesterday, and I just remembered it. Some of them were pretty strong, so I was interested in hearing how many had made it to day 2. I did, he said with a nod before he began elaborating. We did pretty well. Including you, 3 made it to the round of 16 in the personal combat category, and 5 in the Pokemon battle category. I had to agree with him that was not bad since our northern continent secured around a fourth of the available spots. Who are the ones that made it? I asked, wishing for some more details. Well, besides you, there are Aaron Herb and Haru Saru among the personal fighters, as well as Brian Stone, Hans Rust, Isabel Glaze, and Diana Bright in the Pokemon battle category. He reciprocated readily, and I thanked him for sharing that with me. Seems like Eric is the only one among the previous semi-finalists that did not make it this far. Sad for him, I thought to myself. Odds were that I would be facing one of my fellow Northerners during the quarterfinals unless they all somehow managed to lose. Anyway, we talked a bit more about the upcoming rounds. I told him that my parents, as well as friends, were coming over tomorrow, and he simply acknowledged it with a nod. At 9 a.m., I bid Mr. Cameron goodbye and leisurely made my way to the venue of my upcoming battle. My Pokemon battle was scheduled for 9:45 a.m., and out of the 4 venues chosen for the round of 16, I ended up getting the Motochika Grand Stadium as my venue. My opponent was Barbara Gordon, representing the Eastern Continent. She was a student at one of the air/flying academies in Ore, and surprisingly she was not a pure flying type specialist since one of the 4 Pokemon she had shown so far was not a flying type. Her team, as far as I knew, consisted of a Noctowl, Crobat, Noivern, and Decidueye, all of which were at the high, silver stage. That seemed to be the norm in the global competition. Also, I knew that many would complain about my previous declaration that she was no pure flying specialist, and I had to admit that Decidueye only lost its flying typing during its final evolution, but regardless of that, it remained a fact that it no longer had the flying type. Anyway, I streamed the ongoing battles, which had started at 9 a.m., in conference mode on the official website of the global competition on my phone while I made my way to the stadium. It took me nearly half an hour to arrive since I was a bit distracted and chose to go slow. Nonetheless, I made it there with 15 minutes to spare, so that was no problem. I made my way to the field and I arrived at the gate just as one of the previous battlers left from there. It was Chan Huang, I knew that because I watched his battle just now. He had won and made it to the quarterfinals, so he was a potential opponent. On a side note, I saw Brian win his battle, while Isabel lost. Diana's battle was still ongoing and Hans was going to battle at the same time as me. Well, just 5 minutes later Diana's battle concluded and she made it to the quarterfinals as well, leaving only Hans and me in the undecided category. 5 minutes before 9:45 a.m., one of the staff members signaled me that I could make my way onto the field, so I went through the gate. I heard the host doing my introduction and the crowd cheering at my entrance. I saw Barbara entering the field from the other side and gave her a nod which she returned. Our exchange was shown on the big screen and the audience loved it. We made it to our positions, and the referee began his usual rundown of the rules before he gave the starting signal. We released our first Pokemon as soon as he did that, and Noivern appeared on Barbara's side, while Shino/Yanmega appeared on mine. The crowd cheered loudly when they saw the Pokemon, but that was probably more due to Noivern being a dragon and all that. Not sure how many noticed that Yanmega was an ancient variant since the sign for this one were not that obvious. Regardless of what everyone was thinking, Shino had the complete advantage as far as I was concerned. Thanks to his ancient gene and most likely superior parameters, as well as his ability's tinted lens, which meant he delivered neutral damage at worst, and his speed boost, which kept increasing his speed as long as he was in battle, Shino would smoothly take down that dragon bat. Honestly, speed boost was a pretty broken ability, especially with species that already had a high agility parameter. Anyway, as soon as Shino appeared he used Sunny Day as his opening move before splitting up and spreading out all over the field using Double Team. He also received his first speed boost, raising his speed. On the other side, Noivern used Tailwind as its opening move before it reacted to all the Yanmega and released an air cutter to attack them all. Shino easily blocked that by releasing a Silver Wind, which his copies copied, making it look as if it was coming from all around the field. He followed that up with an Air Slash, making his visual copies follow suit. Noivern tried to counter it with a Hurricane since it covered all directions regardless of which Air Slash was real. It also managed to destroy a big part of the copies it came in contact with. Still, Shino's mastered Air Slash right through the Hurricane and kept heading straight for Noivern, even if somewhat diminished by the previous clash. Not having expected that, Noivern was forced to dodge to the side, which allowed Shino to release another Air Slash. Noivern avoided that one as well, but in the meantime, Shino got his second speed boost. Noivern tried to counterattack using Boom Burst, banking on the indiscriminate nature of the move. It managed to destroy all visual copies, but Shino managed to block it using his mastered Bug Buzz. Not only did he block Boom Burst with Bug Buzz, but he also released a Signal Beam at Noivern while doing so. The Signal Beam hit Noivern, who was in the middle of its attack, interrupting it and causing it to lose height before it managed to restabilize its flight. While it was doing that, Shino released Ancient Power towards it, sending a group of large rocks to fly at Noivern, who was forced to perform some serious air acrobatics to dodge them at short notice. It fired a Dragon Pulse at Shino trying to retaliate, but my boy blocked that with a Solar Beam that began to overpower its move, forcing it to abort and frantically dodge. Shino got his third speed boost while that happened, and decided to make use of his increased speed. He blitzed around Noivern and fired an Air Slash at it whenever he thought was opportune. Noivern desperately dodged or blocked them all, but while it was doing that, Shino went through his fourth speed boost. Noivern decided to resort to Hurricane to slow down the Air Slashes and buy itself time to compose itself. Still, Shino decided to change gears after his fourth boost. He used an Air Slash to open a gap in the Hurricane that Noivern was trying to keep up, then he slipped through that opening and flashed towards Noivern using Aerial Ace. Using his superior speed, he hit Noivern with one Aerial Ace after another, not only stopping it from keeping up its Hurricane but also keeping it from using any move to effectively defend itself. During this, Shino got his fifth boost and increased his speed even further, and honestly, I was starting to feel bad for the Piñata, I meant Noivern. Apparently, Shino also felt that it was enough since he appeared behind Noivern after dodging its latest desperate Boom Burst and released a point-blank Hyper Beam at the back of Noivern. The hyper beam carried Noivern to the ground, making it crash there before the complementary explosion followed, accompanied by the dust cloud, and Shino stopped his beam once that happened. He waved his wings a bit to clear the dust, and we could see the unconscious Noivern lying on the ground. The referee declared it unable to battle, and Barbara recalled her down dragon. Meanwhile, I also recalled Shino, who had been buzzing around the field excitedly while enjoying the applause and cheers from the audience. The referee asked us if we were ready, and both of us nodded, so he gave the signal for us to release our second Pokémon. What appeared on Barbara's side was her Crobat, and coincidentally the same was true on my side as well. Seeing the two at the same time, the differences between them became more distinct. Not only was Mocha quite a bit larger than Barbara's Crobat, but she also had patterns that it did not have, denoting her status as a royal variant. Not that many among the viewers knew what those patterns/lines signified. Still, they all saw the difference, and everyone got a feel for which one was the superior Crobat. Honestly, the outcome of their fight was pretty predictable, since Mocha was superior in every way, from size to racial value to parameters, with her going through her limit breaking, and after a few exchanges, it became apparent that she was better in the move department as well. So, it came as no surprise when Mocha managed to knock out Barbara's Crobat after roughly 5 minutes, and even that seemed as if it had been granted by her to her fellow Crobat. At least that was the image she portrayed, but I knew that she did her best to beat it as fast as possible to prove herself, so she was more tired than she let on. The referee declared her the winner, and I recalled her after thanking her for doing her best. Barbara was now down to her last Pokémon, and I readied my third one as well. We released our Pokémon as soon as the signal came, and they materialized on the field under the expectant gazes of the audience. Chapter 325, Global Competition Day 2-2. The Pokémon that appeared on Barbara's side was her Decidueye, while I decided to go with Abyss/Gyarados. Since I had already revealed/used 2 of them, 3 if we counted Stan/Gyarados, I naturally had to use the other 3 members of the Sinister Six as well, or they would feel bad about it. Abby's appearance obviously caused a commotion due to her different look compared to a regular Gyarados. Well, it was mostly her coloration that was different on the visual front, but just like the others, she was much larger than normal as well, at 13.5 meters, so that made an impact too. The upper part of her scales was an Umbreon black, while her belly, or lower part, as well as the row of spots on the back, were in navy blue. Her barbels were a bit shorter than the regular ones, but I doubted anyone in the audience that did not deal with Gyarados would notice that. They would, however, notice that the crest on her head, while still 3-pointed, looked slightly jagged and slightly longer as well. The white fins on each side and the ones on her back as well as tail looked mostly the same, they just seemed a bit more sharp/jagged and were gray instead of white. Anyway, while Abai caused a commotion in the stands, her Intimidate ability did its work and well, intimidated Decidueye. She also executed her vicious opening moveset, which was her using Taunt and Torment in rapid succession. This limited her opponent to offensive moves and simultaneously prevented it from using the same move more than once in a certain period. With her current mastery, that period lasted for 1 minute and 37 seconds. Her opening move interrupted whatever move Decidueye was in the middle of performing, and she used that opportunity to perform her only combo move, Scary Snarl, attacking Decidueye while also lowering its speed as well as energy attacking capabilities. Not willing to just let Abai do whatever she wants, Decidueye sent out a volley of Razor Leaf, but Abai simply burned them to crisp with a flamethrower. Seeing that, Decidueye decided that getting into the air was vital and took off at once. While it was rising, Abai fired a Dark Pulse at it, but it used Phantom Force to be intangible for a bit, so her attack failed. That action bought it enough time to get properly airborne, and with its intangibility, it managed to theoretically bypass the restrictions set by Taunt. I had to admit that was a pretty clever application of Phantom Force. Anyway, seeing that she could not attack Decidueye while it was intangible, Abai chose to ignore it for a bit and used Nasty Plot to boost her energy potency. She then eyed Decidueye, and at the first hint that it returned to normal, she fired an Ice Beam at it. Decidueye quickly fired a Shadow Ball at the incoming Ice Beam to stall it for a moment, buying it enough time to safely dodge the attack. Directly after it did that, it fired an Energy Ball at Abai, which she easily dodged. What followed was Decidueye alternating between Energy Ball, Seed Bomb, and Razor Leaf, while dodging Aby's counterattacks to deal with the 30 seconds cooldown forced upon it by Torment. Abai dealt with the grass moves through Flamethrower and Air Slash with Ice Beam. She also kept them up a bit longer after dealing with Decidueye's moves, trying to hit it with them as well, but besides a few grazes here and there it managed to avoid most of the damage by using Phantom Force at critical junctures. Abai made sure to force Decidueye's Phantom Force to cool down. She then reapplied both Taunt and Torment before the previous ones expired, killing any of Decidueye's hopes of using any auxiliary, support, or healing moves. After she managed to nail Decidueye with a particularly well-aimed Flamethrower, causing it to be briefly unable to dodge due to pain, she hit it with another scary Snarl, further reducing its speed. Well, and its offense, but the speed reduction was the important bit. After it slowed down, even more, dodging Aby's attacks became much harder, and the number of its successful dodges reduced drastically. Unfortunately, for Decidueye that is, Aby's last Ice Beam managed to freeze its wings, causing it to plummet towards the ground. Abyss did not miss the opportunity and shot a Dark Pulse at it while it was falling. After it crashed onto the ground she rushed towards it, but that proved to be in vain since Decidueye was already unconscious. The referee declared Decidueye unable to battle and Abyss the winner, which meant I had won the battle. Meanwhile, Abai was actually pouting cause she did not get to finish her last action, but she stopped pouting when I praised her performance before I recalled her. Barbara did the same with her Decidueye and I thanked her for the battle before I left the venue. I had now officially made it to the quarterfinals in the Pokemon Battle category. A quick look at the streams/info on the fights showed that Hansa's battle was still going on. It was 10:07 a.m. right now, and my personal battle was scheduled for 11:45 a.m., so I still had nearly 100 minutes before my fight. Moreover, the fight would happen here as well, so I found myself an empty seat in the stands and just watched the rest of Hansa's battle. Well, he ended up losing, even if it was a close thing with his Magnezone going down a few moments before his opponent's Scrafty. His loss meant that Diana, Brian, and I were the only ones that made it to the quarterfinals in the Pokemon Battle category, at least from our continent. I was curious how many of us three from the northern continent were going to qualify for the quarterfinals and personal combat after the round of 16 was over. It would be a bit sad for the northern continent if I ended up being the only one. Anyway, after watching Hans lose his battle, I chose to look up the information on my next opponent to see what I had to deal with. According to the official website, I would be facing Jake Hill, who was representing the Western Continent and Galar. The guy was a Tier 2 first-class grass elementalist that liked to use his plant manipulation to grow a pair of thorn whips that he could expertly use at long and mid-range. He had also shown other ways to fight at all ranges, including close range, so he was pretty balanced all things considered. Still, from what I could see from the clips on his battles and other information I read, close combat seemed to be his weakest point. Satisfied with what I found, I took a look at my watch and saw that I had another 20 minutes before I had to head down onto the field, so I decided to finally deal with the Bidoof and Starly I had bought yesterday. I chose to start with the 51 Bidoof, and the first thing I did was release them out of their respective Pokeballs one after the other so that they could go through Utopia's optimization process. Utopia naturally created a habitat for them, which increased a bit in size after all 51 Bidoof were assigned there, but that was irrelevant since I was going to throw all of them into the subspace. Well, someday in the future, when I decided that they had done enough at the subspace Bidoof farm. The habitat could be used by the Bidoof that ended up with light blue and blue potential after the optimization process. Until then it would just stay on the outskirts of Utopia along with the other empty habitats. Out of the 51 Bidoof, 18 ended up with light yellow potential, 15 reached yellow, 7 acquired deep yellow, 4 gained light green, 3 upgraded to green, 2 ended up with deep green, 1 made it to light blue, and 1 even got his potential raised to blue. All in all, the optimization ended up giving me a pretty decent basis for my Bidoof farm. Once everyone was done, I separated an area in the fauna subspace for the Bidoof that I adjusted just for them before I relocated them all there. After that, I repeated the same process with the Starly. Just like with the Bidoof, the Starly habitat ended up in the outskirts as well, and I decided to resettle the 2 blue potential Starly there as well after I felt they had done enough inside the subspace to retire to the main space of Utopia. Out of the 54 Starly, 21 upgraded to light yellow potential, 16 ended with yellow, 7 got deep yellow, 3 managed to reach light green, 4 reached green, 1 got boosted to deep green, and the last 2 actually had their potential raised to blue. This was a pretty good basis for a Starly farm as well, and in a few years, when their number had risen to over 300, I would allow the Bidoof and Starly with good potential to retire. Anyway, I relocated all Starly to the fauna subspace as well, once they had all gone through optimization, and I had separated/prepared their new habitat. After I finished with all that, I took another look at the watch and saw that it was 11:39 a.m., so I stood up to head towards the field. As soon as I arrived at the gate, the staff let me walk onto the field and I heard the host starting the introductions as soon as I came out. Less than a minute later Jake showed up as well. The referee spoke up and went over the rules before he gave the signal to start our battle. My first action was to send out a few Sinbons as a greeting gift, but Jake did something unexpected. He used his right arm to block the Sinbons he could not dodge while throwing out a few seeds with his left hand before he made those grow into a big shrub wall. A shrub was generally not the best wall to hide behind against projectiles, but Jake used the twigs and branches inside the shrub to block all Sinbons I threw at him. I also saw him pulling out the Sinbons logged inside his right arm before using grass energy from the shrub he grew to heal the wounds. I decided against making it harder for myself and simply teleported a few meters behind Jake to throw some more Sinbons at him. Jake seemed to have expected something like that since he had moved some branches there which he used to block most of the Sinbons. Yet, no matter how fast he reacted, the movement of the branches could not be as fast as my teleportation, so some Sinbons made it through and lodged onto his back or behind. I then teleported a few more times to different positions to release some more volleys of Sinbons at Jake, who eventually decided to completely surround himself with a shrub dome. That way he finally managed to block all my Sinbons, effectively making them useless, at least for now. I could still somewhat see what Jake was doing inside that shrub dome of his, and I saw him grow some flowers inside there. The reason why he did that became obvious a few moments later when a cloud of powder began being released from the flowers. The powder cloud wafted out of the shrub and began spreading out. I guess Jake had looked into my previous fights and had seen that I had some problems with clouds and smoke screens. However, that was only while I was trying to restrict myself to aura and my weapons, not when I was willing to use my psychic abilities as well. I guess it was time to show Jake and everyone else that I did in fact have no such weakness, and that it had been a choice of mine to face the situations head-on instead of solving them the easy way. Chapter 326, Global Competition Day 2-3. Well, with my current abilities, I had 2 ways to deal with the powder cloud. The first was to create a funnel effect with my psychic abilities to gather all the powder there, effectively neutralizing it. The other one was blowing the cloud away. I could use brute force and aura to do it using a large fan, or I could use my swords and psychic ability to create a pseudo-rotor that would blow the cloud away. Since I had no fan with me right now, and creating a fan-like aura construct big enough to fulfill the purpose was outside of my current capabilities, I went with the sword and psychic method. I levitated my 2 swords at an angle and began to spin them at a high speed, creating a strong wind that blew the powder away. While I was at it, I moved the spinning swords towards the bush dome and used them as a shearer to cut through the whole thing, trying to expose Jake once more. Unfortunately, Jake did not wait for me to destroy his hideout and used as many branches as possible to entangle my sword grinder. At first, the branches simply got trimmed, but as the number of branches increased the spinning swords involuntarily slowed down before they became slow enough to be completely swallowed/entangled by the branches. Now, one would ask why I did not simply recall my swords and allow them to become entangled, basically losing them to the bush. Well, first of all, while that exchange happened I made sure that the flowers were destroyed. Not only that, but while Jake was focusing on stopping the swords he ended up sacrificing more than 60% of the bush/vegetation, leaving him partially open. I made use of that and his distraction. I gave up control of the swords at the last moment and teleported behind him before sending out 2 volleys of telekinetically controlled Sinbons at him. Jake noticed my disappearance at the last moment and tried to defend himself. He directed as many branches as he could to his unprotected side, where the Senbons were heading. Unfortunately for him, there were too many Senbons coming his way, and a big part of his branches was too slow to help him stop them. I controlled the 2 Senbon swarms, and the first few Senbons made it through under my control. Jake blocked his vital points with his arms and he threw himself back towards the bush he created. The bush writhed and swallowed him. I returned the Senbons to my side when it happened and used my telekinesis to grab my swords that had been neglected during my attack. Once I had them back in my hand, I boosted myself with my aura and looked at Jake, who had stepped out of what had remained of his bush. He was wrapped up in branches and foliage, having used 40% of the 60% that had not been destroyed to create that pseudo-armor. To be honest, the armor was not as sophisticated as the one Aaron used during the Continental semifinals, but it covered his whole body and was dense enough to stop my Senbons, so that was probably enough for Jake. He pointed towards the rest of the bush and it gathered in his left hand and formed into a shield while a stake grew out of his right hand. Sadly for him, I was already upon him by the time he was done, and he barely managed to block my right sword with his shield but failed to block my left sword. It cut through his stake, which Jake placed in front of the sword, and lodged into his right shoulder blade, or at least into the armor in that area. I swiftly retracted the sword and saw the gash mend at a moderate speed. Not planning to wait until it was completely mended, I began attacking him with my sword while using my telekinesis to freeze him. He managed to struggle against my control, so I focused on his shield arm, disrupting his body control. My attacks swept across him and he had problems dodging or blocking them. He did his best, but using just his right arm proved insufficient for that, so more and more gashes appeared on his armor. Once the armor was riddled with gashes, Jake chose to detonate it, sending splinters at me. I teleported behind him and immobilized him, which was easier now that he was not covered in wood. I then placed the blade at his throat, which resulted in the referee declaring me the winner. I took the blade away and thanked Jake for the fight before leaving the venue. It was 12:10 p.m. now, and a quick look at the website told me that my next fight was at 1 p.m. That Pokemon battle was at another venue, and from the map, it was around 12 minutes on foot at a moderate pace. I began making my way there and checked out whom I would be fighting on my phone. I found out that I would be facing Carl Prime, a water specialist representing the southern continent, and Pacio. He had shown 4 Pokemon so far, with all of them being at the high, silver stage, which had become the norm by now. The 4 Pokemon were Starmie, Azumarill, Floatzel, and Gastrodon. From the info on his Pokemon, Azumarill definitely had Sap Sipper, while Gastrodon had Storm Drain, since the two were immune to grass and water moves respectively. I made it to the venue 20 minutes before 1 p.m., so I bought myself snacks and a drink at one of the stalls, for eating was a joy of life. I also made sure to use the time to distribute lunch to everyone inside Utopia. Between snacking and handing out food, the 20 minutes went by pretty fast and I was ushered onto the field by the staff. The usual introduction, as well as the referee's speech, happened, and before I knew it, the starting signal was given. Carl called out his Starmie as his first Pokemon, and I chose to send out Optimus/Butterfree as my first one. Optimus's first set of action, once he appeared on the field, was to use Tailwind and began a quiver dance. Meanwhile, Starmie used Light Screen before it set off a Thunder Wave. Thankfully, Optimus managed to finish using Safeguard by then, making that move useless. Optimus retaliated and used a Signal Beam at Starmie, who blocked it using Power Gem. My boy did not let that stop him and followed up with a Pollen Puff, which Starmie partially dodged and partially blocked using Psybeam. It switched to Psychic and tried to attack Optimus, but he blocked it with a Psychic of his own. My guy was used to Psychic battles against Mothra/Butterfree and Tatsumaki, so he had no problem matching Starmie even though it was a genuine Psychic type. In fact, he had a slight advantage, but it was not enough to overwhelm the other move. In the end, they ended the stalemate by breaking up the moves at the same time as if they had reached an accord. Optimus then chose to make use of his superior speed to fly around, making a bad target, while he used Sunny Day to decrease the potency of Starmie's water moves and to be able to spam Solar Beam. He then fired 2 air slashes at Starmie before directly using Teleport to appear behind it, while it was busy dodging them. Neither Starmie nor Carl expected Optimus to no teleport, so it was taken by surprise, which ended up pretty badly for it. Optimus threw a powder bomb containing all 3 powder types at it, and due to its unpreparedness, Starmie got hit, resulting in it falling asleep while becoming paralyzed and poisoned. It was possible that Starmie could heal from all that if its natural cure ability kicked in a few minutes later, but I doubted that Optimus gave it that chance. The first thing he did once Starmie was defenseless, was to tightly wrap it up using string shot. Once he was done wrapping it up real tight, he added a layer of electroweb on top of it as insurance and to cause some damage on the side. Only after that did he switch to real offense. He first used Giga Drain to recover any energy he lost until now and to heal even the slightest damage he received during their exchange. Afterward, he used Bug Buzz thrice before using Dream Eater to check if it was still conscious or not. Well, it happened to have been barely conscious, but Dream Eater ended up pushing it over the edge, so he used Air Slash to cut open the strings and web to make Starmie visible once more. As soon as everyone could see Starmie's situation, the referee declared it unable to battle, and Butterfree the winner. Honestly, this ended up being more one-sided than I had thought, but if I took into consideration that he was Mothra's #1 sparring partner by default, I understood why it ended up like this. The poor guy was simply used to going all out to fight against Mothra, so once he had to face someone else, he fought as if everyone was like her. Yes, under the tender mercies of Mothra, Optimus had become an extremely capable battler. He now qualified as a really strong Pokemon among his peers. Only his racial value held him back a bit, but that only became a factor in extremely rare cases. Anyway, I recalled him after praising this performance, and going by the cheers coming from the audience, they were impressed by his performance as well. We released our second Pokemon at the signal from the referee, and Luna/Clefable appeared on my side, while Floatzel appeared on Carl's side. Floatzel used Rain Dance as soon as it appeared, replacing the waning sun with rain, activating its swift swim abilities, which doubled its speed. Not that it mattered since it proved to be close to futile in the face of Luna's opening move. She used Gravity as her opening move, displaying what she could do with it after she mastered it. Even Floatzel, whose speed had doubled thanks to the rain, had trouble moving at even a third of its usual speed. Luna, not planning to give Floatzel any time to get used to the gravity or for trainer or Pokemon to think of any countermeasures, went up to it and gave it a first-row ticket to a private concert. Her sing caused Floatzel to fall asleep within seconds. What followed was pretty brutal and a bit mean, which no doubt surprised a lot of people since no one thought a fairy type would act like that. Luna used Wake Up Slap on Floatzel, dealing double the damage, but waking it up in the process. Once that happened, she sent it back to sleep while it was struggling against the gravity, before waking it up once more with another Wake Up Slap. She repeated that cycle 4 times before she decided to change tactics, allowing the poor Floatzel with its swollen cheeks to sleep in peace for a bit. Meanwhile, she began using Calm Mind repeatedly before finishing the battle by using stored power. The move, juiced up by all the boosts in Luna's parameters, sent Floatzel straight into unconsciousness. Floatzel had spent 99% of the short fight asleep, and both Carl, as well as the audience, were staring blankly at the knocked-out Floatzel. Carl only snapped out of it when the referee told him to recall his Pokemon before declaring Luna the winner. To be honest, I could understand his reaction. No one expected to reach this stage and then witness how their Pokemon got handled with such ease, and at such a speed. Even I had underestimated Luna's effectiveness a bit, since I had thought that Floatzel would have been able to give her a bit of a fight. Still, her gravity proved to be more devastating than I expected. Anyway, I had already praised and recalled Luna while Carl was in his dazed state, so once he did recall his Floatzel, the referee gave the signal for us to release our third Pokemon, and we did so under the eyes of the audience that managed to overcome their shock. Chapter 327, Global Competition Day 2-4. Gastrodon appeared on Carl's side, while Hashirama/Venusaur appeared on mine. That had actually been a bit of a gamble on my part due to the possibility of Carl choosing his Azumarill that had sapped Sipper, but I was confident that Hashirama could still take it out without relying on grass-type moves, so I went with him regardless. Now with Gastrodon as his opponent, the difficulty had decreased a bit, but Hashi knew not to underestimate his opponent, so he went at it seriously. He immediately executed Sunny Day, which was his sole mastered move right now, before using Growth. Sunny Day not only doubled the effectiveness of Growth but also effectively doubled his speed as soon as the sunshine intensified and Hashi's chlorophyll ability kicked in. Hashi became a really fast, not so lean but still mean murder machine. On the other side, Gastrodon started a sandstorm as soon as it appeared on the field, but probably due to the difference in mastery, the sandstorm only began when Hashirama was done with his opening move. Not that the sand bothered him all that much, he took the little damage they caused without so much as a twitch, and since neither weather move cancelled the other, both remained active. That was lucky for Gastrodon since its sandstorm would have failed otherwise against Hashi's Sunny Day. Anyway, since Solar Beam's power was reduced due to the sandstorm, along with his favorite move Synthesis, Hashi directly fired Seed Bomb at Gastrodon instead. He then took off in a sprint towards it while Gastrodon was busy blocking Seed Bomb with an Ice Beam. It succeeded, but Hashi simply kept throwing one Seed Bomb after the other at it without stopping his run, forcing it to focus on defending itself. Gastrodon were rather slow Pokemon, so it was unlikely that it could physically keep up with him anyway. It would either have to enter into close combat with Hashirama whenever he wants, or it would have to try to force him to keep his distance since it was unable to open up any distance itself. So it was no surprise for me when a juiced-up Hashirama arrived at Gastrodon's side and tried to slap it with a Power Whip. Still, the other side knew that they were slow, and Gastrodon used Muddy Water to drag Hashirama away from itself. The Muddy Wave succeeded in carrying off Hashirama for a bit, but he still managed to swat Gastrodon with his Power Whip before he got swept away, flinging it in the opposite direction. He then used his whip and stabbed it into the ground to stop himself from being dragged along any further. The Muddy Wave passed him and he sent a volley of Razor Leaf at Gastrodon, who, after flipping back on its belly after being painfully flung away, was trying to set off a rain dance to get rid of Hashi's chlorophyll. While the sandstorm gave way due to being triggered by its own energy, its rain dance failed to overwhelm Hashi's mastered Sunny Day, only reducing its energy/duration. Unfortunately for Gastrodon, its sandstorm was still gone, which meant Hashirama directly fired a solar beam at it, taking advantage of its failed attempt. Gastrodon, being unable to dodge, tried to block the approaching solar beam with a last-minute Ice Beam, but the hastily used Ice Beam failed to stop the solar beam and it slammed right into its upper body. Using Sunny Day as support, Hashirama kept up the solar beam and it carried Gastrodon with it until it slammed into the wall/shield of the field, causing the usual dust/smoke explosion. Hashirama followed the principle of double tap and sent a Seed Bomb to the location it crashed, without waiting for the smoke to clear. He also immediately used Synthesis afterward to recover from any damage caused by sandstorms so far. He was done healing right as the smoke cleared, and looking at the prone form of Gastrodon, it seemed he had already won. I could feel that Hashirama was actually a bit disappointed that the fight was already over, and I knew that it was because he did not get to fight much this last month due to everything that was going on. Thankfully, he did not show his disappointment outwardly, since he would have probably caused some emotional damage to Carl, who was recalling his unconscious Gastrodon after the referee declared it unable to battle, and thus Hashirama the winner. I recalled Hashirama as well, after praising him, while the referee declared me the winner of our battle, and I went up to Carl to apologize for Luna's ruthless strategy before I thanked him for the battle. Carl waved off my apology, saying that it had been certainly an intriguing learning experience for him and probably a lot of the viewers as well. After that, we parted ways, me as a fresh semi-finalist, and him as someone that lost in the quarterfinals. It was close to 1:20 p.m. when I left the field, and my personal quarterfinal battle was at 2:30 p.m., so I had over an hour before then. Furthermore, the battle would happen back at the Motochika Grand Stadium, so I had to go back there. If I walked at a sedated pace, I would make the trip in 25 or so minutes, which would leave me enough time to buy some snacks on site, and I could check out my next opponent while I was walking, so that was what I did. I found out that my opponent was Thomas Kevlar, a Tier 2 rock elementalist representing the Eastern Continent and Fiori. From what I looked up, his abilities were pretty comprehensive. He had a durable rock armor for personal protection, rock walls for defense, rock spikes that he could grow at pretty much everywhere within 30 meters, rock bullets for long range, and a rock weapon of his choice for close-range combat. All in all, his abilities were pretty solid, and he deserved to make it this far. Still, after looking through everything, I was not too worried about him since his prior battles had shown that people capable of flying were his weakest point, followed by really fast ones, which I was both. My ability to teleport, along with being able to levitate and step onto the air, made fighting against me pretty hard for him. Not to mention my respectable speed when I went all out boosting my speed with aura. I doubted I would have trouble dodging or avoiding his offense, while I was confident in breaking his defense. Still, no matter how much of an advantage I seemed to have, I was not planning to underestimate him, so I would be serious from the start. I made it to the stadium shortly after I was done reviewing the information on Thomas, but I still had 40 minutes, so I first bought myself some easy-to-digest snacks before I found a seat close to the gate I had to enter the battlefield from. There I began to enjoy my snacks while checking up on my fellow Northerners to see if Brian and Diana had made it to the semifinals as well. Unfortunately, it seemed the semifinals would not be dominated by the North since Diana lost against her opponent, while Brian barely managed to eke out a win against his opponent, who was a water specialist, by revealing a really strong, high, silver stage Torterra. It managed to turn things around when Brian was losing 2:1, by first finishing off the opponent's lightly tired second and then his third Pokemon as well. Brian's victory meant that there was a 1 in 3 chance that I would be facing him tomorrow in the semifinals. Coincidentally, I saw Diana moving towards the exit of the stadium. So I wondered whether I should stand up and go toward her to express my sympathy in a way that did not give the signal that I was pitying her, since there was no need for pity. That girl had made it into the top 8 globally after all. However, I ultimately decided to leave her be since she had just lost, and approaching her for that reason could come across as pretentious. I would talk to her tomorrow if I came across her somewhere. If not, I would see her during the awards ceremony. Anyway, after that little event, I made multiple plans on how to beat Thomas in the smoothest and fastest fashion. I managed to make a few plans by the time I had to make my way to the field. So after storing my stuff in the locker at the gate, I walked onto the field while the host did my introduction, and I saw Thomas stepping onto the field a moment after I did. After our introductions, the referee did his usual thing before he gave the signal that started our battle. I immediately teleported above Thomas's head, before levitating there. Moving somewhere in the air instead of beside or behind him proved to be the right choice, since he raised 30 to 40 centimeters tall rock spikes all around himself, so my feet would have become shish kebab if I had moved anywhere onto the ground close to him. Still, I ignored that and focused on using the full focus of one of my thought streams on immobilizing him, while using the other thought stream to clad my right leg in aura while boosting my back, neck, and lower body as much as possible before doing a flip and using the momentum to slam my heel onto his head. Thomas struggled fiercely to free himself from my telekinetic grip, but he failed to move his body to dodge my drop kick. However, after straining himself to the max, I could see the veins popping on his neck and head. He managed to tilt his head enough that my heel crashed onto his collarbone instead of his head. He grunted in pain, and since I released my hold of his body the moment my kick landed, he was forced onto his knees by the force of my kick, which had to be hurt as well. I instantly teleported away the moment my kick succeeded in driving him onto his knees, and seeing how he managed to fight through the pain to raise a rock spike that would have skewered me, I was right to do so. Still, no matter how impressed I was by his willpower and tenacity, I had no intention of giving him time to recover. I teleported 20 meters behind him before I immobilized him using my telekinesis the moment I reappeared. According to my estimation, 15 meters was the maximum distance of his rock spike defense against teleportation. I added another 5 meters just to be sure, and considering that I escaped being skewered, I was right. I assigned one thought stream on keeping his body immobilized before I boosted my body and ran at him at full force. Since he could not turn around to see me, he was theoretically forced to defend himself by randomly raising spikes or walls. Well, he chose to turtle down and raised a rock dome that he hid under. I was pretty sure a spike would grow out of it the moment he heard it cracking at one side. Yet, I did not slow down but pulled out my swords from my back. Then I threw my left sword at the dome while changing my direction and throwing my second one at the other side as well. I did not stop and kept running until I was right where Thomas should be facing. There I clayed my fist in aura and boosted my arms and upper body before I threw a punch at the dome. I heard a crack coming from the dome from the place my first thrown sword managed to hit. Less than a second later I heard a second crash and saw a spike growing out from that side just as my fist slammed into the rock in front of me and destroyed it, sending rocks inwards. They crashed into Thomas's body, but he seemed to have covered his whole body, except for his eyes and nostrils in rock armor, so the rocks failed to cause any damage. Seeing me, he immediately grew spikes from everywhere inside the dome, forcing me to retreat or risk being pierced, but even that had been part of my plan since one of my swords flew through the hole it caused at full speed. It was heading towards his neck from behind him while he was focused on me. Chapter 328, Global Competition Day 2-5. The sword slammed onto Thomas's neck, but he seemed to have reinforced the neck area with extra thick rocks, causing the sword to get stuck there. Thomas, apparently being pretty confident in his defense, chose to ignore the sword and focused on attacking me, but that was a big mistake since I was already sending the second sword at the first one to hammer it further in. As soon as the swords crashed, they were immobilized, probably due to a staff member, and the referee declared me the winner. The moment he did, I released my hold on Thomas, whose rock armor receded once he was freed. I was sure the armor would hold, and I was planning to let the rock swallow the swords, he said with a wry look on his face. Apparently, he felt the need to justify himself, expressing that he had not forgotten the other sword, but simply miscalculated the strength of his defense. Too risky, I returned with a shake of my head. Never risk your neck during a plan since you can't afford to lose it, I added my sage advice a moment later. I know, but I knew someone would interfere, so I decided to risk it, he replied with a shrug, but his shoulders sagged a moment later. Shit, I'm definitely going to hear an earful for that from a lot of people, he said in a defeated tone. Good fight and good luck, I said with a laugh before leaving the field. With this victory, I had now qualified for the semifinals in both categories, and since the battle was the last one for today, at least for me, I was free to do whatever I wanted until my first battle tomorrow. The whole thing only took around 20 minutes, so there were still 10 minutes until 3 p.m. I decided to call Mr. Cameron and ask him if he would be willing to teleport me to Aaron Academy before 4:30 p.m. so that I could take part in the graduation ceremony. Pururu gotcha. Hello, sir, I greeted him as soon as he took the call. Thank you, I did my best. I thanked him for his praise before I began explaining to him why I called. Sir, I'd like to ask if you would be willing to let me participate in the graduation ceremony happening back at the academy. Obviously, only if you're not busy with something else, I added at the end. Thank you, I expressed my gratitude after he agreed before I became a bit nervous since the next bit was a teeny tiny bit presumptuous. Sir, I began a bit nervous. Would it be possible to bring my parents along when we return from Rhoda? I finished, being fully aware that I asked someone of his status to play taxi. Blah! Mr. Cameron erupted in laughter when I uttered my request, and he kept at it for a bit before jokingly saying that I was the only one that dared to treat him like a travel service. Thankfully, he told me that he did not mind since we were going to make the trip back either way, and it made no difference for his alakazam whether he was lugging around 2 pieces of baggage or 4. Thank you, Mr. Cameron, I genuinely thanked him for fulfilling my request. Yes, I'll be in front of the main entrance at 4 p.m., I confirmed before he hung up. Afterward, I began heading out of the stadium, and while I was walking I called Mom to tell her I was heading to Aaron Academy so that they could head there as well. She was really happy when I told her that, and I heard her scream at Dad to bring out the cameras before she hung up. After ending the call with her, I called Mr. Burns to give him a heads up that I was coming to the graduation ceremony, in case Mr. Cameron did not tell them we were coming. He sounded pretty happy that I could make it to the ceremony, and he congratulated me for advancing to the 3rd day before we ended the call. After finishing that, I dealt with all the congratulatory messages I was getting for making it to the semifinals tomorrow. Yu's message was the funniest, with him going on about how I was his lucky star, and so on. He also added that he had already booked the teleportation service and that he would be here tomorrow to cheer on me in person just as he had promised. The others in the chat directly confirmed that they all would be coming as well, and I felt a bit moved. Still, I made sure to tell them that they did not have to come if other stuff came up. Just the thought was enough, so they did not have to postpone their other affairs just to come to another continent to cheer me on. They all waved me off, verbally saying that they were definitely coming, and I simply sent a thank you to the chat. Once that was settled as well, I took a peek at my watch and saw that I still had 50 minutes until I had to meet up with Mr. Cameron, so I decided to do a quick visit to the Pokemon shops to ask if they had gotten any new arrivals. I first headed to Springwater Oasis, but forget about any interesting new arrivals. I learned that the Axew had already been sold, and the 3 Cubchoo were gone as well, along with 2 of the 3 Litwick. According to the helpful shop assistant, some of the visiting students had bought them. At least that was what she shared with me after I buttered her up a bit. She also divulged that they were expecting a small batch of EV tomorrow, so my trip proved to not be completely fruitless. I moved to Izumi's buddy store after that, and that one proved to be a bust as well. None of the new arrivals drew my interest, and the assistant seemed to have noticed my disappointment since he told me that they would receive a few new Aaron tomorrow, among some other species. He seemed to have remembered that I asked if any new Shinx or Aaron had arrived with the new batch at the start of my visit. I gave him a 200 poke tip to thank him for that tidbit before I left the store and made my way to the main entrance of the Motochika Grand Stadium. I made it there with 5 minutes to spare, and Mr. Cameron came just a few minutes after I did. He patted my head while greeting me, and seeing how he was doing me a favor as well as his advanced age, even if he did not look like it, I chose to let that one slip without a peep. He called out his alakazam and I greeted it since I was polite like that. It gave me a nod in return before it began teleporting. It took 5 jumps within roughly 12 minutes to arrive at the academy gate, and as always I was impressed with its teleporting ability. Someday in the not-so-far-off future, Tatsumaki/Kadabra would be able to travel such big distances as well, and I had zero doubts that she would surpass Alakazam in the end. Anyway, we saw my parents waiting for us, or rather me, at the gate, and they came over to us and politely greeted Mr. Cameron before congratulating me for making it to the semifinals. Mr. Cameron, being the experienced and understanding elder that he was, told us that he would see us inside before heading to the hall where the graduation ceremony would take place. As soon as he was gone, Mom pulled me into a crushing hug, and Dad joined in as well. However, this time she actually released me within less than 30 seconds, which was pretty surprising. I quickly learned the motive behind that. "Sweetie, I brought along a set of nice clothes for you to change into, so you can change into them in one of the washrooms," she said with a smile while pulling out a sachet from her Sylph.co brand handbag. "What's wrong with my current clothes?" I asked, thinking that they were pretty nice. "There's nothing wrong with them, honey. I just want you to dress extra nice for the ceremony. I'll be taking a lot of pictures of you as a memory for this event, and I want you to look your best in them. You'll thank me in a few years," she said with a smile while I accepted the sachet. There was nothing wrong with what she said, so we made our way to the closest washroom where I changed my attire while they waited at the door. The first thing that greeted me when I left the washroom was a flashlight, and I saw that Mom had already started taking photos. I gave her a deadpan look and she just gave me an innocent smile before taking another photo. I just chuckled and we made our way to the hall. As soon as I entered I got swarmed by my teammates, and they all began congratulating me, which ended up in a cacophony of noise since everyone was talking at once. Mom and Dad just laughed at my predicament and moved toward the other parents, leading me to my fate, but obviously not before Mom took another few photos to eternalize the moment. I thanked them all, and with the help of my classmates, we got the situation/crowd under control. After talking a bit while addressing everyone, I managed to partly satisfy everyone's curiosity, at least enough to disperse them. Only my classmates stayed with me, and they led me to the seats/area that had been assigned to our class. There they began to grill me for more details, and I humored them since they helped me with the large crowd. I saw the kids around our class listen in and I felt their curiosity, as well as that of my classmates, but I did not mind that. Curiosity was the fuel of human progress after all, even if it was also the reason for many stupid actions. I regaled them with the tales of my time first at Pomelo Island and then at Fontaine City. They all listened with rapt attention as I spoke of the battles, the students I met, and the cities, as well as the food. You can't forget the food after all. All that took a while, more than 30 minutes in fact, but no one seemed to mind since they all listened curiously the whole time. After I was done with my tale, I excused myself before I headed toward the teachers. I went to each of my teachers one by one and thanked them for taking care of me. I did not care if they only taught me for a month or a year. I showed all of them the necessary respect they deserved as teachers that genuinely tried to teach their students. I obviously left the teachers that taught me for the full 3 years to the end and expressed my appreciation as well as thanks to them too, just using more words. The last one I went to, after talking to Mr. Koetsuji, was Mr. Burns, since the two of them were the ones who helped me the most during my time at the academy. I was not counting Mr. Cameron in this since he was not a teacher, but an elder in charge of more important stuff. I noticed my mother hovering close to me the whole time, taking pictures whenever she thought was a good moment, but I ignored her, and everyone seemed to do the same. At least I was not the only one in that situation, since I saw other mothers and fathers going around with cameras in their hands, occasionally taking pictures of their children. Anyway, after my talk with the teachers, I went back to the seating area of my class and talked with Sorrel as well as Marlene. Danielle, Henry, and some of the others occasionally chimed in, but those two were my main conversation partners, being my little students and all that. At 5:30 p.m., one of the teachers went up to the microphone to ask for our attention. He asked everyone to take their seats, before making a place for the principal, who began his speech. Everyone quietly listened, and after he finished, the diploma ceremony began, where everyone got handed their graduation certificate personally by the principal. When it was my turn, the principal openly praised me, citing some of my achievements, before privately congratulating me and praising me some more. I saw Mom taking a lot of photos during the whole handover process, and once everyone had their certificate, the official photo session began. The photographers first took a photo with all students and academy staff, before taking one with only the student. After that, they began taking photos of individual classes, and only then did they take requests for smaller group photos from students and parents. I took a few photos with my friends and classmates. I also asked to take some pictures with my teachers, and obviously, they also took photos with my parents, both individually as well as together. I did not forget Mr. Cameron and asked one of the photographers to take our picture, and I even took one with the principal since I thought it would look bad if he was the only one left out. Seeing his happiness when I asked for a picture with him, I felt like I made the right call. By the time the photo frenzy session was over, it was close to 7:30 p.m., and I organized a last supper with my classmates well as their parents. I naturally invited our teachers as well, and they agreed to come along. Mr. Cameron coming along was a given since we would be heading back to Fontaine City from there. We went to one of the better restaurants in Rota that accepted such large numbers on short notice, and everyone enjoyed the dinner. A few of the parents managed to agree on who got to pay, and the winners split the bill. After we left the restaurant, everyone gave each other a last emotional goodbye before everyone went their separate ways. Sorrel and Marlene told me that they would be there to cheer me on during the finals before they left as well, and once we were alone, Mr. Cameron called out his Alakazam, who took us back to Ransei. Chapter 329, Final Global Competition Day. The sunshine of this fine Kaide morning suddenly shone upon my innocently sleeping face, ripping me out of my sweet dreams. I saw the perpetrator standing beside me, smiling at me sweetly, uncaring about my interrupted dreams. "Good morning, sweetie," Mom greeted me, and all did was groan a bit before looking at the clock. Seeing that it was 8 a.m., I unwillingly rose from the couch I used as a bed since I gave my bed to Mom and Dad. Their reservation was only for today, so I told them yesterday that there was no need to rent a room and had them bunker in mine for the night. I was currently regretting that decision a bit. "Morning, Mom," I mumbled before suppressing a yawn. "Care to share why we woke up so early?" "The competition only starts at 10, and my first battle is only scheduled for 10:45, so waking up at 9 would have been more than enough," I questioned while rubbing the sleep out of my eyes. She shook her index finger from side to side while looking at me with a face that screamed "You're wrong," so I was expecting the rebuttal that followed. "That's where you were wrong, honey. 9 is way too late," she said with a shake of her head before she began listing all the reasons why that was the case. "You still have to freshen up, change into new clothes, eat breakfast, and receive Rose, Weiss, Ace, as well as their parents at 9:15, she said, and I was a bit confused at the last bit. 9:15? Where did you hear that from? I'm pretty sure we agreed to meet in front of the Motochica Grand Stadium at 9:50 during our chat just yesterday night, I rebutted while pulling out my phone and opening our group chat to show her the last bit which had that in writing. That may be the case, but I spoke with Lily, Rouge, as well as Willow in our own little chat group, and they told me that they would be arriving at the Fontaine Teleportation Hub at 9:15, so we're going to meet them there, she returned with a careless shrug. Oh, and Kinji, Jessica, Aaron, and Misty are tagging along with them as well, she added before she ushered me to the washroom while placing some clothes into my arms. 20 minutes later I was sitting at a table inside the hotel restaurant eating breakfast with my parents. Dad had chosen the table and filled it with stuff from the open breakfast buffet for us while Mom was waking me up. You know, to save time, and all that. We left the restaurant at 8:50 a.m. and made it to the teleportation hub at 9:03 a.m. Before I could say anything, Mom told us that we should just sit on the bench across from the hub and wait there for them to come out. She cited that it was better to be a bit early than it was to be late, and there was no way to rebut that without sounding petulant, especially since I fully agreed with what she said. We talked a bit more about my time here in Ransay, and the time, 12 or so minutes, flew by with Mom inquiring about what I had eaten during the last 2 days, and if I had made sure to stay away from the bad stuff. We saw them as soon as they stepped out of the building and stood up to make our way toward them. Mr. Gold was the first one to notice us, and he alerted the others. Rose ran up to us without waiting for the others and tackled me in a hug. Mika! She shouted moments before she slammed onto me. Congratulations on making it to the semifinals, she said while she was hugging me. She only let go after the others arrived, and the others began greeting me in our usual style, with short hugs. They all congratulated me for making it to the semifinals. Not that I doubted you making it this far. If you had lost I would have suspected foul play, Ace said while over-enthusiastically patting my back. I agree, Aaron was the first to support him, and the others nodded as well. At least, on the Pokemon front, we knew that you would be unchallenged, Kinji amended. The personal front seems more open since we saw some risky moments there, he added after that. Still, I believe in you, and I trust you'll become the champion there as well, he finished while throwing his arm over my shoulder with a smile. The others chimed in as well, expressing their belief in me as well. Going by his bragging, you even made a fortune thanks to his trust in you, Ace said with a chuckle. Not that he is the only one, he added with a shrug. I think all of us did the same after he bragged about it after his first windfall after the regional tournament, he finished, and the others agreed. I did earn a nice bit, and if Kanto was not more restricted regarding betting on student competitions than I would have made even more, Misty shared. Yeah, Rhoda is the same in that regard, Aaron agreed with her. I even saw the parents nodding along, which made me smile. Oh, I also have to say that your Gyarados have attracted quite a bit of attention, and even the members of my family have expressed their interest in them, Misty informed me before she looked a bit thoughtful. Are you planning to reveal Jade and Ryujin as well, cause that would dial up the interest by quite a bit more, she inquired while giving me a slight warning. Yes, I promised them that they will get their turn as well, and I always keep my promises, I answered her, and Ace reacted with a here, which made the other laugh a bit. Besides, no matter how curious they become, I doubt anyone would dare to threaten or force me with anything after I win and start my apprenticeship. There's also the Academy and the Aura Guardians, I said to assure her and the others, especially Mom. I saw her look a bit worried when Misty said that, but my reminder calmed her down. After that, we made our way to the stadium and we did some small talk on the side. So, what do you know about your next opponent? Rose asked me curiously, and most of the others looked over curiously as well, showing that they had not looked it up on the official website. I knew that the info was already available there yesterday evening since I looked it up before going to sleep. Well, at least Kinji and Aaron seemed to have looked it up looking at the grins on their faces. Luckily it's not Brian since I would not have wanted to send another northerner packing before the finals if I could avoid it, I said happily, and they agreed with me. My opponent is a boy named Alistair Parley, who is representing the Western Continent and Galar. He is a ghost-type specialist and has revealed 3 Pokemon so far. As usual, all Pokemon are currently at the high, silver stage, and they are pretty tricky to face. His 3 Pokemon are Polteageist, Cursula, and Chandelure. I briefly introduced my first opponent. Oh, so it's that guy. He's a tricky opponent alright, Ace let out. I've seen one of his battles. His Polteageist is hard to fight due to its small size and the fast speed it gains after using Shell Smash. It cursed its opponent and ran away until the other side fell due to the curse. Cursula used something along those lines as well. His battle style is pretty hateful. He pretty much summed up Alistair's favorite battle style. Say, have you already decided who you will use? Aaron asked, and I nodded. I'll definitely use Manami since she is the nemesis of stall fighters with her Rain Absorb and self-healing capabilities. Ryujin will also get a turn, and the final one will either be Hera or Mars since they are immune to the ghost moves due to their normal typing, I shared with them. Makes sense, Aaron returned, and Rose piped up from the side. Nah, Mika. You've already made it to the semi-finals and you still don't plan to use Horus or Mothra. Are you planning to use them at all? She asked curiously, and everyone else seemed really interested in the answer as well. I have to, I said with a shrug. They made me promise that I would let them battle in the finals if I was not willing to use them before then, so I'm definitely going to use them both during the finals, I revealed, and they all got excited when they heard that. I can't wait to see everyone's expression when they find out how strong those 2 are, especially the other finalist. Ace gloated and the other laughed as well. I heard Jesse murmur the poor boy before giggling as well. While they were still laughing, we finally made it to the stadium, but there were still close to 15 minutes until the meeting time with the others, and none of them had arrived yet, so we had to wait there. We found ourselves some benches close to the stadium entrance, and I asked them if they had eaten any breakfast on the way here. When they gave a negative reply, I dragged Ace, Kinji, as well as Aaron with me, and went to buy everyone, including those that had yet to arrive, some breakfast of the sandwich variety. When we came back with the sandwiches and drinks, the others had arrived as well. Even Yu was there despite telling me that he would be here shortly before the finals. I first greeted them all before asking Yu about his early arrival. I decided to sacrifice some of my precious sleep to cheer for you during the semifinals as well, he said jokingly, but I could feel that he was serious, so I had to suppress my laughter. The guy really valued his sleep. I then handed everyone their breakfast, new arrivals included, but I stopped them before they could eat or do anything else. Let's go inside and find some seats before doing anything else. The first semifinal battle starts in less than 5 minutes, and we will be late if we wait until you're done eating or asking questions, I told them, and they all stood up and followed me inside after I said that. We found ourselves some seats somewhere in the back of the middle rows, and Brian's battle against the guy from the eastern continent / Kalos started just as we sat down. Both were ground-type specialists, so it promised to be an interesting battle if nothing else. Not to mention that the winner would be facing me in the finals, so I was paying extra attention to them both. Everyone began eating their sandwiches while watching the battle between Brian's Excadrill and his opponent's Crocodile. The fight was a really close one, but Crocodile managed to take down Excadrill after a struggle that went on for nearly 15 minutes. Crocodile got a boost from its Moxie ability after that, but even that failed to help it overcome Brian's Flygon in its tired and hurt state, so it lost within 2 or so minutes. Still, I could understand why the guy kept Crocodile, and even though he knew it could not win. The time Crocodile could rest would be unable to help it recover enough to be useful, so he had hoped that Moxie would allow it to hurt Brian's next Pokemon a bit before it got knocked out. Even if that did not work out all that much. Anyway, Brian chose to keep his Flygon in as well, and Dio's next Pokemon was a Mamoswine. A lot of people around me winced at that, feeling bad for Brian. Flygon did its best and delivered a great fight, as much so in fact that it managed to hurt Mamoswine quite a bit, but in the end, it lost against the onslaught of ice. Brain sent out his Torterra as his last Pokemon, and after doing its best for nearly 10 minutes, Torterra managed to take out the Mamoswine. However, it looked a bit tired and got slightly hurt in the process, which was not good for Brian's chances. Still, One of the cameras zoomed in on both Torterra as well as Brian, and their determination was plain to see. Neither had given up hope yet. Not even after Dio's Nidoqueen appeared did that change, and Torterra did its best even if it lost in the end despite struggling with all its might. With that, Dio advanced to the finals and established himself as my last opponent. Their battle took nearly 45 minutes, and I got to see the strength of his Pokémon during that time. They were pretty strong, but whether they would be able to give Mothra/Butterfree or Horus/Satu a good fight was another question. Anyway, my battle should have normally started in a minute, but one of the staff members informed me that the battle would start at 10:50 instead since they had to repair the battlefield first, so I only made my way to the gate after the fight was over. Chapter 330, Final Global Competition Day 2. Once I received the go-ahead from one of the staff members, I made my way onto the freshly repaired field, while the host did our introduction. I saw Alistair entering from the other side as well, and for some reason, he looked familiar now that I was seeing him for myself. Black hair, white skin, and even purple eyes were not really rare, so I was unsure what it was. I mean, it was not as if he was impressively built either for someone our age at Tier 2 with his roughly 160 centimeters. His haircut stuck out a bit, but it was the mention of his hometown, Lateral City, by the host that tied everything together for me. Alistair Parley was the future Ghost-type gym leader of Lateral City and Galar. However, unlike in the games and anime, he did not wear a mask or his canon attire, nor did he behave like a gloomy edgelord. On the contrary, he behaved pretty chipper. The missing mask and gloominess were why I failed to recognize him while looking at his picture, or at first glance. Still, canon character or not, future gym leader or not, all that made no difference for me. I was going to kick his ass either way. At least that was the plan. Anyway, the introductions finished, and the referee went through his usual speech before he gave the starting signal. Alistair and I released our first Pokémon at that moment. Polteageist appeared on his side, while Manami/Lapras appeared on mine. Both went through their opening moves, and neither interfered with the other during that moment. Manami directly used Rain Dance before using Safeguard and Aqua Ring, which was more of a precaution due to hydration and rain absorb. Only after that did she fully focus on her opponent's actions. Meanwhile, Polteageist first used Shell Smash before using its increased speed to run in the opposite direction, away from Manami. Only after it was satisfied with the distance it had opened, did it stop and use another Shell Smash. By the time Manami focused on it, Polteageist had already run away and was about to use its second Shell Smash. Seeing how she would be unable to stop it from doing that, she ignored Polteageist for the moment and turned the rain into freezing rain. She did not do that from the start since Rain Dance was faster, and we wanted to get the benefits starting as fast as possible. Moreover, it was easier to go from Rain Dance to Freezing Rain than it was to directly start with it. The moment the Freezing Rain took off, Polteageist successfully finished its second Shell Smash, raising both its offensive parameters as well as speed greatly for a second time. Manami began attacking it with Thunder, but it managed to dodge it. Manami knew that Polteageist needed to come closer to curse her, or to absorb her health with draining moves, so she kept it at bay with Thunderbolt and Thunder, her fastest moves. She succeeded for now since Polteageist was unwilling to get hit due to its twice-reduced overall defense, so it was forced to rely on its greatly boosted speed to seek a breakthrough point to curse Manami. Still, seeing how Polteageist managed to escape her Thunderbolt and Thunder over and over again, Manami suddenly switched to the omnidirectional shockwave. Being unable to dodge the move, Polteageist used Protect to block it until it washed over its shield. It then rushed towards Manami and it managed to make it close enough to apply its curse. However, due to its close proximity to Manami, Polteageist failed to dodge Manami's retaliatory surf and got swept away. Not only that, but Manami immediately followed up her surf with a shockwave, lighting up the wave a bit. Poltergeist got a bit shocked before it managed to break free from the wave. It looked pretty banged up, and as soon as broke free, it ran away. It did keep moving around, hoping its boosted curse would finish Manami off, but even though the curse managed to outpace the rate at which the rain healed Manami, Aqua Ring nearly made up for the difference, which meant that it would fall long before her. It was suffering continuous damage from the freezing rain after all, and together with the damage it suffered from the surf and shockwave combo due to its reduced overall defense, Poltergeist was bound to lose soon if it did nothing to solve its health problem. Probably coming to the same or a similar conclusion. The other side changed tactics and attacked Manami with shadow balls while dodging/running away. Manami chose to be patient. She simply blocked the shadow balls and returned fire with Thunderbolt, Ice Beam, as well as Hydro Pump, while waiting for it to run out of juice. However, when Poltergeist ignored its safety and rushed at her while starting to shine, she tried to actively stop it, but it managed to make it through her attacks and within a meter of her. Recognizing what it was trying to do, Manami tried to stop it with sheer cold, but even after it got encased in ice, the explosion caused by self-destruct still happened, and due to Poltergeist's boosted state the explosion was enormous. It was much bigger than it would have normally been, and it engulfed Manami as well. After the resulting smoke cloud faded, the unconscious Poltergeist became visible. However, one could also see that Manami got hurt quite a bit by that enormous explosion, even if she was healing thanks to the rain. The referee declared Poltergeist unable to battle and Lapras/Manami the winner. Alistair recalled his down Pokemon, and I did the same with Manami, but only after the referee asked me if I wanted to keep her in or switch her out. I also gave her a signal that told her to disperse the freezing rain, which she did moments before she returned to her ball. After putting away her ball, I pulled out Ryujin/Gyarados' ball and nodded toward the referee when he asked if we were ready. However, I saw Alistair look at the ball in his hand before looking at me when the question came. To my curiosity, he then shook his head before he put the ball in his hand away and pulled out another one. Only then did he give the sign that he was ready. After he obtained the okay from both of us, the referee gave us the starting signal and we released our second Pokemon. As soon as the Pokemon appeared on the field, the crowd went wild, and this time around I was unsure if my Pokemon was the reason for that or not. Ryujin definitely was impressive with his 14+ meters, and he looked plainly different from a regular Gyarados. There was no mistaking that. I mean, the back part of his scales was greenish-purple, while the belly part and the row of spots on the back were blue. His barbels were nearly twice as long as the regular ones, and the crest on his head turned from a 3-pointer to a 2-pointed one that was a bit longer. The white fins on each side of a normal Gyarados had combined and kinda gave off a beardish vibe. Those fins and the ones on its back as well as tail had turned kinda wavy and were yellow-green, so Ryujin's look practically screamed I am a variant of some kind. Some might even be able to guess that he was a dragon variant. However, despite all that, his appearance might not have caused as much of a commotion as the Dragapult that appeared on Alistair's side. Yes, the little guy had actually pulled out a pseudo-legendary, and a fully mature one at that. That it was also the dragon and ghost-type Dragapult was just the cherry on top. It was no wonder the crowd reacted as it did. Also from the aura that Dragapult began releasing after it got provoked by Ryujin's Intimidate, it was actually at the gold stage. The low gold stage for sure, but the gold stage nonetheless. I could see the surprise on Alistair's face when that happened, since he undoubtedly believed that Intimidate was useless against Dragapult due to its clear body ability, and normally he would be right. However, Ryujin had Mold Breaker, which allowed him to ignore the effect of clear body, so his Intimidate worked on Dragapult. It reduced its offense a bit and provoked its anger while doing so, resulting in it releasing its gold stage aura for everyone to feel. As soon as it did that, the stadium became quiet before the crowd broke out in an even bigger uproar. Still, the two Pokemon on the field ignored the commotion and focused on the battle at hand. Ryujin set off some fresh rain using Rain Dance before he switched to Dragon Dance to quickly boost himself once. At the same time, Dragapult used Dragon Dance as well to boost itself. Meanwhile, I was contemplating whether Ryujin could take on Dragapult or not, and the chances were a bit against him. Ryujin was really close to finishing the second round of his limit breaking, missing only one more parameter to start the third/final round. However, while that allowed him to take on a regular Gyarados at the low gold stage and win most of the time, it probably would not be enough to win against a pseudo-legendary at the low gold stage without a fierce struggle and some luck. I gave Ryujin a 10 to 15% chance of winning, and that was because he was my Pokemon. A regular, high, silver stage Pokemon had less than a 1 to 2% chance to win through some super lucky chain of events. Well, my assumption was on the premise that the Dragapult had not freshly broken through. In that case, I would raise his chances to 60 to 70%. Anyway, after the two dragons had boosted themselves, they directly attacked each other. Dragapult fired a Dragon Breath at Ryujin, who matched it with a Dragon Pulse. They kept that clash going for nearly a minute, but neither could overpower the other move. At the end of the minute, they both had to stop the move, but they directly began the second clash after taking a deep breath of fresh air. This time it was Dragapult who used Dragon Pulse, but Ryujin switched to Hydro Pump to match it. He was cautious in case he was unable to match Dragapult's power while using the same move due to its higher stage. I could feel that it irked him that he had to do it, but he knew that he had to act like that if he wanted a chance at winning, so he did. The second round looked to be evenly matched as well, but I could see that Ryujin's Hydro Pump had a slight advantage and was slowly pushing Dragapult's Dragon Pulse back. No doubt thanks to the boost from the ongoing rain dance. Dragapult visibly exerted more effort and forcibly raised the power of its Dragon Pulse, matching the Hydro Pump, and causing an energy explosion that interrupted both their energy streams/moves. Neither Pokemon flinched or moved their stare from their opponent. They simply began their next exchange. Dragapult made use of Ryujin's Rain and released a Thunder, which Ryujin grounded through Iron Head and Iron Tail. He still suffered some really small damage, but he ignored it. Instead, he focused on firing a Dragon Breath at Dragapult in retaliation, which it dodged by using Phantom Force. The Dragon Breath simply went through it while it rushed up to Ryujin before becoming tangible once more to slam its ghost energy-laden claw at Ryujin, who blocked it by slamming his tail at it using Dragon Hammer. The clash of claw and tail caused a small energy explosion and both Pokemon were sent back a few meters. However, they swiftly regained control of their flight and resumed a ready position, ready to start their next clash. Chapter 331, Final Global Competition Day 3. Ryujin/Gyarados and Dragapult momentarily glared at each other before they acted. Dragapult used Quick Attack to increase its speed, and Ryujin matched its speed with his Aqua Jet. Dragapult's claw glowed due to Dragon Claw, and Ryujin's head had a metallic glint due to Iron Head. The two momentum-boosted Pokemon clashed once more, this time claw against head, and they were roughly evenly matched once more, with Dragapult's arm being flung back and it retreating a step or two, while Ryujin's head was flung back. Without wasting a second they clashed once more. Ryujin swatted his tail at Dragapult while using Aqua Tail, who used Dragon Claw to block it. They clashed like that a few times until Dragapult suddenly used Phantom Force, letting Ryujin's tail harmlessly pass through it. Ryujin reflexively tried to block the attack with Protect, but it simply passed through the shield before Dragapult slammed its ghost energy-laden claw into him. Ryujin endured the pain and fired a Dragon Pulse in retaliation, which Dragapult dodged. However, Ryujin managed to stop it from falling up on its attack and forced it to retreat a bit, so that was okay. He swiftly used Torment to prevent Dragapult from spamming Phantom Force and dodged the Dragon Breath that it fired at him. Dragapult rushed at Ryujin while using Dragon Rush, and he threw a Whirlpool at it to slow down its charge, before following up with a Thunder which it could not dodge due to being surrounded by water. Its Phantom Force was still in cooldown mode, so it was forced to use Protect to block the Thunder. It managed to block it, but Protect's shield broke in the process, and he had no way to dodge the Ice Beam that arrived at that moment. Dragapult tried to stop it with a Flamethrower, but the Ice Beam arrived before it could release the flames in its mouth. It released a roar of pain, spewing out the flames it had in its mouth in a half-baked Flamethrower. Dragapult managed to aim the fire at the ongoing Ice Beam, and succeeded in stemming it for a moment, which it used to dodge. Still, it was pissed and fired Shadow Balls at Ryujin while rushing at him. Ryujin blocked the Shadow Balls with his Dark Pulse, before using Surf to stop Dragapult's rush. Sadly, that proved to be a failure since Dragapult actually used Phantom Force to phase through the Surf. That way it made it in front of Ryujin and began attacking him with a powerful Outrage. Ryujin tried to block the attacks using Dragon Hammer and Aqua Tail, but it still suffered damage and was forced back after each attack, right until he failed to block the last attack and was flung backward by the force of the hit. Thankfully Dragapult ran out of steam with that attack and the outrage ended, causing it to fall into a brief period of confusion, which allowed Ryujin to fight through the pain and stand up from the group to regain his ready position after his involuntary flight. Unfortunately, he was unable to take advantage of Dragapult's confusion since it regained control less than a second after he did. They both sent a thunderbolt at the other at the same time, and the moves clashed in the air, starting another move struggle. Dragapult had a slight advantage, but instead of pressing further, it kept the struggle going and slowly approached Ryujin. It then abruptly switched to Phantom Force after pressing Ryujin's thunderbolt back a bit, phasing through his attack. However, instead of attacking him directly, it flew to his side. It then fired a hyper beam at Ryujin while it was flying at high speed, but still managed to accurately aim at Ryujin despite the latter's attempt at dodging, showing that it managed to lock on to him during their last exchange, or shortly before then. Seeing how he could not dodge the hyper beam, Ryujin had no chance other than to block it. He used Hydro Pump to delay it before using Protect to block it for a moment, after which he used Aqua Jet to dodge out of its path. Dragapult moved its head and swiped the hyper beam towards Ryujin, who kept his Aqua Jet going to run away until Dragapult ran out of steam and could no longer keep up the hyper beam. Still, he was a bit too far away to make good use of its immobilized state to attack it, so I had him use those precious 3 seconds to use a second Dragon Dance before starting a Blizzard after moving a bit closer to Dragapult. Dragapult regained its mobility after the Blizzard arrived, but it chose to tank it and charged at Ryujin with a Dragon Rush while enduring the pain. Ryujin was forced to stop using, or rather keeping up the Blizzard, to block Dragapult, who made it to him. Ryujin's Aqua Tail managed to obstruct Dragapult's Dragon Rush long enough for him to completely ward it off with his follow-up Dragon Hammer that he used with his head. Dragapult fired Dragon Darts at Ryujin at point blank, and he tanked it while firing an Ice Beam at it in retaliation. They kept trading energy and physical attacks one after the other, with each one of them successfully hitting their foe on more than one occasion. Their fight had gone on for more than 20 minutes at this point, and it was to date the longest battle any of my Pokémon had participated in. Both Pokémon had suffered a lot of damage, and both had exhausted a lot of their energy and stamina during their struggle against each other. Everyone was watching them with bated breaths, and most probably thought that they were head-to-head right now, but I knew that was not the case. While Ryujin was only hurt slightly worse than Dragapult, his energy and stamina reserves were close to empty, but I could see that that was not the case for Dragapult. Ryujin had put up a great fight, but he came up a bit short simply because the other party was at a higher stage. Despite that, he had no intention to stop until he was down, and he ignored everything, charging at Dragapult, while ignoring/tanking its latest Shadow Ball, and putting all of his remaining strength into a final Hydro Pump that managed to nail Dragapult. Dragapult endured the attack and fired a Thunderbolt that rode the ongoing current straight at Ryujin, who ignored the pain and kept the Hydro Pump going through sheer will. Unfortunately, he slumped down 2 seconds later and his Hydro Pump sputtered out since he was unable to continue fighting due to being unconscious. The referee declared Ryujin unable to battle and Dragapult the winner. This was the first time one of my Pokémon had truly lost during the competitions, and I was a bit frustrated despite knowing that Ryujin did an awesome job with that fight even if he came up a bit short in the end. He had caused Dragapult so much damage and exhaustion that I was sure that even Manami/Lapras would be able to finish it off despite still being hurt herself from her previous fight, so Hera or Mars could definitely take it down as well. Nonetheless, that still left Alistair's last Pokémon, and while I doubted that he had another pseudo-legendary in his pocket, I could not guarantee it, or that it was not another gold stage Pokémon. So the question/dilemma I was facing right now was if I was willing to risk losing on the off chance that Alistair had another trump card hidden away when I could guarantee my absolute victory by simply using Horus/Satu or Mothra/Butterfree. In the end, I decided against taking any risk, no matter how small it was. While I believed in my Pokémon, and even thought that Hera and Manami could probably take out Alistair's third Pokémon as well after beating Dragapult, even if it turned out to be another, low, gold stage Pokémon. However, I was not willing to risk my chance to move on to the final in a stupid attempt to prove anything, if I could easily win the battle by using my power duo. Having made that decision, I praised Ryujin for his stellar performance before recalling him. I put his ball away and I fished out my next one. Once the referee saw that I was ready, he asked Alistair if he wanted to switch out his Dragapult, but he shook his head, so the referee told me to release my Pokémon. I did as he said, and Horace finally made his debut, and his appearance caused a commotion. Meanwhile, Horace analyzed the situation as soon as he appeared and concluded that he had to wait for the referee to give the starting signal, so he looked at me instead for some input on the situation. It took out Ryujin, so don't underestimate it, and don't hold back even if it's hurt, I simply said, and he nodded. That exchange took only 2 to 3 seconds and ended before the referee gave the starting signal. As soon as he did that, Horace released his aura, revealing that he was at the high, gold stage, which made the crowd go wild. Alistair stared at us in shock, while Dragapult looked vigilant but defiant, refusing to be intimidated by Horace's aura. Yes, Horace had actually reached the high, gold stage, and it was a pretty recent development as well, considering that it happened shortly before we arrived at the stadium during his morning training. His energy density rose to C while he was training, which resulted in him reaching the high, gold stage. I only managed to congratulate him through my control over Utopia since I had been unable to enter due to being busy with the competition and my family as well as friends. Anyway, defiant stare or not, in the state it was, Dragapult stood no chance against Horace. The latter chose to go with the most efficient route and used Psychic to attack as well as immobilize it before finishing it off with an overcharged Shadow Ball. The whole thing took less than 30 seconds, and that was if I was generous with the time. It was probably around 20 seconds truth to be told, but that could be attributed to the fact that Ryujin did a number on it before losing, so Horace's strength was not the only reason for the swift conclusion. I saw Alistair clench his teeth before looking a bit resigned when the referee declared Dragapult unable to battle. He released a calming breath before he recalled his out-cold dragon and put its ball away. He then pulled out his third and final Pokeball. The referee asked me if I was planning to switch out my Xatu, but I shook my head since I saw no reason to call out Manami once more. I chose to leave the last battle to Horace as well and watched as Alistair released his last Pokemon with a determined look. What appeared on his field was his Cursula, and once the referee gave the starting signal, it used its first move. It became apparent that Cursula had not broken through before the battle since it was still at the high, silver stage. It tried to use Perish Song, but Horace dodged that by teleporting out of its range. He then fired a Shadow Ball at it from above, forcing it to block the attack, which it barely managed to do using Mirror Coat. Still, Horace did not wait for the result of that exchange, but teleported behind Cursula and hit it with a Zen Headbutt, making it flinch. He even followed that up with a charged Shadow Ball that slammed into it, resulting in an energy explosion. Once the dust settled, everyone saw that Cursula was unconscious, so the referee declared it unable to battle and Xatu the winner, which made me the winner of the Pokemon battle. The last fight lasted less than a minute, but the crowd still cheered for us. I thanked Horace before I recalled him, and I saw Alistair doing the same with his Cursula. With this victory, I had made it to the finals and would be facing Dio for the championship. Anyway, Alistair and I met up in the middle of the field and I thanked him for the fight and he did the same. He actually asked me where I managed to find a Ghost-type Xatu since he managed to feel Horace's ghost energy, and I told him that it was a lucky event that happened during his breakthrough to the gold stage. He released a disappointed sigh at that since he had hoped to catch one for himself, but a lucky mutation was not something he could force. I asked him where he found his Dragapult, and he said it was a lucky encounter with a cheeky smile, and I had to laugh a bit. We parted after that and I made my way to my parents as well as friends. Chapter 332, Final Global Competition Day 4. Once I made it to our seat area, they all congratulated me and obviously, hugs happened as well. Since I finished my Pokemon battle nearly 20 minutes before the time frame the organizers allocated for the semi-final battles, we had close to 30 minutes before the personal semi-finals began. Mine was the second one, so that was an additional 45 minutes until I had to step onto the battlefield once more. None of us wanted to miss the semi-final battle that would start soon, even if I was not fighting, so we did not go out for lunch and stayed in our seats. We bought some snacks instead and spent the time until the battle talking. Horus/Satu was a topic, and the others got a kick out of talking about the faces Alistair as well as everyone around them had made when Horus appeared and revealed his high gold stage might. Then Ace brought up the topic of the competition rewards. "Hey, what do you think the rewards are going to be like when Mikhail becomes the dual champion again?" he asked, and everyone began to throw out their own ideas. "Well, the regular rewards are B and A class materials, so maybe some S class ones," Kinji said, and some agreed with him. "That would be really impressive, but maybe they will let him choose another Pokemon like with the Continental reward," you added, which earned quite a few nods. Oh, maybe he'll get some private lessons from a real champion," Rose said in excitement, which caused the other to chuckle a bit. "It's not that Mika is a fake champion or anything," she said, looking at me while waving her hands in panic, after understanding why the others were chuckling. "Don't worry, I know what you meant," I placated her while patting her head, making her stop with a blush, which caused the others to laugh in a good-natured manner. They might give him one of those precious potions that can increase the potential of a Pokemon or increase their training speed, our resident nurse apprentice proposed. When Jessica said that, the others became excited since those were seen as miracle medicines in the eyes of the general population, but to be honest, they were less useful for the Utopia spoiled me. "I heard they can even cause variations if one is lucky enough," Ace said excitedly, causing the others to share the rumors they heard. The rumors went from plausible, like triggering breakthroughs, to unbelievable, like turning Caterpie into a dragon looking suspiciously close to Rayquaza. The discussions only died down when the semi-final battle started and the two fighters on the field began beating each other. On one side was Aaron Herb, or Groot as I like to call him in my head, from our northern continent, while on the other side was Nico Va, a dual elemental from Farum representing the western continent. The guy was a Tier 2 first-class fire elementalist and a Tier 2 second-class electric elementalist. Honestly, Aaron was at a pretty big disadvantage element-wise, and it got only worse when it became apparent that Nico had advanced to first class with the electrical element as well. Nico used his fire to burn Aaron's offense and defense, while he used his electricity to boost his speed and offense. I wouldn't go so far as to say that the fight was one-sided, since Aaron was pretty strong and he had only gotten stronger since I fought him thanks to the experience he gained during the global competition. Still, Aaron's prowess proved to be insufficient to overcome the disadvantage he had against Nico, not to mention the guy's second element, and he finally ran out of juice after struggling for nearly half an hour. Everyone cheered for both fighters and they waved at the crowd as well. They then shook hands before leaving the field under the cheers of the audience. Well, it seemed like I would be fighting Nico in the finals if, or rather after I won against Toph Maybin. She was a Tier 2 first-class ground elementalist with exceptional ground control abilities, which meant she would have a real chance at being the champion if she managed to beat me, since she had quite the advantage against Nico. Anyway, the staff went onto the field to return it to a pristine state for my fight against Toph. I decided to make my way down since my fight would start in 15 minutes and I wanted to spend some time on my own at the gate to mentally prepare so that I would be at my best for the fight. So once I made it there, I spent the next 10 minutes mentally going over everything I had found on Toph as well as her fighting style and determined which methods were the best to deal with her moves. I spent the last 5 minutes simply meditating, without focusing on anything specific, just honing my mind and body to bring it to peak performance before the battle began. A reminder from the staff brought me out of my meditation and I made my way onto the battlefield. I heard the host doing our introduction and saw Toph stepping through the gate on the other side. She gave me a small wave and I returned the gesture. The referee began his usual rundown of the rules once we made it to our positions 25 meters across from one another, and gave the starting signal after he was done with the rundown. Toph directly slammed her foot onto the ground and I immediately took off into the air when she did that, knowing what to expect from that move. Her stomp caused the ground to act as if it was a body of water, and a wave of earth spread with her as the center. The wave rose to over 2 meters by the time it arrived in my previous position, but could not reach me. I saw Toph stomp her foot a second time at that moment, and 3 earth bullets flew out of the wave toward me. I dodged them pretty easily, but I had to keep an eye out on any of her earth constructs if she could shoot earth bullets out of them. The wave passed, but I saw Toph stomp a third time, and I felt as well as heard some more earth bullets fly at me from behind. Deciding to distance myself from the wave, I teleported behind Toph and threw out a handful of aura-boosted Senbons at her while taking control of a single one of them with my telekinesis. She was already turning around when I threw them out and managed to raise a thin wall of earth that managed to slow the Senbons enough that they failed to reach her after piercing through the earth wall. Still, I steered the Senbon I controlled above the wall and pushed it at Toph's throat. Sadly, she spotted the Senbon and created a lump of earth in front of it before hardening it after the Senbon entered the lump. I did not mind since it had been a long shot anyway, and creating earth was more energy-consuming than manipulating the already present one, so the more earth I forced her to create on her own, the better for me. Anyway, she gave me a smirk after blocking my Senbon before she raised the earth around her to conceal herself, and when it fell back, she was gone. She actually used her own version of dig, just without leaving a hole behind. I used all my senses to try to find her location, but she had spread her energy through large parts of the field and it obstructed my psychic and aura senses from locating her, at least from the distance I was maintaining right now. I decided to lower myself to 2 meters above the ground from my current 8-ish meters, before spreading out my senses once more, concentrating on the first 4 meters of the ground, to at least get an early warning for when she tried to resurface. I doubted that she could stay much more than 5 minutes underground without suffocating or at least opening an air channel, so I was speeding around the field at a height of 2 meters while sensing the situation below me wherever I passed. It took me around 15 seconds to scan the whole battlefield once, and I was using the snail shell pattern for my flight path. It took nearly 3 minutes for Toph to appear on my radar, and when she did I found out why she hid so long underground. 4 pings appeared in 4 different directions on my psychic radar/sense, and all 4 objects resembled Toph's form. If not for my aura/life sense telling me that only one of the 4 objects had a life/aura signal, she would have been able to deceive my senses. However, now I moved toward the area her real self would resurface and waited, aura-clad Senbons at ready, 3 meters above the ground for her to show herself. The moment something poked out of the ground, I threw my Senbons at her, but apparently, she did the smart thing and sent a slap of earth ahead first so my Senbons failed to pierce her. I had hoped the staff would have had to intervene to save her, making me the winner, but that failed due to her foresight. Like a mole, she vanished back underground the moment my failed ambush happened, and I thought she would hide for a few more minutes before starting a second attempt. I was proven wrong when the ground erupted upwards less than 30 seconds later, showering the air with earth, which forced me to teleport away since I was unwilling to risk anything dangerous being hidden among all that earth. I appeared nearly 30 meters away from my previous position and saw Toph safely slip out of the ground not far from the eruption zone. She had a cheeky smile and looked in my direction before stomping to the ground, raising the earth she had previously overturned. She then stepped forward and punched out with one of her fists. The moment she did that, a hail of earth bullets flew out of the earth she had raised, full-on machine gun style. I teleported away, but she turned towards me and repeated the same thing as soon as I reappeared, forcing me to dodge for a few seconds before I could teleport away once more. This shoot the Mikhail game repeated for a few minutes, and 5 minutes later I had focused so much on the approaching earth bullets that I began to vaguely feel the ground energy inside them approaching me without using any of my usual senses. Internally shaking my head at my supreme ground talent and affinity for acting up without me even trying, I decided to switch my approach. The next time I reappeared, I did so less than 10 meters from Toph and stopped relying on my telekinesis to stay in the air. I used aura platforms instead and began slowing down the approaching earth bullets by establishing a telekinesis field around me that acted like a swamp or jelly to the bullets, slowing them down quite a bit. After that, I ran toward Toph at top speed while dodging all the earth bullets. She actually stopped the earth bullets and raised an earth wave. I thought she would send the wave at me, but she turned it into a wall instead. I pulled out my 2 swords during my sprint and slashed the earth wall she raised. I stopped her attempt at sinking into the ground by successfully immobilizing her with my telekinesis once I was close enough. She struggled, trying to get rid of my hold on her, while simultaneously raising earth spikes at me, trying to force me to release her to dodge them. I used one of my thought streams to keep up the telekinetic hold while using the second one to focus on the fight. I // destroyed any of the spikes that managed to reach me. I was not planning to make any mistakes by acting hasty, so I walked toward Toph at a slow but steady pace on my aura platforms. That proved to be the right decision when the earth around me erupted just as I made it within 2 meters of her. Still, I was prepared for something like this to happen, so I switched my focus purely to my telekinesis and swiftly levitated upwards while dragging the struggling Toph along with me, separating her from her beloved earth. This took a lot of my energy, and I could feel my reserves dwindling with every second that I had to keep this up, so I quickly moved us toward one another and placed the tip of my sword at her throat. A second later the referee declared me the winner, which made me put away my sword and move us back to the ground under the cheers of the audience. With this victory, I made it to the finals in the personal category as well. Chapter 333, Global Final Pokemon Battle. The Pokemon Battle Final was scheduled for 1:30 p.m., so there was more than an hour and a half until then. It was set like this to give the audience and the finalists time for a lunch break before the finals. Our group went out for a proper lunch at one of the nearby restaurants as well, after they finished congratulating me. Predictably, my final battles were the main conversation topic during that time, and everyone was fervently discussing my two opponents. The main consensus among them was that no one doubted that I would win the Pokemon battle since they refused to believe that someone else in my age group beside me could have 2 or more high, gold stage Pokemon. On the other hand, the opinions were split as far as the outcome of the personal battle was concerned. Mom, Rose, you, and Jessica believed without a shred of doubt that I would win the fight. Meanwhile, more than half of the others thought it would be a hard fight and that I could lose if I made too many mistakes. The rest, which was mostly made up of the parents, thought that I could afford no mistakes at all if I wanted to win. They were advising me to go all out right from the beginning and estimated my chances to be close to 50-50. We made our way back to the arena and I split from the group 10 minutes before 1:30 p.m. to make my way to the gate. There I began to think about the upcoming battle in peace while waiting for the signal to step onto the field. Dio Grand was a ground-type specialist that was representing the Eastern Continent and Kalos. He had used a high, silver stage Crocodile, Mamoswine, and Nidoqueen during his semi-final battle against Brian, but the videos I looked up on him showed that he had a 4th Pokeball strapped to his waist, so he might have had a trump card that he was holding back until now. That or it was simply a Pokemon that had yet to become strong enough to participate in the competition battles. However, my gut was telling me that it was his trump card and not a newbie. Anyway, regardless of which Pokemon he used, I definitely had to use Jade/Gyarados and Mothra/Butterfree in this battle. Horus/Sada got to fight in the semifinal, so I could leave him out this time, but those two ladies would definitely make an appearance. I might choose Gaia/Nidoqueen as my last Pokemon since Seb/Nidoking got to make an appearance, so it was only fair that she got a chance as well. The staff member pulled me out of my musings and informed me that it was time to go out, so I made my way through the gate and stepped onto the field. The audience began to cheer at my arrival and I heard the host starting my introduction. Before I arrived at my position, the audience began to cheer once more, and I saw that Dio had made his appearance as well. He gave the crowd a wave before confidently waking to his position. He gave me a nod once he made it there, which I returned, and we waited for the host to finish Dio's introduction. While we were waiting, I spread an open telepathic channel that added the referee and Dio to its range. The two noticed my telepathy since I wanted them both to notice it. Dio looked intrigued by my act, while the referee gave me an inquisitive look. I did not want everyone else to hear this. But I wanted to tell Dio something, so I included you as well, sir, to show that I was not doing anything shady. I first shared why I did this telepathic thing, and I could feel him projecting something along the line of get on with it. Dio, I just wanted to tell you that I am definitely going to use a gold stage Pokemon in our battle, so make sure to do your best as well. If your 4th Pokemon is a gold stage one as well, then make sure you use it during our battle, I informed Dio, who simply gave me a smirk and a nod. That's all, sir, I told the referee, who gave me a subtle nod. That coincided with the end of the introduction, so the referee's part followed, and only once that was done, was the signal to start the battle given. Dio and I released our Pokemon at that moment, and his Crocodile appeared on his side. Meanwhile, Jade made her global debut on my side, and her appearance caused the audience to erupt in cheers as well as exclamations of wonder. I did not doubt that many were in shock at how and where I got so many Gyarados variants. While Jade was currently the smallest Gyarados among the slithering 6 at 13 meters, she was still much larger than the average Gyarados. Moreover, Jade, along with Ryujin/Gyarados, was the most distinct looking of their little group. The back part of her scales was emerald, while her belly and the row of spots on her back were turquoise. This color change was something the others had as well. Jade's barbels were slightly longer, but that was also nothing too different. What separated her, and Ryujin as well, from the others, was that the crest on her head turned from a 3-pointer to a 2-pointed one. Furthermore, the crest was quite a bit longer than usual and resembled the antlers of a spring-formed swasbuck without the flowers. Also, the fins on each side and the ones on her back as well as her tail were kinda wavy and were yellow instead of white. She looked impressive, so it was no surprise that her arrival had astounded everyone. While the crowd was calming down, the two Pokémon on the field were finishing their opening moves. Jade used an overcharged Sunny Day to activate her chlorophyll ability and to ensure that her opponent would have a hard time getting rid of the extra sunshine. With this act of hers, her speed doubled and she surpassed the regular racial value of a pseudo-legendary. Well, her water move suffered in return, but we were working on a combo move that combined Sunny Day and Rain Dance that I was calling Summer Rain. Unfortunately, the project was still in the cradle, so she could not use it. On the other side, Crocodile started a sandstorm, but as usual, the two weather moves did not conflict, so both succeeded in their endeavor. Cotton Spore, told her and Jade released a lot of cotton spores into the sandstorm, reducing Crocodile's speed after he came into contact with a sufficient amount of the spores. She also released a lot of leech seeds, which were thrown all over the field thanks to the sandstorm, waiting for Crocodile to trigger them. Luckily, one or two landed directly on Crocodile who was rushing towards Jade, forcing it to stop to get rid of the grown leech seeds. It burned them by literally putting its hands on fire using Fire Punch and grabbing them before ripping them off once they were scorched. Following that, Crocodile stomped on the ground and caused an earthquake, but it failed to reach Jade, who caused an earthquake of her own to stop Crocodile's earthquake from hurting her. However, while the tremors might have failed to hurt Jade, they did trigger most of the leech seed around the battlefield prematurely, effectively neutralizing them for Crocodile. It resumed its rush after that, but Jade did not plan to simply wait for its arrival. "Stop it with Magical Leaf," came from me, and she began releasing one volley of Magical Leaf after the other. Crocodile blocked them with Dragon Pulse while destroying the ones that made it through with Dragon Claw. Still, it forced Crocodile to slow down, and it only managed to use a Torment after the 4th round of Magical Leaf, but Jade simply began alternating between Swift and Magical Leaf. Crocodile released a howl of frustration when she did that. Yet, it stubbornly kept destroying both the Swift and the Magical Leaf, while approaching Jade step by step. Once it was close enough, it released Sand Tombs, trying to force Jade into a quicksand-like sandpit. "Cover it with water," I asked of her, and Jade countered the pits by releasing a Quick Surf that briefly covered the pit in water. At that moment, I knew that she was planning to use Splash to hurl herself out of the area. "Use a strong splash and flood the field," I told her telepathically so that she could rise out of the sandstorm. Once she was in the air, tens of meters above the battlefield and the sandstorm, she invested quite a bit of her energy into a surf, in part to counter the effect of her Sunny Day, before she released an enormous wave of water downwards. The wave swept away the sandstorm, effectively settling and cancelling it. Not only that, but the now muddy water also crashed into Crocodile, who tried to hide with Dig. Sadly for him, he got pushed out of his hole by the crash of the water with the ground and had to endure the move the hard way. Meanwhile, Jade, who was following the wave down, thanks to good old gravity, used the absence of the sandstorm and the boost from Sunny Day to fire a full-power solar beam at Crocodile. It tried to block the beam with a Protect, and succeed since the shield only broke after she stopped her solar beam. However, at that point, she was already above him, and had a solar blade ready for the moment she crashed into Crocodile. Crocodile did its best to block the solar ball with Outrage, and it worked out. It blocked the solar blade. With Hammer and then Horn Leech, I ordered to tide over Outrage. Jade used wood hammer to block the second outrage. She blocked the third one with horn leech, and thankfully Crocodile fell into confusion after that, since she lost that last exchange and got hurt while defending. She quickly made use of the time she got thanks to Crocodile's confusion to use Synthesis, which thanks to Sunny Day, brought her back to near full health. Solar Beam, I said to take advantage of its confusion, and she swiftly fired a solar beam at Crocodile. Unfortunately, it got lucky and managed to block the solar beam with a hyper beam despite its confusion. Still, this led to it being immobilized for a short time. Lullaby, Jade rushed at it at her chlorophyll-boosted top speed when I said that. Once she was close enough for the next step, she stopped a fused grass whistle to lull Crocodile to sleep. Its immobilized, as well as confused state, helped her with that, and Crocodile fell fully asleep within less than 20 seconds. Once it was fast asleep, she tagged it with a few leech seed before healing herself to full health with Giga Drain. Only after that did she fire a final solar beam at the fidgeting Crocodile, knocking it out before it could wake up. The referee declared Crocodile unable to battle and Jade the winner. Dio recalled his unconscious Croc and put its Pokeball away, while I did the same with Jade after praising her. We then pulled out our next Pokemon and released them after the referee gave the signal once we confirmed that we were ready. On my side, Gaia made her appearance in all her queenly glory, while on Dio's side a Swampert made its appearance. At that moment, all I was thinking while the crowd was cheering was shit, that's a pretty bad matchup, but it got much worse once it began its opening move. My only thought at that point was F***CK since Swampert revealed that it was at the low gold stage, which turned Gaia's battle from really hard to hell mode. Still, neither Gaia nor I had any intention to give up. I could feel that Gaia was fired up and ready to tackle the seemingly impossible odds. She released a roar of challenge and defiance which she tied nicely into her opening act. Chapter 335, Global Final Pokemon Battle 2. Gaia/Nidoqueen's roar of challenge and defiance was accompanied by taunt, preventing Swampert from using any non-offensive moves for the next few minutes. That actually interrupted Swampert's opening move, which had looked like the start of Rain Dance. I could feel Gaia's happiness at that, and she directly went for our staple move against water types, Sunny Day. I telepathically told her that she did not need to use Sandstorm next, which was the next part of our usual Sunny Day routine, but that was useless against Swampert, so I told her to invest more energy into Sunny Day instead to increase its duration. Swampert did not like that at all and caused an earthquake in retaliation. Gaia counteracted it with her own earthquake, but that only managed to reduce the impact of Swampert's attack, and she still had to endure a bit of spillover damage. Apparently, Swampert's mastery was pretty high to go along with its higher stage. Otherwise, Gaia's advanced earthquake would have been able to perfectly neutralize it even if Swampert was stronger. Nonetheless, Gaia ignored the pain and used Torment to prevent Swampert from spamming moves. Following that I had her send a Sludge Wave at Swampert, who used Muddy Water to block the wave. Her Sludge Wave actually managed to push back the Muddy Wave thanks to the effect of Sunny Day, which forced Swampert to freeze the approaching mix using Ice Beam. Gaia used that time to charge her second Sludge Wave and she sent it over just as it was about to successfully freeze the first wave. Sadly for Swampert, just as it was about to succeed, the second Sludge Wave arrived and pushed the first one forward, negating its freezing efforts. It was forced to stop its Ice Beam and switch to Hydro Pump instead. The pressurized water stream split the approaching wave right in front of Swampert, preventing the wave from touching it. It had to keep it up until the wave passed, and we used that to set off an earthquake. Swampert pointed its Hydro Pump at the ground as soon as it felt the earthquake, taking off the ground, dodging both Gaia's earthquake as well as the rest of her Sludge Wave. She tried to attack it with a Sludge Bomb while it was midair, but it simply stopped using Hydro Pump downwards and aimed it at the Sludge Bomb instead. Not only did that stop the bomb from reaching it, but the recoil also shifted its position a bit further away from the hole its Hydro Pump had caused. That same hole got filled with the poisonous sludge from the passing Sludge Wave, so landing inside would have been good for us and bad for it. Yet, Gaia still did not give up and moved closer while firing poison stings at the falling Swampert, who blocked them with Water Gun. It actually adjusted its position just before it slammed into the ground and released a punch the moment it did, causing a big earthquake together with its landing/crashing. Gaia quickly tried to block it with her own earthquake but failed nearly completely this time around. She cried out in pain, but grit her teeth and attacked Swampert, who was trying to recover from his unorthodox fall. I had her send out another sludge wave, and this time she even rode it to get to Swampert. Swampert had no time to dodge it or to effectively block it using an attack. At least that was what Gaia and I thought, but it seemed that taunt only lasted around 3 minutes, instead of the 4.5 we were expecting. Swampert managed to use Protect to block the sludge wave, sitting through the wave inside its shield. However, we could not have that, so Gaia broke the shield that was enduring her sludge wave with a brick break after finally making it in front of Swampert. Swampert got hit by the last bit of the sludge wave, but it ignored it and instead focused on Gaia, who was about to punch it with a poison jab. It blocked her right jab with an ice punch and blocked her surprise poison jab from the left with another ice punch. Her attempt at firing a sludge bomb at point blank got blocked by its water pulse, so she went full-on desperate and went for a full-body tackle using Body Slam. She was trying to poison Swampert, which he was preventing spectacularly so far, so Gaia decided that she would trigger her poison point if she had to. Swampert hit her with an ice punch when she did that, but she endured it and hit it with a poison jab while they were practically wrestling. It used a point-blank hydro pump to push her away and hurt her, but she endured it and bit him with poison fang instead. An ice punch into her belly made her gasp, freeing it from her bite, and the follow-up hydro pump finally dislodged her from it, but regardless of the damage Gaia suffered, she was happy since she finally succeeded in poisoning Swampert. Still, she was quite hurt, and holding out until Swampert succumbed to the poison seemed unlikely. Yet, she did not care. Gaia taunted it once more before stomping on the ground and attacking it with her mastered earth power. While the earth erupted under and around Swampert, she rushed up to it and released a Venoshock at it. It blocked Venoshock with a hydro pump and kept it up while aiming it at Gaia. Instead of dodging or blocking it, she endured it and released another Venoshock that Swampert could not escape. It released a roar of pain, which interrupted its hydro pump, but it fought through the pain and jumped at Gaia, who was still reeling a bit from the hydro pump she had tanked. Swampert hit her with an ice punch 1-2, and Gaia did her best to ignore them to release Toxic at it in exchange, further worsening its poison state. Still, after that Swampert fired another hydro pump at her and she was finally no longer able to hold on. She sprawled on the ground and fell into unconsciousness. The referee declared her unable to battle and Swampert the winner. I praised her for her efforts before I recalled her. While she lost, she managed to exhaust around half of Swampert's health and stamina, which might not seem that impressive, but she did that while being at a major disadvantage. Not only that, but she also managed to poison it, which meant Swampert was doomed to lose in the next round as long as the next Pokémon could hold on for a few more minutes. However, I did not plan to send out Jade/Gyarados once more to let her face it. No, I was going to take it out in the safest and most effective manner. I was going to call out Mothra/Butterfree. I put Gaia's ball away and pulled out Mothra's ball. After indicating that I was ready, the referee told me to call out my next Pokémon. I released Mothra and her appearance caused a big stir. It was nearly impossible to see a Butterfree as impressive as her, so the reaction of the audience was understandable. The individuals on the field, however, ignored the hubbub of the crowd. As soon as the referee gave the starting signal, the two Pokémon began their fight. Mothra dodged Swampert's Ice Beam and first reinforced Gaia's Sunny Day, before using Tailwind. She gracefully fluttered to the side, dodging Swampert's Hydro Pump, before she sent a Pollen Puff at it. It blocked the dense pollen cloud with muddy water, and while its vision was obscured, Mothra teleported behind it. She fired a solar beam at Swampert's back, but it managed to raise a shield in time thanks to Dio shouting for it to use Protect. Unfortunately for it, the shield broke after stopping the solar beam for a few seconds, but that gave it enough time to turn around in Mothra's direction and as well as dodge the beam. Mothra flew closer to it during that time and tagged it with her mastered psychic after it dodged the solar beam. While it was struggling, trying to free itself from her psychic hold, she used String Shot to tie it up. Only after she bound it nice and tight did she stop using psychic to use a much better move for what she was planning next. She used sleep powder to force it to sleep, and after she confirmed that Swampert was fast asleep, she used safeguard before she began using quiver dance. Only after she boosted herself 4 times did she choose to take out Swampert, who was in a bad state anyway thanks to the poison. She sent it off with a solar beam, and after she stopped one could see that it was out cold. The referee declared Swampert unable to battle and Mothra the winner. Dio recalled his down Swampert, and I was wondering if he had another gold stage Pokemon stashed away that he could use against Mothra, while indicating to the referee that I would be keeping Mothra in. When Dio called out his last Pokemon at the referee's behest, and his high silver stage Mamoswine appeared, I was a bit disappointed, to be perfectly honest, but there was no need to be disrespectful, so I did not show it. Instead, I told Mothra to do her best, which she accepted. I mean, she was already boosted by 4 quiver dances and a tailwind, on top of being safeguard, so I saw no real way for her to lose, but there was no reason to drag it out. Doing so would be pretty obvious at this point, and that would be disrespectful, so as soon as the referee gave the starting signal, Mothra attacked Mamoswine with a solar beam. Dio actually told it to endure the attack and retaliate with ancient power. That was smart of him, since there was no way for Mamoswine to dodge or escape Mothra. Unfortunately for Dio and Mamoswine, Mothra had no problem dodging the rocks being flung her way. In fact, she danced through them and flew closer to Mamoswine. It tried to stop Mothra with a blizzard, but she countered that with Hurricane. Her Hurricane was so strong that it not only absorbed the blizzard but also lifted Mamoswine into the air, twirling it around for a bit before it fell back down on the ground after she stopped the Hurricane. While it was trying to stand up on its wobbly legs, Mothra fired another solar beam at it, which it could not dodge or block. The second solar beam proved to be too much for it, and it got knocked out. I was actually a bit surprised that it managed to tank a solar beam and Hurricane before succumbing to a second solar beam. The referee declared Mamoswine unable to battle and Mothra the winner, which made me the victor of the Pokemon battle. The crowd erupted into applause, and the cheering reached an unbelievably high volume as well as intensity. They even began chanting my name and Butterfree. Mothra was happy with the attention and danced in the air while waving at the audience, which made them even more enthusiastic in their cheering. Meanwhile, Dio recalled his Mamoswine and walked up to me. We thanked each other for the battle. He seemed pretty blasé about losing, and when I asked him why, he admitted that he had already expected to lose after researching me. He learned about Mothra as well as Horus/Sata's existence during his research, and after Horus revealed his high gold stage strength, he inferred that Mothra was probably as strong as Horus, so he simply decided to do his best and hope that I would underestimate him, giving him a chance to win despite the bad odds. He then just shrugged and said that they did their best, which was the most anyone could expect from him in this situation. Then he walked away with a laugh after patting me on the shoulder. I just smiled and then focused on Mothra. I thanked her for doing her best and recalled her, before walking to the waiting room under the applause and cheers of the audience as the new secondary-level global champion. Chapter 336, Global Final Personal Battle. As soon as I stepped through the gate, a staff member informed me that the personal combat final would start at 2:15 p.m., so I had about 25 minutes until then. After thinking about it for a bit, I decided against going back to the stands for now. I would use the time to loosen up and prepare for the upcoming fight instead, so I called Mom and told her as much. She sounded a bit disappointed that she did not get to see me before the next fight, but she still congratulated me for my victory just now and also for becoming the champion. I could hear the others shouting their congratulations as well, and Dad took the phone from Mom to congratulate me directly. I hung up afterward and began going over the stuff available on the other finalist. Nico Val was a dual elementalist from Farum representing the Western continent. The guy was a Tier 2 first-class fire and electric elementalist. He was capable of all ranges of combat, but his long-range capabilities and his speed particularly stood out in his bag of abilities. His speed was mostly due to his physical electric manipulation, and he had shown that he could take off into the air as well using fire in a form similar to thrusters. However, his flight capabilities were pretty mediocre and used in situations where he had to escape certain attacks that made an escape upwards necessary. I doubted he would use it to fly around since I speculated that it wasted a lot of energy to keep up his flight. Thankfully, nope. I'm not going to finish that sentence. I nearly raised a flag there. No need to risk that at the finals, especially not when I was not sure of my odds at victory. Anyway, where was I? Quite fast thanks to electric manipulation, mediocre at best flight capabilities, and strong long-range offense in both elements. He is also a good enough close-range fighter, who can use both elements to burn or shock his opponents during any physical contact, which raises his close combat abilities from decent to pretty good. That was pretty much it. It was possible that he was a little faster than me speed-wise, but my teleportation ability tilted that right back in my favor. Still, long-range combat would be more in his favor in this battle, so I would have to keep this at close or mid-range as much as possible, preferably close range. I got pulled out of my musings by the staff, who told me that it was time for my fight, so I put away my phone, placed my swords on my back, and stored my bag before I made my way onto the field. I saw Nico doing the same from the other side, and as always, the host began our introduction the moment we stepped onto the field. We stopped 15 meters from one another and waited for the start of the fight. The host finished his intro a minute or two later, and the moment he did, the referee began his routine. Once he was done going over the rules, he asked us if we were ready and signaled the start of the battle after we confirmed our readiness. As soon as the signal was given, Nico sent a torrent of fire my way, forcing me to teleport away. I appeared roughly 40 meters behind him and saw him spinning around while keeping up the fire torrent, attacking every direction with his fire spin. I had to duck when the fire arrived in my position a second later, and I felt the heat of the flame above my head. I then teleported roughly 50 meters up and saw him in the middle of his second spin from my new position. I decided to take a potshot at him while he was busy spinning and threw 2 rounds of aura-boosted sin bonds at him in quick succession. They made it within 3 meters of Nico before he noticed them somehow and aimed the flame stream toward the approaching sin bonds. Unfortunately for him, the 3 meters proved to be too short to burn away the aura that was protecting/covering the sin bonds thanks to their flying speed, so the batch at the front made it through, even if the ones in the back got melted, and ended up derailing from the flight path. Still, the first batch made it through the flames, and Nico had no choice but to roll out of the way to avoid the blazing sin bonds. I naturally had no plans to let go of this chance and kept throwing aura-clad sin bonds at him, forcing him to keep rolling, while levitating toward him. It appeared as if Nico had gotten used to rolling around pretty quickly since he began throwing electric/lightning bolts at me while rolling. I reacted pretty quickly, if I had to say so myself, and used the plan I had come up with to deal with electric attacks whenever I was unwilling to teleport away. I directly controlled a batch of sin bonds with my telekinesis and created something akin to a sin bond snake. The sin bond snake was positioned roughly 5 meters before me, directly in the path of the attack. The sin bond snake pointed its tail away from me, and since metal conducted electricity, the electric bolt got guided away from me. My plan worked and I managed to divert 4 electric attacks that way before I made it close to Nico, who was still on a roll. When he saw me so close to him, Nico stopped rolling and began spinning in place instead, while releasing flames. It looked kinda like breakdance or capoeira, just with a fiery addition. While I was forced to retreat from the fire funnel he created, I still thrust the sin bond snake at him. During its flight through the fire, the sin bonds, which previously already showed signs of melting, finally did so to a certain degree, but since my telekinesis and aura kept it together, the sin bonds just fused into one piece, which became even more dangerous and glowed due to its heat. I also had an easier time controlling it after it fused into one piece, so I was thankful for Nico's assistance in improving my weapon. Thanks for the assist, I yelled out to agitate/distract him to gain an advantage, but all he did was release an annoyed grunt, before jumping away from his current position since my metal snake lashed at his earlier spot. Seeing how useful the metal snake was, I focused one of my thought streams on attacking Nico with it, while using the other stream on creating a second sin bond snake that I then moved toward one of Nico's fire attacks. It took 2 fire streams to create the second metal snake, and just in time as well, since the first one became pretty much unusable after heating up too much, becoming impossible/too hot to control with my current abilities. The extreme temperature interfered with my telekinesis, making me unable to manipulate the molten metal any longer. My last act before I totally lost control of the first snake was to hurl the molten metal at Nico, who cursed out loud seeing the glowing bits of molten metal flying toward him. His whole body lit up like a super light bulb, and he ran away at full speed to leave the area targeted by the molten rain. I naturally had no plans to let him get away, so I teleported ahead of his running path with my snake number 2 and sent it at his legs as soon as I appeared. His high speed became a disadvantage in that situation since he was unable to turn around/dodge to the side by the time he noticed the metal wire, forcing him to jump. I was already waiting for him there with both of my swords drawn and attacked him while he was in midair. Nonetheless, Nico was not helpless despite his current situation, and sent an electric bolt at me, which I redirected by moving one of my swords in its path with telekinesis. He released another bolt which I dodged by teleporting right behind him. I slashed at his back, but he actually used the thrust of flames released from his right hand to turn around just in time to block my sword with his metal arm guard. I saw him send a current through them onto my sword, but I was safe thanks to the insulating gloves I wore before the fight. I bought them thanks to Thor, and they proved to be more than enough to stop the current electric current. I gave him a kick in the abdomen, sending him flying backward, right towards my second sword that I was moving at him for telekinesis. He either guessed my plan or heard the sword cut through the air, but Nico released a lot of fire upwards and launched downwards, crashing onto the ground, barely dodging my sword by a razor's edge. Quite literally, in fact, since I could see a few cut hairs sail through the air. I think everyone heard the curse that followed after that narrow escape, and I saw him throwing a glare my way before he began cackling with electricity. He also began spinning before he started releasing fire as well, creating another funnel of fire, but it did not stop at that. The electricity he was releasing began fusing with the fire and slowly turned into plasma, and I was inwardly cursing how Nico kept preventing me from turning our fight into a close-quarter one. As if the plasma tornado he had created around himself was not enough, he apparently could fire plasma bolts from the plasmado. While he had no aim to speak of, the veritable hail of plasma made up for that, and one of the many random bolts did fly in my direction, forcing me to teleport away. I began wondering how long he could keep spinning like that, while occasionally dodging the random bolt that came my way. I even tried throwing auraclad senbons at him, more rather the plasma tornado, but they were unable to pass through the plasma. Trying to attack him with my swords proved to be futile as well, the plasma proving to be too much/hot for the swords. So, seeing how he did not slow down even a minute after my experiments, I decided against waiting for him to stop or fall on his own. I teleported high into the air, to a position where I could see the center of the plasma tornado since that place was free of plasma. Once there I briefly contemplated whether I should enter the eye of the storm myself or not, but decided to act prudently instead. I began raining down auraclad senbons at Nico, which he could only dodge if he stopped spinning and dodge instead. If he noticed them in the first place. I had no idea how much of the outside he could perceive while spinning like that after all. Well, it seems the answer was 4 or 5 meters since he somehow managed to close the opening of the funnel, turning the tornado into a spinning plasma dome instead. What the hell? Was Nico a discount Hugo with his fake Katen? I thought speechlessly while being pretty glad that I had decided against going in myself. Still, I was pretty sure he would be unable to keep up that spinning dome, not only because I was sure that had to drain outrageous amounts of his energy reserves, but also because I was pretty sure he would run out of breathable air inside that dome within a few seconds. I had no idea how long Nico could hold his breath in general, but I doubted he could endure more than a minute while moving like that. I was proven right when his plasma dome dissolved less than 30 seconds later. I directly teleported behind him and swung my sword at his neck while he was trying to regain his breath and orientation. Chapter 337, Global Final Personal Battle 2. My sword was closing in on his neck, but I noticed that sparks began dancing across his body, so I decisively teleported away, and I did so just in time. I reappeared 30 meters away from my initial position and saw Nico discharging huge amounts of electricity in all directions. He kept that up for 3 seconds, and he only stopped after he regained his equilibrium. I tried throwing some senbons at him, but the discharge stopped them before they could reach him. Still, it was obvious that the plasma tornado and the previous discharge had taken a lot out of him. The signs of exhaustion were apparent, but I could see the determination on Nico's face. He was not planning to give up, and I was not going to underestimate him. Only after the result was declared would I relax. Until then I had to stay 100% serious. I did not plan to give him time to recover to any extent, so I began throwing my senbons at him once more, and instead of stopping them with fire or electricity, he dodged them all. He began running towards me, boosting his speed with his electric manipulation. He managed to dodge all my senbons, and the moment he made it within 8 meters of me I teleported behind him. I used my psychic energy to create a shield in front of my skin to block any fire or electric attacks. Then I swung my sword at his back, but he turned around in time to block my sword with his arm guard. He released electricity at me during the contact, but my gloves and shield saved me from any harm. We began exchanging hits at close range, with him relying on his boosted speed and reaction speed to block my swords, while occasionally trying to counterattack. I either blocked those with my shield or dodged them in case the attack threatened to overwhelm my shield. Then during our latest clash, I let go of my sword while he was blocking it with his arm guard and punched at him from the other side. He managed to tilt his body enough to dodge my punch, but I used my second thought stream to telekinetically control my sword to attack him with it from his back while I attacked him physically from the front, forcing him to focus on 2 directions at once. I clad my body in aura while I was attacking and chose to ignore any energy attacks below a certain standard, trusting my 2 shields to keep me safe from the attacks I chose to tank. What was impressive was that Nico managed to defend against attacks from 2 fronts for close to a minute before he started to get overwhelmed. It was moments later that I noticed an opening, so I took it after deciding that it did not look like a trap. I punched at his abdomen and even added aura spikes to my knuckles to finally decide the fight, but he moved his arm at the last second, causing my spike punch to hit the unprotected side of his arm. The moment my punch hit him, the spikes pierced his arm, and my hand came in contact with his skin. Nico released a huge electric attack from the contact point, showing that he had chosen to exchange injury with injury. The opening had been a trap after all, but one that did not look like one since he was willing to sacrifice something in return for the success of the trap. Regardless of my belief, I had not reduced my vigilance while I was attacking, so the moment the electric discharge reached me and met the resistance of my shields, I initiated my teleportation. The electricity pierced through my psionic shield and was about to pierce my aura shield as well, but I succeeded with my teleportation at that moment. I felt my arm tingle a bit, but I managed to safely dodge the trap. I re-established control of my sword and attacked him with it while running at him. He tried to attack me while I was approaching, even when he was defending against the sword, but I dodged them without a problem and kept heading toward him. When I was a few meters away from him, I threw my other sword at him while he was busy blocking one of my telekinetic sword strikes, and he had to do some body acrobatics to dodge the throw as well. I was upon him while his body was out of balance and began wailing at him on top of attacking with sword number 1. He did some impressive distortions and maneuvers to block my attacks. We kept that exchange going for nearly 2 minutes, with him occasionally releasing a gout of fire or a bolt of electricity to force me away. Unsuccessfully, might I add. Anyway, the moment I felt that he had gotten used to our exchange, I abruptly switched to a full telekinetic attack to immobilize him. The suddenness of my switch took him by surprise and I managed to immobilize him. He began to struggle against my hold, but my hold held, thanks to his exhaustion. I moved my sword toward his throat and I felt the struggle fade away. It seemed like he accepted his defeat at the last moment. A moment later my sword rested at his throat and I only had to wait a second for the referee to declare me the winner. All I knew the next moment was that I saw white and heard a buzzing. When my sight cleared/returned and the buzzing became faint, I started to hear the referee declaring the battle over. I looked at the referee and Nico, who did not look happy, so I assumed that I had won despite whatever he had done at the end, but the referee's next words delivered a swift death to that thought. I repeat, the battle ended in a tactical draw. Both fighters delivered a technically fatal blow to their opponent. Since this is a final battle and a winner has to be declared, I will convene with the other referees in the conference room and we will go over the final moment to discuss who shall be declared the winner and therefore the champion." The crowd was murmuring, and due to the number of people in the audience, they made quite some noise even though no one was shouting. I was a bit flabbergasted and looked at Nico, who just shrugged. "I released a desperate electric attack at your head after I stopped struggling against your hold, but most of the attack got stopped by someone else. At the same time, your sword was taken away from my throat as well," he explained, and I understood why the referee called it a technical draw. I already had my sword at his throat and had to wait for the ruling, but his desperate attack would have probably fried my head. Yet, my twitching would have slashed open his throat, and since I was pressing the sword against his throat, the cut would have been fatal as well, resulting in a mutual kill. I gave Nico a thankful nod before we began to silently wait for the return of the referee and the verdict of our battle. It took more than 5 minutes for the referee to return, as the moment he was back in his position he shared the ruling they had come to. Both the electric attack of Nico, as well as the sword of Mikhail, would have delivered a fatal blow to their respective opponents. After going over the footage multiple times and having extensive discussions with my colleagues, we have decided that Mikhail is the one that had the upper hand in that exchange, so he is considered the winner, he declared, but Nico did not stay silent. But would my attack not have been fatal first? Even if he would have slashed open my throat due to twitching or at the last moment in retaliation, he would still have been dead or down first, he argued, but the referee shook his head. While that is true, if not for him having to wait for a second for my ruling, Mikhail should have been able to slash open your neck the moment it touched your throat. So, if this had been a battle to the death, he would have been able to kill you and teleport away before you had any chance to retaliate. We have decided that he can be considered to have killed you the moment his sword touched your throat. The on-second wait rule is there for individuals capable of defending/protecting themselves with elements such as rock or ice. You don't have such capabilities, which was the decisive factor in our decision, the referee explained before he declared me the winner of the personal combat final and thus the champion. The crowd began to cheer the moment Home made the declaration, and they began to shout my name. Some began to shout dual champion, and I gave them all a wave, before turning to Nico. That was a great fight, and that last attack was unexpected. While I was ready to bolt at any moment, I assumed you had given up when you stopped struggling. I praised him and he shrugged with a smile. I simply decided to take you down with me if I could not win. It somewhat worked, even if you won in the end, he said, and I had to agree with him that if I could go back, I would have simply slashed at his throat and let the staff stop the attack instead. That way he would have automatically afloat, and I would have been the undisputed winner. Well, I have still been declared the champion in the end, but that was riskier than it had to be just because I did not act decisively enough after I had him immobilized. I heard the referee speak up and turned to him. The crowd quieted down as well. The awards ceremony will be held in 30 minutes, so please vacate the field while the staff constructs the stage, he told us, and we did as he said. I made my way to my group, and Mom pulled me into a tight hug the moment I made it there. She did not let me go even after a minute, excitedly congratulating as well as praising me instead. She only let go of me when Dad told her to do so to give others a chance to congratulate me as well. He was the first to do so by pulling me into a hug as well. After him, my friends took turns congratulating me as well, and he was the most enthusiastic among them. Not only did he hug me, but he also lifted me into the air and swung me around a bit. The people besides our seats also shouted out their congratulations, and I gave them a general thank you before our group began discussing the fight and my possible reward, now that I was officially the global duel champion. A lot of options were thrown around, but a super precious material or Pokemon was the most prevalent opinion. Around 5 minutes before the 30 minutes were up, an announcement came that asked all participants that made it to the top 16 in any category to make their way to the field for the award ceremony, so I made my way down under the well wishes of my group and the crowd around us. Once I arrived backstage, I along with the other participants was informed about how the reward ceremony was going to go down. The staff only stopped after they were sure that everyone had understood their explanation. We could hear the host starting the award ceremony, and we also saw the front of the stage from a big screen they had set up for us and the staff backstage. Everyone quietened down and focused on the screen when the host gave the word to Ransei's champion hero Shijinko for his speech. Chapter 338, Global Competition Conclusion. Champion Hero kept his speech relatively short, finishing it in less than 10 minutes. It followed the guideline that all big shots seem to follow in their speeches about us being the future of humanity, the importance of our bond with our Pokemon, and that hard work as well as never giving up were the keys to becoming successful. After that, the awards ceremony began and the host called those that ended their journey after reaching the top 16 onto the stage. The champ was the one to hand out the awards, which for them was a participation certificate denoting their qualification to the global top 16, and a voucher for 2 B-class materials that could be redeemed in any of the available Alliance centers. Still, the champ personally recommended everyone to redeem the voucher at one of the regional headquarters, instead of doing so at some random Alliance center since the headquarters had the most extensive material repositories. He fake whispered that to the first participant he handed the voucher to, knowing full well that his voice was being broadcasted, and he laughed after saying it. The audience cheered and laughed along with him, appreciating the care and generosity he showed to his juniors. Next up were those that lost and made it into the top 8. They were given the choice between a voucher for 1 A-class material plus 1 B-class material, and a voucher for 4 B-class materials. Then came the ones that lost during the semifinals and made it into the top 4. They received a bronze cup instead of a certificate, along with a voucher as well. The choice given to them was a maximum of 2 A-class materials, and they could change 1 A-class material for 3 B-class materials for a maximum of 6 B-class materials depending on their preference. It was also possible to change 1 B-class material for 4 C-class materials, with the additional one being a bonus from the Alliance. The 2 that made it to second place received a silver cup, and the same voucher choice, but with a maximum of 3 A-class materials. Afterward, they too were asked to stand aside and it was finally my turn. The host called me onto the stage, addressing me as the Global Duel Champion, something that now has only happened thrice in known human history. Champion Hero congratulated me and shook my hand before handing me 2 golden cups, a bit larger than the size of my fist. Well, since you managed to become the Global Duel Champion, he paused for a microsecond there. Once more congratulations on that by the way, he said with a smile, and I gave him a thankful nod before he continued. Your rewards have naturally been adjusted, he finished before he began to explain the changes. First of all, I'm happy to announce that your personal file has been updated and your trainer/privilege rank has been upgraded by a grade to that of an expert class trainer, he declared, and discussions broke out in the audience. Thank you and the Alliance for your generosity, I responded, since an increase in authority and privilege was not easy to attain without going through the actual procedures necessary for the rank. I could see the envious looks that a lot of people were throwing at me, but I simply kept my polite smile. The champ waited a few moments before he ignored the noise and continued the awarding ceremony. Everyone quietened down the moment he began to speak, showcasing the authority and respect a champion enjoyed. The next reward is left to your discretion. The Alliance has decided to offer you a few choices to choose from. First, instead of the individual rewards of the respective championships, you can obtain a voucher for 3 S-class materials plus 1 A-class material. When he said that, the whole audience and even the other students on the stage expressed their disbelief as well as wonder. However, the champ ignored that and kept talking. Just as it had been with the others, you can swap a higher-ranking material for a lower-ranking one. For S-class materials, it's 1 S-class material for 4 A-class materials. The rest of the exchange rates are identical to the ones the others have received. So, instead of 5 A-class materials for each championship, I could receive 3 S-class and 1 A-class materials, which was the equivalent of 13 A-class materials, for my dual championship. That was pretty generous, extremely so in fact, especially considering that S-class were considered extremely rare since they were Palladium rank resources. The other option is to give up the 3 S-class materials for an elite pseudo-legendary youngling, he announced after giving me a few moments to think about the first offer. If the first part had shocked them, then this one brought up the noise level by multiple degrees. Whatever one says, Pokemon would always be more attractive to humans of this world compared to simple materials, especially if the Pokemon in question were pseudo-legendary ones. Hiro actually had to ask them to calm down this time around before he continued since the excitement level of the audience was too high. Yes, each continent is willing to provide 3 hand-picked younglings from a noble lineage of one of their dominant pseudo-legendary species for you to pick one. The northern continent offered to provide 3 Beldum for the selection. The eastern continent is willing to supply 3 Gummy, while the southern continent offered 3 Gibble, and finally, the western continent is ready to provide 3 Jangmo for you to choose from. He finished before he paused for a moment, and gave me a look. Do you want to listen to some advice? He finally asked, and I replied with a simple please. I recommend you to choose the option with the pseudo-legendary youngling. Not only do you still get to exchange one A-class material or the equivalent, but you also get the pseudo-legendary. While being able to exchange S-class material is a big privilege and the materials are pretty darn impressive to have, especially at your age and rank, it's pretty useless, or rather wasteful for the exact same reason. At this point, you and your Pokemon are unable to use the S-class materials for anything, and you won't be able to use them for anything practical before they reach the Platinum stage or the very peak of the Dark Gold stage for some really impressive specimen. That means that even if you exchange the S-class materials, you won't be able to use them for a decade or decades, maybe even longer. In fact, even A-class materials will have to be shelved by you and the others for years before you will be able to use them. Anyway, instead of choosing something you will only be able to store for a long time before it will become useful, you should choose a youngling and a future mainstay of your team to your roster. With strong enough Pokemon you will be able to search for S-class materials by yourself once you can make use of them, Champion Hero sincerely advised, and I had to agree with him since everything he said made sense. I was sure that he said that not only for me but also to remind the others who had A-class vouchers to choose materials that could help them in the short or mid-term, instead of decades later. Regardless, I 100% agreed with what he said and had thought along the same line even before he gave his advice. There was no way I would refuse the possibility of choosing a pseudo-legendary, especially not one from a noble line/tribe. Thank you for your advice, I first said with a thankful smile. I would like to choose from the pseudo-legendaries, I informed him of my decision. That's great, he returned with a smile. You don't have to make a definite choice yet regarding which species you want to choose from. You can take up to a week to come to a decision, and once you've made your choice, you can share it with Elder Cameron. He'll inform the Alliance on your behalf and the Alliance will organize everything before informing you regarding the date you can pick your new partner, he wrapped up before asking me to move towards the others. After that, the rest of the award ceremony followed the same trend as the continental one. We went through a photo shoot before the ceremony was officially declared over. Before we went down, the champ came up to me and patted me on the shoulder. You know, you've become a conversation topic for quite a few professors, and some of my fellow champions. They have shown an interest in you for various reasons, and all of us are optimistic about your growth. Also, Professor Tokugawa asked me to inform you that he is willing to accept your application in case you want to apply for an internship at his laboratory. All right, I've delivered the message, the rest is up to you, he said before walking away without waiting for an answer. I saw Mr. Cameron waiting at the entrance of the gate, but he was not the only one. There were a lot of reporters there as well, and while some were currently talking with the other participants that had already walked ahead, many of them were eyeing me, obviously waiting for a chance to interview me. I threw Mr. Cameron a look that asked for help and he gave me a reassuring smile before he moved toward me. He then accompanied me to the gate and he raised his arm to stop the reporters before they could rush up to me. All right, folks, I know you all want to interview Mikhail here, but he wants to meet his family and friends, who are waiting for him, so we will keep this short. Mikhail here will only be answering 3 questions in total, so you have a minute to decide among yourself what you want to ask the most and send up representatives to pose the questions, or I will choose 3 of you at random, he declared, and the reporters began a hushed discussion among themselves. Before the minute was up, a female reporter stepped up and posed the first question. How are you feeling now that you are the global duel champion, especially after knowing that you are the 3rd to achieve that status since the inception of the global tournament? She stepped back after posing her questions and all reporters were gazing at me, waiting for my answer. I am happy to have accomplished what I set out to do, and I am thankful to my Pokemon as well as my trainers, sparring partners, and teachers for helping me reach this point. I would not be here without their help, especially not without my awesome partners. It's a bit hard to win a Pokemon battle without Pokemon, I joked at the end, and they laughed a bit at that. I was not sure if they did that out of politeness or because they genuinely found it funny, but regardless of that, another reporter stepped up and asked the second question. You have previously said in your last interview that you are planning to apply for an internship with a professor. Has there been any development in that direction? He too rejoined the other reporters after asking his question, and I briefly contemplated what I should say before I formulated my answer. Well, while I have yet to send out any applications, I do not plan to leave the northern continent for my internship, so I can definitely say that my application is going to be sent out to professors with a laboratory on the northern continent. As for which professors those will be, I have 8 candidates in mind, but I have yet to decide if I will apply to all of them or not. I answered somewhat vaguely since I was unwilling to give a definite answer right now. Some murmurs came from the reporters as they talked among themselves, discussing whether they should revise the third question or not before the final reporter stepped forward to pose the final question. You have previously stated that you are not planning to return to the Air and Aura Academy for your tertiary education. Can you share with us what your plans regarding your future Aura training will be, and if you are planning to visit a psychic academy to further develop your psychic abilities? He too rejoined the group, and they were all expectantly waiting for my answer. I was offered the opportunity to join the Aura Guardians and accepted their invitation, so the development of my aura is covered. I do not doubt that I will be able to work on any problems that might crop up during my training with the help of the Order. As for my psychic training, I do not plan to join any psychic academy for now, since I will be busy with trainer school, my apprenticeship, and my Pokemon during the next 3 years. Any progress on that front will have to be achieved the way it has happened until now, through hard work on my part. Still, I'm sure that the Order will be willing to help me find someone that could answer any questions I struggle with during my training, I responded, and Mr. Cameron stopped them from asking any further questions before leading me through the room. We left the waiting room and moved toward the area where my parents, as well as friends, were, and Mr. Cameron praised me while we were heading there. Chapter 339, Goodbye Ransay. Mr. Cameron stopped me a short distance away from my group, so I threw him a questioning look. Before I leave you to get swarmed by your parents and friends, I want to talk to you about a few things, he said, and I just returned a sure since I did not mind. First of all, don't forget to make use of the academy points you have earned during and before the competitions. I remember you asking questions about the other habitats, so don't forget to exchange the visitation rights for them. With the total amount of points, you should be able to visit quite a few habitats. Make sure you use up all your academy points, and if you have any points left over, then exchange them for some resources or information, he said with a smile. I've not forgotten it, but thank you for the reminder, Mr. Cameron, I notified him. That's good then, he said with a nod before he went on with the previous conversation. I want to remind you that you have until the end of next week to decide which species you want to choose your pseudo-legendary from. Once you have made your decision, notify me, so that I can pass the information to the Alliance. I guarantee you that the 3 choices you will be given will come from a premium noble lineage, so you can be sure that they will be among the best younglings of their species. At least among those available to humanity, he assured, and I thanked him. That's what I should do, he tried to wave me off, but I shook my head. That's more than what you have to do. Really, thank you, sir, for always taking care of me, I thanked him with all my heart. Don't mind it. I have made it my personal task to support and safeguard the seeds of the succeeding generations, so that they may germinate into pillars capable of supporting humanity, Mr. Cameron explained before he shook his head. Anyway, forget that, and let me finish my bit, so that you can move on to your group. They are already waiting for you, he said with a look in the direction of my parents, and I saw them waiting for us after I followed his gaze, so I nodded in agreement. The last bit concerns your visit to the breeding center housing the Charmander eggs. I want you to pay a visit to my office sometime next week to talk about the exact date for our visit to the breeding center. I should have all possible dates ready by Arc Day, so we can talk about it anytime after that. Just stop by when you come over to apply for a visit to the other habitats. In fact, you can come to my office for those as well. No need to go to the administration office, it will go through faster if I handle your application personally," he offered, and I thanked him once more for helping me so much. "Sir, I know you say it's not a big deal, but thank you for always taking care of me. I'll make sure to visit your office on Girata Day. I should have made my decision regarding the pseudo-legendary by then as well, so we can handle that on that day as well," I shared with him, unable to not thank him since he just kept helping me whenever he could. "Good, let's do it like that," he answered with a nod before he pat my shoulder. "All right, champ, go to your group now. We'll see each other on Girata Day." He left after he said that, and I wished him a nice day before he was out of hearing range. Only then did I make my way to my group. They were obviously in seeing distance and had been waiting for me to finish talking with Mr. Cameron. The people I passed on the way there congratulated me, and I kept repeating a general thank you until I finally made it to my group. As soon as I made it there, I got pulled into a hug by Mom, and Dad joined in as well. "I'm so proud of you, sweetie," Mom said while hugging me. "I'm proud of you, son, but I've always been proud of you, so that's not surprising," Dad professed, and Mom pouted. "I'm always proud of him as well. I'm just extra proud right now," she declared, and both Dad and I had to chuckle at that. We know, we told her at the said time, and that was enough to make her happy. "Anyway, I think it's time we gave the others a chance to congratulate Mikhail as well," Dad told Mom, and she nodded before they stopped the hug to make way for the rest of our group. "Congratulations, Mika/Mikhail," came from everyone as soon as I turned towards them, and they took turns giving me a celebratory hug. That was obviously not all they said. "You, my brother, made me, and I'm sure a lot of others as well, pretty rich," you declared after hugging me, while happily patting me on the shoulder. "I'm happy that your trust in me got rewarded," I replied jokingly, and we all laughed a bit. Still, there were not only congratulations and praises. Some saw fit to criticize me for the ending of my fight. "You've let your guard down at the end. You could have avoided getting electrocuted by simply levitating the sword at his throat instead of pointing it there personally," Urza chastised me, and I accepted it without a retort since she was right. I knew she was saying that for my sake, so it dulled the sting a bit. The others, chief among them Kinji and Aaron, agreed with her, and Ace could not resist throwing in a quip. "Yeah, you could have avoided turning into a human light bulb if you had simply been a bit more cautious," he teased, and some snickered at his joke, while Weiss, who stood beside him, elbowed him in the ribs, causing him to release a yelp. "Ha, ha, ha, really funny," I returned before changing the subject. "My parents and I are going to stay in Fontaine City for the night, and only return to Rota around tomorrow evening. Do any of you plan to stay as well, or have you all already booked return trips for this evening?" Well, seeing their reactions, it looked as if we were the only ones that would stay in Ransay. "We've booked a return trip for 9:30 p.m., Ace said, and Uncle Roger confirmed it. "Us too," Rose said, and most added that they had made arrangements beforehand to make sure they returned around the same time. There were only 3 exceptions to this. "We've got to return earlier than that since we have a family task tomorrow that we need to prepare for," Akane declared, and Coco agreed with her. "Our return trip is at 7, he shared, and we assured them that we did not mind accompanying them to the teleportation center. "Well, I need to be there at 9, you passed on, and we agreed that we would simply wait until the reservation of the others on site after sending him off. There were still more than 20 minutes till 4 p.m., so there was more than enough time to stroll around the city for a while before we had to send off Coco and Akame, so that's what we did. I brought them around the city, showing them the places I had passed while going from venue to venue. We first visited a burger joint for a quick lunch, before checking out some of the stores. Some of us enjoyed that more than the rest, and I saw you buying a lot of souvenirs. I mean, everyone bought some keepsakes, but the guy bought way too many. He simply shrugged and said that he had to gift them to a lot of people. At one point you pulled me aside and informed me that Professor Crane had shown interest in me, along with Champion Wes, so I could probably apprentice there if I wanted to, but I had already declared that I would be staying on the northern continent, so that ship had sailed. Anyway, we spent the last hour relaxing at one of the city parks before making our way to the teleportation hub. I made sure we arrived there with 10 minutes to spare, and after bidding farewell to everyone the Doku siblings left. We discussed what we would do until 9 p.m., and it was decided that we would go to a restaurant for dinner a bit before 8 p.m., and then make our way back to the teleportation hub from there. The ladies had apparently already chosen the restaurant they wanted to eat at, so the men simply shrugged. It was one of the 5 top restaurants that had been recommended to me, so I did not mind as well. I shared that fact with the other men for telepathy, and they were happy that it was in fact a good restaurant. It was decided that we would slowly walk there, and I told them that they should go ahead of me for a bit since I had to do something really quick, but that I would join them as soon as possible. Ace and you looked as if they wanted to say something provocative, but the other boys stopped them before they could say whatever they were planning to say. Then they waved me off and told me to hurry up before they set off in the direction of the restaurant. Meanwhile, I began jogging towards the poke stores to check up on the Pokemon that were supposed to arrive today. I first visited the spring water oasis, and I did so without disguising or covering myself. I got recognized the moment I stepped into the store, and the staff asked how they could help me. I told them I came because I heard they had received a batch of EV, and the lady confirmed that they had gotten a small batch just an hour ago, so I asked her to let me take a look at them. She brought me to the back and had me wait in a guest room while she brought out 4 Pokeballs from another room. She released all 4 EV and told me that these were all the ones they currently had. Apparently, they were from the same batch and were in fact siblings. She told me that 3 of them had 4-star potential, while the last one had 5-star potential. I checked each one, and it turned out that all 3 with 4-star potential had in fact deep green potential. 2 of them were female. Species, EV. Gender, female. Type, normal. Potential, deep green. Stage, iron stage, mid. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, runaway, adaptability. Talents, none. Affinities, normal. The only difference on their status board was that one of them had anticipation instead of runaway. Species, EV. Gender, female. Type, normal. Potential, deep green. Stage, iron stage, mid. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, adaptability, anticipation. Talents, none. Affinities, normal. The last one of the deep green trio was a male, but he was not the only male of the batch. Species, EV. Gender, male. Type, normal. Potential, deep green. Stage, iron stage, mid. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, runaway, adaptability. Talents, none. Affinities, normal. The 5-star EV was a male as well, and his actual potential turned out to be light blue. Species, EV. Gender, male. Type, normal. Potential, light blue. Stage, iron stage, mid. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, adaptability, anticipation. Talents, none. Affinities, normal. Honestly, that did not surprise me all that much after I finished checking the potential of his siblings, since I expected it to be close to deep green due to them being siblings. Still, how the parents managed to create a batch of 4 eggs so close to each other was surprising. Most Pokemon preferred taking care of 1 or 2 younglings first, letting them grow up before working on more, since more younglings meant more responsibilities and less private/quiet time. Anyway, that aside, I directly told the clerk that I was going to buy them all, and after paying 10 million poke for them in total, I left the store and made my way to Izumi's buddy store to check out the errand. Well, it turned out that they had gotten 5 errand, but all of them were 4-star ones, and only one was decent enough in my eyes, even if I was reluctant to add him to my main roster for various reasons. Species, Aaron. Gender, male. Type, steel, rock. Potential, green. Stage, bronze stage, low. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, sturdy, rock head. Talents, none. Affinities, steel, rock. Still, I remembered that Dad as well as Mom mentioned that she really liked the Aaron line and that she would like one in her team over a year ago, but she had not found one for her team yet. So I decided to buy it for her. If the optimization of Utopia increased its potential to light blue, then I would hand him over to Mom, but if it only raised his potential to deep green, I would keep him and nurture him for a bit until his potential increased to light blue before I handed him to Mom. I left the store after paying 1.5 million poke for the Aaron and hurried towards the others. Visiting both stores and buying the Pokemon only took me 20 minutes since I did rush quite a bit, so I was only gone for 25 minutes before I rejoined the others. Chapter 340, Back to Rhoda. We made it to the restaurant 15 minutes after I rejoined the others, and booked a corner of the restaurant for ourselves, promising to pay extra since the restaurant did not have any private rooms big enough to accommodate all of us. The restaurant staff shifted the tables as well as chairs around and ended up forming something that resembled a hexagon while leaving gaps between the tables so that a person could still pass through them. I saw some of the staff stealing glances at me, probably recognizing me, or at least thinking that I resemble, well, myself. Before they left, one courageous soul approached me after getting prodded by the others. "Excuse me," she began hesitantly. "Are you Mikhail Geo? You know the one that won the global championship a few hours ago because you look a lot like him," she asked, looking expectant by the time she finished. "Yes, that's me," I replied with a nod, and she looked excited at that. "Wow, this is the first time I'm talking with a champion," she said, and I had to chuckle a bit. "Can you give me an autograph, please?" she then asked. "Sure, I don't mind, but I don't have a pen at hand, or any paper for that matter," I told her, and she told me to wait a moment. She quickly went to the back, probably to get a pen and some paper, and while she was gone the others, who had already settled, began to tease me a bit, but they stopped when the staff lady returned. She handed over both the pen and the paper and asked me to sign it, so I simply wrote "Just won my first global championship" and signed it with my name before handing it back to her. She thanked me and went back to near her colleagues. I heard her brag a bit thanks to my improved hearing. "Heh, I got an autograph, and he even penned something on it. I bet it's going to be worth a fortune in the future," she said to her colleagues, who expressed their envy. I, on the other hand, had the urge to facepalm a bit, and considering the stickers I was hearing around me, some of the others had heard what she said as well. "Mika, how is it to be treated as a jackpot by someone else?" Ace teased, causing those that also had improved hearing to laugh. The others explained what he meant to those that did not hear what happened. "I guess I'll have to get used to it," I waved him off before giving him a cheeky smile. "What do you think, Ace? Should I buy some autograph cards and sign them, to have some generic autographs at hand whenever someone asks for one?" That made everyone, including Ace, laugh, and I joined in as well. "Sounds like a good idea," he said seriously before chuckling a bit. After that small episode, I sat down as well, and a minute after I did, some of the staff came over and asked us if we had decided what we wanted to order. While I was still checking out the menu I had found on the table, the others began ordering, and I ordered a starly salad along with some sparkling water. "Say, Mikhail, we've practically not seen you give any commands to your Pokemon during the competition, so does that mean your Pokemon are the champions instead of you?" Ace joked, and you was the first to retort before I could say anything. "Don't be dumb," he said while faking disappointment. Mikhail was the one who trained them and taught them those strategies, so he earned that champion title. He finished with a satisfied nod, theoretically not denying that my Pokemon were the ones that handled the Pokemon battles. "You're both forgetting that Mikhail has telepathy," Jesse reminded them, and the others nodded at that. "Yeah, I'm sure he gave the orders that way, 'cause winning silently is way cooler," Rose chimed in confidently. "He did speak up a few times," Aaron pointed out, and the others threw in some tidbits as well. "Well, I did lead most of the battles to my Pokemon, and only occasionally gave a command, just like Aaron pointed out, but I did take an active part in the semi-final as well as final battle, so there's that," I answered with a shrug. "It's the mark of a great trainer if their Pokemon can battle autonomously to such a degree," Mom spoke up to defend me, and the other adults nodded at that, fully agreeing with her. Yep, in the eyes of a lot of experienced trainers, The strategies and reactions his Pokemon displayed while fighting without his input showcased his talent as a trainer, Mr. Gold said, and Ace Mockwine saying that he should be on his side, causing some more laughter to erupt. The food arrived shortly after that and everyone focused on eating while making some idle small talk with their seat neighbors. The rest of the dinner went like that, and after we were done, the payment wars began among the adults. My parents argued that they should invite the others since I won and this could be considered a celebration dinner. The others argued against them that they should pay since I won and they wanted to invite us to dinner to congratulate me. Neither side was willing to give up, so they decided to split the bill in the end. They did not forget to pay some extra as they had promised, and they also added some tips for the staff. We headed for the teleportation hub and made it in time for Yu's appointment. He bid everyone goodbye and hugged me last. Once more, thank you for making me rich, I meant, congratulations on becoming the global duel champion, he joked before he left. We sat around at the hub for another 30 minutes until it was time for the others to leave as well. They all congratulated me one last time as well before they left. Once everyone was gone, we slowly headed back to the hotel. It was around 10:15 p.m. by the time we made it there, so we went up to our rooms. Thankfully this time my parents had their own room, so I had my room for myself. I did a general sweep, locked the door, switched the sign to Do Not Disturb, and entered Utopia. I appeared inside the mansion first since I was planning to deal with the Eevee and Aaron first. I decided to start with Aaron, so I pulled out his ball and called him out. I gave him some generic poke food I made while he was going through the optimization process. He ate without care and only briefly stopped when his potential rose before he resumed eating. Meanwhile, I checked his new status after Utopia was done with its process. Species, Aaron. Gender, male. Type, steel, rock. Potential, green-light blue. Stage, bronze stage, low. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, sturdy, rock head. Talents, solid body. Affinities, steel, rock. His potential rose to light blue, so I did not have to keep him for a while to boost his potential. That also explained how he noticed the change since upgrades in grade could be felt by conscious Pokemon. I would hand him to Mom on Arc Day after we were back home. Also, he unlocked a talent that was practically another version of the ability Solid Rock, just with a different name. Solid Body also reduced damage taken from super effective attacks by 25%, which was identical to the effect of Solid Rock. I'd say he was going to make a good addition to Mom's team. While I waited for him to finish his food, I moved the newly generated habitat to the outskirts of Utopia, beside the other unused/unoccupied areas, and recalled him the moment he was done eating. I put the Pokeball into stasis mode and put it away. Afterward, I pulled out the Pokeball of the first Eevee and went through the registration process before I called Eevee out. While he went through the optimization process, I gave him some special Eevee food that he ate with relish. By now I had some privileges/degree of control concerning the optimization process and used it to make sure to suppress the talent unlocking. I wanted to wait until they had evolved before they unlocked their talent so that a more fitting talent could be unlocked. Stopping the relocation process was also one of those privileges, but I had that one for a long time already, unlike the talent suppression privilege which was a recent addition. Anyway, I checked his status and saw that his potential got upgraded from deep green to blue. The rest had remained unchanged, so I left him to his food and pulled out the next one. I went through the registration process with that one as well and called out Eevee afterward. Just like before, I gave this one some special Eevee food as well while she went through the optimization process. This time something interesting did happen during the process. Analyzing, Eevee analyzed. Start improving potential, potential successfully improved. Start optimizing genes, genetic optimization failed. Optimizing abilities, ability adjustment succeeded, a mutated ability gained. Unlocking talents possible, admin order present, talent enabled but unlocking temporarily suppressed. Checking available habitats, suitable habitat found, relocating to habitat, relocation blocked by admin. Optimization process complete. I checked her new status after the optimization process was complete to see what her new ability was, and to see if there was anything else that was interesting. Name, none. Species, EV. Gender, female. Age, 2+ years. Type, normal. Potential, deep green, 72.42%, dash blue, 32.42%. Modifiers, none. Abilities, adaptability, normalize asterisk. Talents, none. Affinities, normal. Bond, Mikhail, artificial, weak. Quirk, none. Parameters. Stage, iron stage, mid. Vitality, E. Strength, E. Endurance, F. Agility, E. Energy capacity, F. Energy density, D. Immunity. Ghost. Resistance. None. Weaknesses. Fighting, minor. Standardized. None. Condition, healthy, excited, hungry. Masteries. Normal E, manipulation, proficient. Techniques. Unofficial, initial. Not applicable. Novice. Bite. Beginner. Baby doll eyes, wish asterisk, sand attack, double kick, swift, refresh. Proficient. Yawn asterisk, growl, helping hand, tackle, tail whip, quick attack. Advanced. None. Mastered. None. Okay, that was impressive. To think that her new ability was Normalize. Changing all her moves to normal type 1s, while boosting the power of offensive moves by 20% was a great ability for EV, especially since adaptability raised the stab bonus from 1.5 to 2 times, so the stab bonus ended up being 2.4 times after the effect of Normalize. That was pretty darn impressive. Well, that did open up the question of what would happen after EV evolved. Was Normalize going to be swapped by another ability? Because if not, then Normalize would be disadvantageous for any EV evolution. The only exception to this was if I managed to find a normal EV evolution somehow. I would have to see how that developed and maybe start thinking about how to trigger an EV evolution no one else seems to have triggered until now. Aside from that bit, her talent got raised to blue as well, and it looked like she had 2 egg moves, wish and yawn. The rest of her moves were the same as those of her brother. Anyway, I left her to her food as well before pulling out the Pokeball of the final dark green potential EV. I repeated the previous steps with her as well, but just like her brother, she did not trigger any special changes. Her potential rose to blue just like the 2 before her, and she also had an egg move, but nothing else changed, so I left her to her food as well and pulled out the last Pokeball, this one containing the light blue EV. I called him out and gave him his food while keeping track of the optimization process. He actually managed to trigger something as well. Analyzing, EV analyzed. Start improving potential, potential successfully improved. Start optimizing genes, genetic optimization succeeded. Optimizing abilities, ability adjustment failed. Unlocking talents possible, admin order present, talent enabled but unlocking temporarily suppressed. Checking available habitats, suitable habitat found, relocating to habitat, relocation blocked by admin. Optimization process complete. Unlike EV Node 2, this one unlocked a gene, so I directly checked his status to see which gene he had unlocked, which was what I would have said if I could not see what had changed, and I was not the only one that had noticed the change. The other EVs stopped eating when they noticed that their brother suddenly changed colors, turning pale gray. They asked him if he felt fine, and only then did he stop eating and check himself, noticing the color change. When he found out that he felt fine, great even, they all shrugged and returned to eating their food. Name, none. Species, EV. Gender, male. Age, 2+ years. Type, normal. Potential, light blue, 6.92%, dash blue, 66.92%. Modifiers, shiny gene, overall plus 15%. Abilities, adaptability, anticipation. Talents, none. Affinities, normal. Bond, Mikhail, artificial, weak. Quirk, none. Parameters. Stage, Iron Stage, mid. Vitality, E. Strength, E. Endurance, F. Agility, E. Energy capacity, F. Energy density, D. Immunity. Ghost. Resistance. None. Weaknesses. Fighting, minor. Standardized. None. Condition, healthy, excited, hungry. Masteries. Normal E, manipulation, proficient. Techniques. Unofficial, initial. Not applicable. Novice. Bite. Beginner. Baby doll eyes, stored power asterisk, double kick, swift, refresh. Proficient. Growl, helping hand, tackle, tail whip, sand attack, quick attack. Advanced. None. Mastered. None. In the end, his potential also turned to blue, even if he was closer to deep blue than his siblings. Still, all four of them had blue potential at this point, which was good enough for me. I had no problem with them joining Nyx/Umbreon's evolution squad. Also, I noticed that he also had an egg move, but his was stored power unlike those of his sister. Wish, Yawn, and stored power made me think that one of their parents must have been a Masharna. Could have been a grandparent as well, even if that was a bit unlikely. Anyway, after I was done releasing and checking all EV, I called over Nyx and introduced her to her new family/squad members. She beamed when she saw them and tackled me into a hug, before chatting up the EV while they were finishing up their food. After they were done, we left the house and or rather Nyx, introduced them to the others, and we then threw a private party celebrating our success at the global competition. We took some photos at the end, not only to commemorate the day but also to adhere to the tradition of taking pictures with the newcomers. I kept the whole thing a bit short since it was already late, so everyone went to sleep around midnight. I had made sure that the EV's habitat was squeezed beside that of Nyx, and she decided to sleep at their place. The next day, my parents and I spent Gruday exploring Fontaine City, and we had a lot of fun even if a part of the stores were closed due to it being Gruday. I also had to wear a cap to keep the people recognizing me to a minimum, but I did not mind that. That would settle in a few weeks, at least it had the last time I became famous. Anyway, the day went by pretty fast, and after eating dinner at Sushi Paradise, we made our way to the teleportation hub for our appointment at 8 p.m. We left Fontaine City at 8 p.m., and by the time we were back in Rhoda and at home, it was already close to 11 p.m., so we wished each other good night and went to sleep. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 13. Peace.